poor in the south. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds that against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block, block, block. Yeah, you know I'm coming to the top, 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 top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop, stop. Oh no, stop. As you know I'm from the
want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. I'm gonna be a soldier, gonna be a fighter. If you want it, I'ma do it, cause I bring the fire. Gonna take you higher, 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 cause I bring the fire, fire, fire. Built tough. Built tough, I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I am the one.
Go on ahead, give me your best shot, cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep on going up, I can never stop, yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, city standing tall, stand tall. Built up, oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough. Built tough. Built tough. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up, oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deli crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break steel. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. Thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab dragged me, choked me, jacked me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break still. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free.
I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, high running so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a pole to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise a novice can't handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all tuck in, they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para manos, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ay, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ay, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. We were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars.
If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now.
Ay, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ay, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it.
Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
Ay, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ay, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Gotta get it, gotta get it, get it.
Yeah. You know, I don't really do this too often. I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, yeah. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action, we don't say shit. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cap? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. Please see me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I mind like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. And it's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the gold. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry loaded team. I get that ring. I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity. Knock at the door. I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish. I don't share. I play for keeps. And that's all game time. Know that win all mine. I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say shit. We about action, we don't say shit. Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shit. We about action. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, only thing I need is time and this is on chill. Yeah, tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, hey, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action, tell me how you gon' shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, make it run, run, make it run. Make it run, make it run, run, make it run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might
Plotting on me, target on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah?
Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. You say the game, you get forfeit. We back your trophies, better not get coffee. Starving, the whole the team was dinner, now they garbage. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations down to my apartment. They blocking, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out this shade, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings with you want the crowd. You can keep the rings with you want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky run, run, Ricky run. Make it run, Ricky run, run, Ricky run. Make it run, Ricky run, run, Ricky run. Make it run, Ricky run, run, Ricky run.
all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. Feel like I can never lose, put it all on the line. Every day we gotta choose how we wanna manage time. Yeah, they know I gotta feel it, in order for me to want it. Nobody can stop me when I put my mind to it, manifest and I own it. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. No energy that can move me, I feel like I'm in the movie. One time they try to imitate me, but can nobody else do me. People they know when they see me, they better believe me. I'm going all in when I'm logged in, can't nobody defeat me. I got nothing to lose, yeah. I got nothing to lose. I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I can take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone to see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no, I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no, I cannot be stopped, no, no. I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone to see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no, I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no, I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no, I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
All that you love is a feast for the lions. What time it feeling like? Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's a fairy tale in disguise. He who starts to fight, who starts the fire, we'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. He who starts the fight, who starts the fire, we'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love. Yeah, darling, forever give it up.
point. It's overflowing. We'll climb the gates or tear them open. We'll fly the line, break the road. Try, it's big enough. We'll fly, we're still alive. We're down forever, give it up. 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 My body's numb, a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You keep talking. I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, no, you hurt me so bad. And hurt me just like that. Now turn her back to you, 'cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, you brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, but I'm back on my feet again. It don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on.
Come on, you know what it's about, right?
Look, on one of these lights and they're on sale.
Mark the door.
I didn't know what White Dragon's score was going to be. Didn't expect it to be 2-2, so I'm very excited to see what's
Your speakers.
Yakety Sax playing 5v5 on the ball. Grab the ace, grab the nexus, grab the base.
Defeat.
Alexa. Teal mode.
play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that, I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a poll to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise the novice can't handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tuck in their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all duck and they hide inside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. Some like a savage or renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up to cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas a terminar. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas a terminar. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti, pa' que no te olvides de mí, pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser, puede ser que la vida nos separe, puede ser que no te guste nadie, puede ser que estemos hechos para amarnos. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas a terminar. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas a terminar.
Ay, can't stop, won't stop till we on top. Quit, I think not. Coming hot for the #1 spot, yeah. No key, got the game on lock, ayy. Big threes when I take my shot, ayy. On the rise and we ain't gon' drop. On the grind, it's our time, just watch. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Ayy, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Ayy, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. We can't be contained when we leave the game. My name will remain. We don't need the fame. You can keep this chain. We broke free so things won't be the same. Nah, on the mission, gotta get it. Let's work. You were raised on the net. I'm raising my net worth, but it ain't about the money. Nah, it ain't about the cause. All that matters is the world knows who we are. Stars. If you want it, you can get it. Life gets hard, but don't you let it get you down. Go get the crown because our time is now. Hey, we gotta get it. Gotta get up, gotta go, we gotta get it. Hey, they won't forget us. Made it happen and we all became legends. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it, gotta get it, gotta get it. We gotta get it. Know that our time is now. Yes, life can get hard, but don't ever let it keep you down. See, we are all kings and queens and we all deserve crowns. So don't wait. Get up, go out and get it. Now.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you're witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop by that talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. #1 stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
specjalnie dostępne, tak samo jak i dostępne jest to wombo combo ze strony Agoro.
Welcome one and all back to the Amazon EU Masters, where the Irish, we're not here to take part, we're here to take over. I am Mushy and I'm joined always by my absolutely faithful Irish brother Dagda. You're feeling a little under the weather, but you're going to power through because we got some banger games.
Yeah, I looked at Phoebe from Friends, was like, I can smelly cat my way through this, and that's exactly what my game plan is. So we'll see how it goes. If I start to die and choke halfway through, but no.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to start singing halfway through this day.
Oh, God,
no. Yeah. Well, we of course are coming into our last day of groups. We got ourselves set up yesterday, though, as we did see another French team take a number 1 seed.
Yeah, another French team takes another top seed, adding 3 to the pool, but Heretics, just on your screens here, starting to take that game against SK Prime. Kind of surprising to see SK Prime not being able to have a bit more of a showing, like sitting at 1 and 5 in that group. But Heretics, like that scrappiness, that fighting that they like to go for, coming in clutch against that DOC representative.
Yeah, really did kind of come out to it. Heretics, of course, will be joining the likes of G2 and whatnot into the LEC next year. But for now, they want to try and make as big of a mark as they possibly can as they got themselves 2nd seed. But honestly, it was just all about BDSA Academy. It was just about these guys kind of rolling over people because they just played these fights so well. I will say, the Lions did give them a fair run for their money, but they were running for their lives not too long after that.
Yeah, the LFL 2nd seed kind of putting on a bit of a show, honestly, in their group, like undefeated across the day. We got some great plays coming through from them as well, especially off of Adam, which I think we'll see a little bit later. But yeah, just absolutely dominating. Heretics again then coming in, looking good. I think it's so much fun watching Heretics just because of how scrappy they are. Like, they are constantly looking for skirmishes, they're constantly willing to fight, and it makes things so much more interesting.
And this, of course, SK Prime trying to make something work, but it just wasn't really to be. As we said, BSA just looking so damn good, and even there, they try to throw everything onto Shio. It doesn't quite connect, and then from there, again, it gets all a little bit too messed up. It gets all a little bit too messy, and you're just caught between a rock and a hard place there for SK Prime.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see some of these, like, well-known names within the League of Legends scene, like Gadget, not now being able to move on towards playoffs, but, I mean, it kind of just speaks volumes about how good and how far the league has progressed here in the EU Masters.
This is our boy.
Like, yeah, that's...
This is our boy. Irish blood, Irish brethren coming in here. Arcane Teddy putting on a show in the 1v1. It was a battle of warriors.
Yeah, we'll claim him even if it doesn't go so hard for them. But, I mean, look, able to get that win over SK Prime. Unfortunately, not able to get himself in towards playoffs as well. Like, BDS Academy, very handily, it feels like taking that top seed here. And even here against the Heretics yesterday, kind of putting on a bit of a clinic.
Yeah, 6-0 for BDS Academy. So they joined Game Ward, who are also 6-0 and a number 1 seed. LDLC 5-1, but they did win a tiebreaker against X7 Esports, so they got themselves top seed. Now we have 3 top seeds from the LFL region. The French coming in. And you know what the greatest thing about that, if you're an LFL fan, is you're dodging every other French seed. There's no one else to follow into, so you're going to have to beat an LFL representative if you're going to try and get up against them.
Well, we'll have to see if that is going to be true, because right now UOL are sitting top of their own group, and it's the LFL who are in 2nd place. We'll have to see if Vitality B can try and knock them off that top spot.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit more time to talk about the LFL. Of course, we got to talk about the pentakill that came for Adam there. It was just a very nice one. I'm going to say it, though. I'm going to be the negative Nancy in this one here. Pentas are not given. They are earned, and I feel like he was given this penta just a little bit at the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, Ekas being the good guy at the end, giving that one across, but, I mean, this was so well played by Adam and kind of showing why Gnar is so terrifying when he's able to get into a position where he can get these big Gnar ultimates off, he gets a couple of kills under his belt, and I mean, Reeker sent himself in, and Ekas goes, right, I'll give it over. I'll make sure that Adam will get his glory.
Yeah, gets himself his pentakill. Obviously officially registered, even if I can be a little bit salty about it. But you know me, I'm just a ball of negative energy most of the time. But we can now look at our standings and have a look at, as we mentioned earlier, those 3 LFL teams coming in, 1, 2, and 3, all atop their group. And look, Dagda, if there was any doubt that the LFL were strong, I think that's gone now.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you look at, like, 6-1 for LDLC is the worst score that they have at the moment, with BDS Academy and Game Ward sweeping their groups. And it's now going to be a question mark of if Vitality B can kind of do what LDLC did against X7, like find that tiebreaker moment, beat UOL at the end of the day, and see if they can try and get themselves into that top spot to match their brethren. But either way, I mean, it's LFL dominance at the moment.
Yeah, looking like LFL looking very strong, but they're not to be outdone. We do have the Prime League #1 seed coming in here, the Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition, 3-0, and honestly looking exceptionally coordinated. We were just looking at the VODs very much, a couple of minutes ago, and we are kind of saying this team looks like probably the smartest in this group, maybe even in the whole league. We've plenty of VODs to look through, but for the moment, they're looking strong.
Yeah, and I mean, it's definitely a team that's kind of packed full of a star-studded roster, right? You look at Lurox, who used to be in LEC. You've got Ruby there, who used to play across the LPL for Rogue Warriors as well. Like, this is a roster that has a ton of talent behind it, so not massively surprised to see them doing well. And when you've got Sheepy as your coach as well, this guy, I mean, he's been coaching some of the top teams and pushing teams to new levels for such a long time in European League of Legends.
Yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love are a very heartfelt reminder of European League of Legends. We hope to see them back in kind of the upper tiers of major regions. But we're going to have a look at their schedule for today, because we start to ramp up. For Zero Tenacity, they've got 0 lives left. They got to win. They got to do something. Otherwise, the Ultra League #1 seed ain't going to be going anywhere.
Yeah, there is a very, very few scenarios where Zero Tenacity can make it out of the group, but it starts with them trying to take down the top seed at the moment in UOL Sexy Edition. And that would then be followed by, I think, like, for Vitality B and Giants trying to see if they can bounce back from what has been a rough opening for them in this group. But my eyes are firmly on that last game of the day. Like, that is going to be such a banger of a game.
I mean, you're looking at literally the only French team that might not be able to make it as a top seed versus the current only real hope for the rest of Europe, without it being a full 4 French versus 4 French, or French versus French side on the semifinals. So this is kind of the moment here to see just how dominant the LFL are, and again, to kind of put Prime League a little bit on the map as well, but not to be outdone. I think the Super League might have something to say about that. Giants not too far away. We still have some chances for some fireworks.
Yeah, I think for Giants, I want to see them trying to go back to a bit more of like basics, right? Like play through a strong mid jungle, see if they can set up for a bit of plays down towards Kadui in that bot side, like actually find the success that they need, because it just feels like they're struggling to match up in the early stages of the game, especially when you've got teams like, Unicorns of Love and Vitality B, who are so good at finding those cross maps.
Yeah, it feels like, again, the smarter teams are the ones just kind of playing the map smart, kind of better for themselves, recognizing map states and just getting those proper timings off that we all know and love. And we're going to hone in a little bit now onto Zero Tenacity versus Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition, because as we mentioned, this is the last chance you got to feel for the side of Zero Tenacity. Yes, there is a scenario where you end up with a 2-4 tiebreaker between the 3 teams from 4th to 2nd, but very unlikely, and it's out of your hands then. So you gotta try and hit the ground running. But they've looked, honestly, just straight up, they've looked poor so far this E-Masters.
Yeah, I mean, they've been struggling at times to even match up in lanes, especially in that bot side. We've seen them really struggle in advantageous matchups, like say the Kalista, where you have to try and play that little bit more aggressive. So I think this is where we got to see if they can steady themselves, like come in with a bit of comfort and show exactly what the Ultra Liga is going to be capable of doing, because unfortunately this is the last seed that is available for Ultra Liga to try and progress, and 0-3, it's not looking so hot for them.
Yeah, you at least look for the Prime League and, of course, for the Super League. Hell, even NLC. NLC got 2 seeds out, so they're feeling pretty damn happy at the moment. But yeah, as the Ultra Liga, you want to try and be doing as big of a splash as you possibly can, and it comes down to trying to disrupt the tempo, trying to take Unicorns of Love off of their comforts and get them a little bit more kind of shaky, rough and ready. Because at the moment, from watching all the games from Unicorns of Love so far, it's kind of look like it's just gone to plan. They haven't really been questioned that hard in how they've been playing the game.
Well, that's the thing. I think the meta has kind of shifted into something that they're very comfortable with. Ruby, like, for the longest time, has always been a big Azir player. And even when he was back in Rogue Warriors in 2020, like, that was his go-to pick. So you're just seeing him consistently get his hands on that. I think he looks really good on things like the Ahri as well, where they can lean into these bot side dives. And I think that's kind of been the big difference maker for UOL. Like, this is a team that likes playing around their bottom lane quite a bit, likes going for early dragons, and the meta is shifting into that perfectly. And when they consistently ban away things like the Dravens, the Kallistas as well, they're opting in towards like Zerries and Sivers consistently. It feels like they have a very good read on the meta and how they want to approach the game.
Yeah, that's the thing. You look at all the major regions, across every single continent. It is just about that kind of bot lane. Even you can disrupt it a little bit. We saw in the LPL quite a lot. The Lucian, the Draven, the Callista was a huge power pick of getting that early thing. But you have to play towards it. There's not just we're fine. The reason why we're seeing the Sivir and the Zeri go so often is that they're safe to build up into those late game carries. If you want to try and disrupt it, you have to throw resources at it.
But the thing is as well, like, it feels like a lot of teams aren't fully comfortable playing this style, and that's why we're seeing UOL looking so good, right? Like 100% ban rate against UOL for things like the Yuumi. 2/3 of their games they've had this Lulu banned away as well. Like it feels like teams are kind of going, oh well, they know how to play the meta, they can play it very well. And when we're not able to match, suddenly, the fact that you can't really start to trade these power picks back and forth. And that's why I think, like, shout out to UOL, like, they have really adjusted well into this style. And especially, I mean, Ruby, where he talked about, has been, like, massively been able to play these picks for so long. But you're also looking at Shiganari in that bot lane as well. Like, the Sivir has been a great pick for him. He has been getting caught out a little bit when it comes to like overextended lanes, but the team fighting has been spectacular. Like once they don't start to get picked in the mid game, they're very good at like leaning on Ruby specifically to be that big damage carry.
And what I love that you mentioned Ruby as well, because we're going to jump straight into picks ban, but we have been seeing Lorax just shadowing him so much. Yes, you can pick the Azir, but you can't really be as mobile as something like the Ahri or even a Taliyah, so you do need a couple of extra resources. You need someone to kind of just make sure you're able to do what you need to do in a side lane and then join the rest of your team. But right now, we're coming back into this one here. As you mentioned that you can disrupt the bot lane, but they're going to try and stop it on the inside of Unicorns a lot. They're trying to get rid of that Draven, maybe even the Lucian as well, to make sure that Zero Tenacity have no way of trying to break the mold, if you will.
Yeah, and I like this idea from Zero Tenacity, like trying to stamp or put a stamp on the mid lane. Like the big way that we've seen UOL play is like Lurox using all the pressure with Ruby to lean into bot side or going for invades and getting big advantages on things like the Trundle. But now the Trundle banned away, with the Azir banned away, I wouldn't be surprised to see potentially an Ahri ban away here by Zero Tenacity as well, and just like make it so much easier for you to try and play through the mid lane with Sebx, who has kind of been much more reliant on things like the Corki and that kind of style.
Yeah, I will say there is one scenario today where we have a three-way tiebreaker, which is the 2 and 4 that we were talking about for Zero Tenacity. Only a 1.56% chance of that happening. But if you know Casual, you know XL, there's a chance. There's always a chance as we come back in to get a picks and bans. Look at this bot lane focus right now coming in. The Lulu banned away. No Yuumi ban, though, from Zero Tenacity. I feel like you take that because the Zeri and the Sivir are still up.
Yeah, it feels like Yuumi kind of a no-brainer here. Usually we've seen UOL like ban away the Callista, but kind of just saying, look, Zero Tenacity, we're happy to first pick that. We know that Visa Z doesn't play that very well. And now they're kind of calling out Voitus as well, saying, look, are you able to play this Yuumi? Because if you don't, whenever we get first pick Wukong, Ryuzaki hasn't been willing to play the Poppy. So do you end up just kind of calling them out, saying, look, you don't play Poppy, you don't play the Yuumi, and we're going to be able to get our hands on some of the more aggressive bot laners in the likes of that Zeri and Sivir. But at least at the moment, looks like Zero Tenacity are going to hover the Yuumi, but it will be the Sivir locked in initially.
They do take it, but again, they're kind of saying, look, we'll take our AD carry. They're kind of calling out, again, kind of a back call of the Unicorns love, saying, well, we might take it. Are you going to take it? We got our favorable ADC, and I will say that a Sivir with a Zeri on, or a Sivir with a Yuumi on her is very, very terrifying prospect to kind of come into. But again, like I said, you can just Zeri, Yuumi right here for Unicorns. It wouldn't be too off the bat. It would actually be totally fine to take this.
Yeah, I think that's your best bet, right? You still end up like with a pretty favorable side of the matchup. You've got great engage. Yuumi can link up with Wukong, and like it's very difficult for a Sivir to try and get away from Wukong and a Yuumi who are providing all this poke and everything else. But that's interesting to see. So at least coming out, I imagine this Seraphine is going bot side like an enchanter to try and answer, especially with Lulu gone. I thought we might see the Renata, but this is going to be kind of providing a similar story, but at least having more shielding and healing than the Renata can kind of bring to the table.
I will say, This split, Ultra Liga, Sebex has played the Seraphine in mid 3 times. So this is a bit of a flex here coming out from the Ultra Liga #1 seed. So I like that they're kind of, like you mentioned, you would imagine this will be going down that bot side to mitigate that pressure. You get the healing, you get the, the big AoE ultimate as well. But this wouldn't be a surprise in my eyes to see them kind of take that. And you can even see now with taking away things from that mid lane, trying to limit Ruby for what he can answer into it. It could end up being a big flex.
Yeah, I'm not sure, because it feels like, obviously, Silas can do well by stealing away the Encore as well, but I'm curious to see if they ban away the Ahri, because right now, if that is going to be the Seraphine in the mid lane, I feel like Ahri can do reasonably well into her. You've got good mobility, which helps out. Also, the fact that if you end up flexing that Seraphine into the bot side, a lot of those answers to Ahri are already taken off the board with the Swain, with the Silas. So maybe Zero Tenacity just take the Ahri on this next rotation. Whereas it looks for UOL, they're trying to set up for some sort of like Renekton pick for Scarface in the top lane. Or an Ornn pick as well. It's kind of been the 2 champions played, but like Aatrox does well into both. With the Ornn ban, I definitely feel like Scarface would be going towards that Renekton.
Yeah, it feels like you're going for that very powerful topside pick. We have seen the Renekton and Sejuani kind of picked against each other for a while. Zero Tenacity, like you mentioned, could pick up the Ahri right now and just give themselves a very powerful mid laner that can very little counters in towards them. So we'll see what Sebex wants to go for. They might even pick up the Renekton themselves if they're feeling confident. No, they're going to go for the Sejuani. Again, keeping that support mid flex for as long as they possibly can to see exactly what they're going into.
Yeah, I mean, Renekton does well into the Sejuani, so it looks like, at least for the moment, Scarface pretty happy to lock that one in. And then it does become a question, like, what do we see for Ruby? I mean, I think the Ahri, still a good spot here, especially since, like, a lot of those answers were banned away, and you can do relatively well into the Seraphine, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be for Ruby. Okay, not what I expected.
Ooh, okay, I like this. You're giving yourself that global pressure, good AoE to kind of follow up with, and again, massive amounts of scaling coming in here for Scarface.
Yeah, and you still have decent engage here for like Lurox, also with Winsome as well, having the last chapter, or final chapter, so you've still got answers to try and make those big plays happen, and then you've got the Cannon Barrage on top of it, good use of the our globals as well with the GP, and it looks like Ruby may just continue to go back towards instead the control mages. So I know will be the Ahri. Okay, so they do kind of say, look, we feel fine into the Seraphine, a lot of those answers are banned, let's just go for that. So I mean, great mid jungle here for UOL, which is what we talk about a lot with this team, trying to play through that. Opportunities to lean into bot side as well. And Scarface can kind of just do his own thing and farm up for late game. So I like what UOL are bringing to the table here.
Yeah, I really do think that you could probably maybe if you pick the Renekton, it's a bit more of a meta composition that you would honestly pick for yourself, but this feels like it ticks all the boxes of how they like to play, how they like to move around the map and get pressure through just being smart macro positions. Whereas on the other side of Zero Tenacity, it does feel a little bit like Comfort. You're picking the Seraphine, something that's very prominent in the likes of the NA, you get an LCS a lot of the time, but it is going to have some kind of massive impact to try and outdo the Ahri. Yes, your ultimate can be very effective with the Encore, but it's a very big if depending on when and where you're able to use it.
And it feels like a lot of this composition relies on VZZ as well. Like if the Sivir doesn't get ahead, it's kind of like, well, you know, Seraphine isn't going to carry your damage, Sejuani isn't going to carry your damage. If I can, you know, do a single target DPS, but not exactly great at trying to finish off a team fight. So I think overall, I just kind of like the fact you've got multiple threats coming through on UOL, the ability to try and play through a strong mid jungle, and I mean, good matchups pretty much across the board.
Now, don't forget to claim your August/September League of Legends monthly capsule for all of the Prime shoppers out there for your chance to get RP, Mythic Essence, skins, and more. My producer, Jesper, always has a big smile on his face whenever I say that, and we can now enjoy League of Legends. Thanks, Amazon.
Well, Zero Tenacity trying to see if they can set up, looking to see if UL are going to go for invading, trying to spot out where Ryozaki's going to start, but looks like it won't be baited in. Ruby going to take this nice and slow, not really give much away. But again, I don't think it really matters for Lurox, right? Like, you're not really going to try to overly force plays on the bot side too early. You are more than likely going to wait for level 6, but also just like opportunities for Ruby in this mid lane. Like if you can try and play through this mid jungle like a charm into the damage from Lurox, blow some early summoners on Sebex, and then try to lean that pressure into the bot lane.
See what they're able to kind of do. Early jungle pathing is always something we're very interested in. It does look like Lorok's going to be starting off on the bot side. So both junglers starting in their red quadrants. So they're going to be on opposite mirrored kind of pathings, if you will, as they look to try and make some kind of a... I like this, though, from the Sejuani, popping down a little bit of an early ward. It's just to kind of spot out, because the Vi is good, but the Vi does need a couple of levels before she's really that functioning kind of skirmisher.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the same on both sides, right? So it's just trying to get as much information as possible to see, like, how aggressive can these lanes play? Because at the early stages, BZZ should be able to cut... Well, the fact he started with the W means he can push the wave relatively well, but you've always got to be a bit careful, because especially when this Yuumi has the range, she can help to push out now off of second wave state. You should be able to answer a little bit of this push of UOL.
Supportal combat coming in. Level 2 should be hit, though, by the Zero Tenacity bot side, so already the Unicorns of Love respecting it, pushing themselves back. I like this, though, kind of getting themselves an opportunity to clear out the vision, give them more pressure, and there is the level 2. Yeah, you just got to back away. Sadly, as a Zeri, you only have your Q until you start getting to the doors of W, and of course, your dash over walls. That's not really an option for you to go for, so we'll see what they want to do. Scarface is going to have the early push into the Sejuani, and these are exactly as we expect them to go here, Dagda.
Yeah, nothing too surprising at all. So I think the big one is, again, going to be looking to see how this mid lane starts to pair out, because Sebex definitely has the early push in this lane. Seraphine just very good at pushing, but already Sebex trying to move down towards the spot side, and you have the Vi here as well.
Do have the Vi coming around, so Sebex looking to try and make a 4-man dive with the Nautilus. This is actually not that bad to do. The flash in, the insta-cleanse, teleport's going to be coming down. The flash there with all the combat summoners. They're trading back 1 for 1. I will say it's a support for an AD carry, but Zero Tenacity, they know how important this game is. They need to make plays like this.
And we said they needed to try and make those plays around BZZ. Ruby now might be caught out, but will just be able to catch this wave. Anyway, BZZ does need to reset. The big thing here is that the TP from Ruby was blown to bot lane, which means Sebex can use his to get back to mid and kind of control that push. But this is just a nice play set up by Zero Tenacity. They get the early cleanse thanks to the auto from Voitis. You're able to then move underneath the tower without too much issue. And yes, you lose the support, but 2 waves essentially lost to that AD carry. And Sebex, as well, as you can see here, TPing back into mid to catch this wave means he won't be too far behind Ruby. So overall, good setup here from Zero Tenacity.
Very, very well done, as we can now see them kind of moving up towards the top side. UOL seeing maybe they could go for something. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for you to get out of this one here. The Sejuani not quite that squishy, though, and I think Momus is happy enough to kind of just make sure the wave isn't pushing against him. He needs his jungler, though, to really help him out, though, if you think about it.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, I just think that trying to cross-map here as UOL is a nice answer, but you don't really get anything for that, right? Like, Scarface still going to be fine. They don't get the kill. He'll push out the wave and should be able to walk back to lane, but actually probably needs TP just because Mumu does have push. But overall, I mean, this is a nice start for Zero Tenacity, but I want to see them double down on this, especially with all summoners blown by Shiganari and Winsome. Again, you're going to have like level 6 for Ryuzaki, level 6 for Sebex in a minute and a half. Like, look to try and double down on this bot lane pressure.
See if they do it. We will have Ryuzaki just kind of clearing up from his top side down. Those camps starting to respawn. We did get a reset coming in here for Sebex in the mid lane, so he's got himself a tier. Not feeling too shabby about that, considering that apart from the boots, everything that that Ruby's picked up is basically disposable. Well, maybe the Dark Seal you end up returning or not returning and turning into a Medjay, depending on how the game goes. But great ward here means they should be able to catch out Lorax. They know that he's going to be around this Dragon Pit, so they should not be caught out by the Wukong just yet.
And look, I like the UOL are trying to get vision control over this river. Again, like, you imagine that Ryuzaki is going to try and make plays on bot side once more, especially with Dragon up. So just having some sort of vision control to spot out when Sebex roams, maybe if you can catch up where Ryuzaki's moving, will make things a lot easier for Lurox to be able to answer. And I think Lurox has been really good in general, like using his lane pressure to go for invades, trying to find moments where he can play around lanes. But this is kind of a bit of a different game for him right now, where he's going to need to try and shadow bot side and shadow Ryuzaki so that his bot lane isn't falling further behind.
to be careful once Sivir starts going. Once you start to see an AD carry, especially in the Sivir, yeah, they're gonna go look for it. But need to get this wave pushed in. Not great vision here at all. They land the hook. There's no cleanse. Never mind, there is. They're gonna try and jump it straight away. The ignite comes down. One more auto attack from the Sivir would be good, but it's not quite enough. But now you can just shove this in, and this is honestly great from Zero Tenacity, really recognizing their win condition.
And again, look at where Ryuzaki was. He was sitting in behind the lane in case Lurok showed up, in case anything went astray. But VZZ and Void is just doing a good job of keeping the pressure up. Now Dragon will be started. Blake goes across. Shinigami needs to be careful of those ricochet blades, but Ruby.
Yeah, they saw him out, so they know that this could be an early Dragon take. And this is very early with the new Dragons, the extra HP. It's so hard to actually kill these off so early, but with the massive amount of pressure you now have on bot side, you can get this Dragon, reset, now set yourself up for success around that Rift Herald. And I gotta say, this is a very different look to Zero Tenacity that we saw in week 1.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, especially for Zero Tenacity, one of the biggest problems that I had with them was not really playing towards win conditions, not really understanding how they could set up on the map correctly. But this has just been really, really smart play. And even Mumu's here, reading the potential cross map from Lurox and making sure that Lurox isn't getting anything. So at the moment, this is just Zero Tenacity outplaying Unicorns of Love on the map.
Really well done here. And it's going to take Unicorns of Love to get a little bit more creative, maybe. Yes, they've got fantastic scaling with the Gangplank and the Zeri, and the Ahri doesn't do too badly either, but you got to get there. You got to be able to get to that particular point in the game before it really comes out, and you're against a Sivir and a Seraphine. Seraphine doesn't come out as, or across as one of those big late-game damage carries, but once you start to get 3-4 items, especially in the path you would tend to go for in mid lane, she does hurt, and it's very difficult to cut through.
And that's the thing, that's what we tend to see a lot with these specific AD carries, is that what happens pre-20 minutes doesn't always follow the logic of what happens post-20 minutes follows the logic of what happens pre-20 minutes. So I think this is definitely a case of like, can Zero Tenacity try and ride this momentum into, well, potentially play top and also the Rift Herald?
Yeah, it's the Rift Herald play that we were talking about. Rift Herald spawns, they get pressure on top side. The resets came in, but no one from the side of Unicorns of Love anywhere near this. So this is double objective now going over to Zero Tenacity, but the big thing we always say with the Rift Herald, Dagda, it's not about getting it, but it's how you use it. If they're able to get more pressure, more objectives, more gold, that's when we start to see if this was worth it or not.
But again, UOL try to go for the cross map and just good wards. VZZ had one just in his own jungle, spots out Lurox, who tried to sneak over the Dragon Wall, so you're not really getting these opportunities. And now Sebex is actually going to try and match this bot side lean here to make sure VZZ can get the place that he needs, and Shigenari can't get another plate for himself. So really, really well played by Zero Tenacity. Like, this is very different from what I've seen from them thus far in the tournament.
Yeah, really, really is. And look, we were probably looking at some of the games, and I think quite rightly, we were kind of scathing of looking at them. We will see Scarface with the Vi, not going to hit the Q, going to force the flash out with the ultimate. I think that was a little bit of a half effort there from Zero Tenacity because they recognized that the Sejuani was so low, but hey, a summoner is a summoner.
Yeah, I think they were also a bit worried because Ruby had started to roam up, so bit scared of like the Scarface throwing down the ultimate, buying space for Ruby to come up and maybe having UOL turn that around. But at the moment, I mean, you still get the flash from Scarface, still have an opportunity to try and play towards that top side if you want. But again, I think Lurox here once more trying to use his mid and bot pressure to invade on bot side and just try to answer every time Ryuzaki shows on the map.
So we're kind of coming up to the point where Mythic should be finishing up very soon. You know, you're starting to see more creativity coming out as everyone's hitting level 6. Where do you want to see Unicorns of Love take back initiative in this game? Because right now it feels like they're reacting rather than being proactive. So what do you want to see from them to kind of change up the script?
I think the big one is trying to see if they can disrupt this like Dragon take from Zero Tenacity. Try and go for like an early reset, maybe like 130, 120 before the Dragon spawns. Like, get deeper vision control on this bot. So you can see they very much have control of River, but start to push that vision even further into Zero Tenacity jungle, and then look for picks with Ruby, with Lurox, even win some like connecting with Lurox rather than Shigenari on this bot side, and then you can kind of like disrupt the tempo that has been built up. But as you can see, a little bit difficult to do with Ryuzaki now moving into bot side, Rift Herald in tow.
Yeah, Rift Herald in tow, and this tower is going to go down, so it's going to be full plates, you would imagine now, going over to VZZ. So this is a pretty big swing in momentum now back towards Zero Tenacity. They're not quite sure where everybody is because, as you can see, very little vision on the minimap for them on the bottom half of the map. So they're respectfully going to ban away, but that's a sneeze away from falling down, Dagda.
Yeah, literally an auto attack from VZZ will take that down.
68.
Looks like he might even try and get that. at the moment, but just going to play it safe. As you say, this is where that vision control for UOL is kind of coming in a little bit, making sure that, say, Zero Tenacity can't overextend for that. But with 50 seconds until Dragon, great reset for VZZ. Should have his Mythic, I think, completed off this reset. So that's going to set him up so nicely. Yeah, there it is, Kraken Slayer. So setting him up really nicely for this next fight. Like those bouncing blades in between everyone with the Kraken Slayer deal so much damage.
Yeah, got himself the boots as well, so not going to be as slow. Has got a couple of brown bags to stop him from getting those sores on his legs. So 30 seconds to the next dragon spawns. You have still gotten pretty decent gold here for Unicorns of Love, but it is basically on top side alone. It's dead even everywhere else. Woo! Red's line just goes a little bit too far away, but at the same time, this is Unicorns of Love trying to see if they can make a cross map, trying to make something happen here on the spot side. VZZ, he's getting flashed on. There's the final chapter. He doesn't have his spell shield to save him this time, and that's going to be Zeri picked up a kill there. Feels like a great little opportunity for Unicorns of Love, and they took it with both hands.
And that's the pick we were talking about for UOL, trying to find that moment where Lurox, Winsome can link up. They managed to get onto VZZ as well, which we already talked about, like one of the massive damage dealers for Zero Tenacity. So now UOL, a little bit more confident to move in towards this river, but not everything is golden for them at the moment. They're still like pushing mid. They still have to be careful of like Ryuzaki having a lot of burst pressure, but UOL still come out with a bit of a lead after that.
They don't take the dragon though afterwards, so it's just a kill, nothing more, nothing less. You will be able to get a reset off of VZZ without him having now Ghost or Flash. This is the thing, yes, the Ghost is fantastic in those later game team fights. It is a great scaling rune or mastery, but it isn't something that is going to be able to help you in those situations, especially with a cat on your back.
Yeah, and that's the big problem here for VZZ is that combo between Winsome and Lurox. Because yes, you can get rid of like the Cyclone, but you only get rid of one proc of the Yumi.
Oh, wow, they're going to go full commit to this one here. The spell shield's already been used. Ruby being jumped on here by Ryuzaki is flashed away. There's no flash on Lurox as he used it in that last fight. Still doesn't have Cyclone either. But remember, there is a Cannon Barrage for Scarface. So you're kind of a 4.5 versus 4 there in all kind of instances. So Zero Tenacity happy just to get out with their lives.
That was the moment for Zero Tenacity to try to force the play though, because you had more ultimates available, but Shinigami,
they're still gonna go for it. They do get the charm, but he gets over the wall and flashes away. So the Zeri is well happy to keep running away. You can see Mumma took a bad trade, but a great hook only onto the dummy. So decoy has been used. Turret does go down, but it's traded off onto the top side. Yes, Zero Tenacity are getting great work in this bot side, but top lane's going a little bit to sunder.
Yeah, they will spot out Tebex here in River, though, as he starts to move away just with that ward of the back. But yeah, this is where you've got the ultimates now back up for UOL, whereas Zero Tenacity don't.
Yeah, they don't. You want to wait a couple more seconds here, and you'll have the Unleashed teleport here from Mummas, but Lurox going to go in. There's the Cannon Barrage down with the Cyclone, and oh my god, it's a slaughter. Nowhere for anyone to go, and like I said, the Cannon Barrage just makes it so much harder to even get the TP out of Sejuani, and Unicorns alone finally waking up in this game.
Yeah, UOL just do a really good job of keeping track of ultimate usage in the first fight and the second fight, right? We see UOL burn a bunch of ultimates to get that pick initially onto the Sivir in the bot lane, but now it was Zero Tenacity who actually used a bunch onto the bot lane. So this is where they go, right, we've got so much more available in our kit. The burst damage with the Cyclone, with the Cannon Barrage, also just the Yumi damage with Ruby is going to be doing so much, and immediately they burst out Zero Tenacity.
And it's a nearly 4,000 gold lead off of that. It was close. It was a little bit here, a little bit there, but look at top lane, Dagda. This Gangplank is becoming scary. Such a huge amount of gold there on him, and you're probably thinking, oh, it's only top lane, but those barrels will probably end up killing everyone and anyone if they come into contact with them.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty damn hard to try and deal with this, especially because UOL, they've kind of figured out, okay, how do we get control back of this game? Well, they got the pick, they got the play on Dragon, they've stopped that stacking from Zero Tenacity, and now they're looking at Rift Herald as well. This is where, again, Zero Tenacity trying to see if they can play into Vision, but UOL have been doing such a good job of keeping control over River.
I mean, look at across the goal differences as well. Like the Zeri now 2-1. That means that the resources you committed down bot side, all those plates are basically nullified. If anything, you know, Shinigami has just got such a great advantage now of his own, just being able to have that zeal before it. So these are small little things that are building back in Unicorns of Love favor, and Zero Tenacity, they're going to be able to have pressure over this Rift Herald for the moment because not great vision control for the side of Unicorns of Love. So should just be the objective, but again, that winning condition of playing towards bot, getting those dragons stacking, not there, and it looks like Unicorns of Love not willing to let this go for free.
Yeah, I mean, they commit everything to this Rift Herald, but you're already getting the tower on this bot side, so essentially you're kind of keeping the pace here as UOL. The only thing is, of course, is now that you got both side lanes down for UOL, it becomes a lot more easy for them to try to, like, get that vision control further into the jungle now, as you can see, like, taking over the bot side jungle, getting the vision down, now looking to see if they can try and dive onto the mid lane turret, but it's going to be very difficult. Like, one of the big reasons we see teams prioritize Rift Heralds against picks like Sivir is because of how good her wave clear is. It becomes really difficult when she's mid to crack a mid lane turret, but bit of a fumble here for VZZ. He's in the top side, so mid lane turret is all sailing for UOL.
Yeah, that's basically 2/3 of it gone there, and you can see just how difficult it is with a Seraphine. And this is the thing, the Seraphine's great, but the Seraphine doesn't build inherently AP-heavy items. She builds the Moonstone Renewer. She builds things that are built to kind of, you know, help the team out a little bit more, rather than actually be a carry herself. So this is going to be that little bit of a moment now within the mid-game where you're kind of just behind, super far behind, and no one can go up against the Gangplank. He's just untouchable on the side lane, even 1v2.
And Ahri. Like, Sebex can't match Ahri, and like, Ahri's great in side lanes because she's got so much mobility with her ultimate. She can deal a lot of damage. She's got good, like, one-shot potential as well, especially electrocute Liandry's. Ahri can kill Sebex in a side lane, so you lose out in both side lanes, which is why you're seeing UOL continuously push on these sides, immediately group mid, and again, VZZ should not be top here. VZZ should be mid because he's the only one that can really provide the wave clear they need to keep this mid tower safe.
It looks like they're going to try and maybe go for a dive here with Scarface there. Cannon Barrage, of course, always an option. But look at that one barrel. And Sebex down to below half HP. And he's been charmed. He's been killed. Didn't even get an encore because, let's be real, the crowd left before the first song.
Yeah, and Mumu's now, like, is going up against Scarface, but I don't think he really wants to be here anymore. Just was kind of more of harassing him now. Actually, oh, do they find VZZ on top?
I mean, it looks like he doesn't have a lot of places to go. Yes, he has the Ghost, but he's got to be so careful. That being said, you do get the knock-up and maybe a kill here onto mid lane. They're going to have to try and commit everything, and they will. Shutdown goes down. You use all the summoners onto that bot lane category. So Zero Tenacity not willing to let this one go. Unicorn's getting a little bit overzealous, a little bit too comfortable.
Yeah, Shiganari overextends there, especially when you look at Ruby, who had gone for the, like, TP'd into that top side or moved into that top side. It meant that he wasn't there to try and help him out. And now, at least you still will keep control as UOL, but it does mean that you've got Shiganari down for 10 seconds, 30 until Dragon, resets coming through from Zero Tenacity. They can be the ones who set up in this bot side river and try to find that front to back fight they were hoping for.
Dag, to look at the top lane difference, it is the gold lead right now. It is 4.2k, just a little bit under it there, and we have a 4.3k advantage for Unicorns of Love. So it is going to be basically concentrated into that Gangplank. So like we just saw there, if the Gangplank's not there, you can find opportunities. We're going to see Shelly dropped into the mid lane. Should be able to get about half this HP down, but this is just to kind of create pressure around this dragon. So now the hook does come out, the charm does land, and there's the Cannon Barrage very early on. I think that maybe they thought there was a bit more of a fight there. ZVZ's kind of front-riling at the moment, but this poke is starting to become poked.
Yeah, you have no Cyclone for Lurox, no ultimate now on Scarface, and you're kind of looking at VZZ's is the only one that's really down. I mean, a lot of these ultimates for Zero Tenacity are going to be up in just a moment's time, so they will start up Dragon, but you want Ryozaki's ult up for this fight.
Yeah, you can see they're trying to bait it in there with the dredge lines and the rush. The Nautilus doing well. There's a good ultimate there. It does stop Starface from moving forward, but the final chapter doesn't really hit onto anyone else. Lorax gets himself on the backside. The Encore is good for 2, but they can't really follow up onto anything else. They're trying to jump now onto the Monkey King. Get him out before he can really do anything. They get the Zhonya's there from the Nautilus, and he cannot ult in time. So Ends up being a 1-for-1, but look at these health bars. You just used everything now on Zero Tenacity, and you're nowhere the better. So Scarface with this cat on his back, the devil on his shoulder, moving forward, just trying to be as difficult as he possibly can. And everyone's just trying to back this one away. I will say Unicorn's giving respect, that they don't want to get caught out. Multiple CCs there to sound the hunt. They get the splash in. They're going to be able to take down the Ahri. But again, watch Scarface. He's the real carry of this fight. He flashes away. He gets stunned up and rooted down. The power of the Seraphine, and now it's on to Zeri. Zeri and the cat trying to run away from this one here. They should be able to keep that movement speed going again. Very low health bars, really difficult to make anything work. Oh, so you got to be so careful. But now we've reset. The dragon's still not taken, so we're going to come back here in a couple of seconds.
And we've respawns as well coming through, so the fact that these members are down ain't going to matter too much. Scarface, the only one that's actually going to be an issue, because actually, I was going to say Ruby's TP should be up, but that's actually still a bit away. So it looks like Zero Tenacity will be able to take this one, but I mean, well, they don't get to fight this. You've no ultimates really available.
Yeah, they haven't got the Ahri coming either. You can see there on the minimap, Ruby just went moving away. Lorax, though, looking to try and maybe get a bit of a steal. He knows he's not on vision. There's actually some great pink wards here from the side of Unicorns alone, but it's so risky, and you could end up losing the Baron off of this as well if you die as the jungler. So I think rightfully they back away. Zero Tenacity still got a couple of tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, great fight from Zero Tenacity. So Scarface gets good damage, but it's on to Mumu's here, and Shiganari isn't really getting any sort of pressure here. All of his damage is just going on towards Mumu's. Lurox ends up going very deep here as well to try and get the play. So that Cyclone not even getting the second hit makes it a lot easier. Sevex getting a ton of healing and shielding as this fight goes on as well. Like, having that value come through from this Seraphine has been clutch. And then you looking at the Yuumi trying to provide as much, but AoE shielding here doing a ton of work. The AoE from VZZ as well now starting to play a factor where he's actually getting to deal some damage.
And the On the Hunt giving that extra little bit of mobility, the extra bit of move speed's fantastic. And again, lots was burned here from the side of Unicorns. They lost a lot of flashes, lost a lot of engage opportunities. And yes, it wasn't clean from the side of Zero Tenacity, but a 3-for-2 when you're behind 4,000 gold and you get the dragon, you take that.
Yeah, I think the big way that you want to see these fights played out for UOL is Lurox goes in with Ruby and they dive back line.
So they're going to try and get the cleanse there at Shigarani, but they're going to be able to kind of push this one back now onto Lurax. There's the Cannon Barrage just kind of pushing people down. These health bars not really lasting as long as they possibly could, but that's going to be forcing flashes now again. Good re-engage coming in here from Zero Tenacity. They know there's a potential pirate on the flank. And Ruby playing with fire, but he knows he's got himself plenty of mobility with that ultimate, so he backs himself away. So in a 4v5, you don't get any kills to Zero Tenacity, and you lose bot lane tier 2.
Yeah, again, UOL just playing the map out well. Zero Tenacity trying to see if they can collapse onto Scarface, but Lurox is there to help out with Winsome. So again, just Zero Tenacity trying to find their victory through these fights, but UOL will continues to put pressure on these sides. And with only 2 dragons now for Zero Tenacity, they're not really getting the opportunity to easily deal with these sides. Like, you have Scarface who can play side, Ruby who can play side, and Shiganari can somewhat keep pace in mid, but you need to, as Zero Tenacity, find ways to quickly pick Scarface and Ruby when they try to play it through side lanes. Otherwise, they'll continue putting pressure, they'll start to take turrets, and that's where you're going to start to fall very far behind as Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, you do have the Frozen Heart now being finished up by Momus, so he should be a little bit better in that side lane, but it is going to be a crit plank, excuse me, coming in here for Scarface. So going to have that IE again with the changes to him very recently. It's kind of the only real build you can go right now, but it is still very scary.
Yeah, he's going to hurt like insane, like 5.5k ahead. Like, he is so much of Unicorns of Love damage, especially since you're still kind of waiting for like the Infinity Edge to come through and Shiganari before it becomes that massive threat. And I think the biggest problem that you're seeing for UOL is that because VZZ should win out of mid push, it's very difficult for them to easily play into these side lanes. So that's why you're kind of seeing UOL using instead their opportunity to try and get vision control, see if they can find Zero Tenacity in their own jungle rather than playing fully through the side lanes.
Yeah, I will say the Zeri gonna back away. Shigarani just recognizing I've been caught like this quite a few times, and this time I don't have my cleanse, so I want to make sure that I don't get caught again. But in the bot lane, like you said, Scarface having a time of his life. Not only is he items, but he's also 2 levels ahead, so those barrels are gonna start to hurt. Actually, don't hurt that much now because you have the Frozen Hearts. So, but now that you know that the Sejuani is down, I imagine they're tracking TP timers. You know there's not going to be Sejuani at the next fight, but you still have the Cannon Barrage.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of surprised to see the Collector here. I thought we'd get Lord Dominic's Regard coming through. Like, I know you still get a ton of armor shred coming through with the barrels, but it feels like to me Scarface is more going to be trying to play almost like a front to back style fight. I don't think you'll ever really get a barrel combo onto the backline from VZZ alone, and if he does, Lurox and Ruby should already be dealing a ton of damage. It would just give him more of a threat in the side lane, but at the moment it's not going to like be too much to write home about. When he finishes this Infinity Edge, that's really when Scarface's damage is going to start to balloon. Same when you look at Shiganari. So Zero Tenacity, at least at the moment though, are holding their waves in check and should be able to still fight for this next dragon in 40 seconds without having lost too much to UL's side lane pressure.
And the great thing is as well, like you mentioned earlier, is that yes, it is only 2 dragons to 0 tenacity, but it means that it's only 1 to the side of Unicorns of Love. So you're not on a massive timer. The Dragon Soul is a million miles away for Unicorns of Love, and you still have a Sivir, you still have very good scaling here on 0 tenacity, and it can come down to just team fight mechanics. That gold lead for the Gangplank is fantastic, but when we start to get to 30, 35, 40 minutes, that doesn't mean a lot because you're kind of equaling it up anyway.
Well, Rivers established for UOL here at the moment. You're still looking at Lurox. Like, an Infernal Rift like this is really good for a team that wants to flank in the manner that UOL does, because you have so many different ways you can go about it. Shiganari as well, getting good poke with the Ultra Shock Laser, and just making sure it's uncomfortable for Zero Tenacity to go in here.
Yeah, the charm does land, but again, it's only onto the... Oh, I was going to say it's only onto the Nautilus, but the Ultra Shock Laser lands onto quite a few more. You will still have the healing, and you should see those health bars very much topped up again. Charm lands back down here onto Mummus, but they're not trying to jump onto Lorax. They know which one he is. They do miss out on the ultimate from the Sejuani, but it doesn't matter. Now you don't have a jungler and no Cannon Barrage. They can't fight this anymore.
And again, Lurox tries to make these sneaky plays, tries to find access to the backline, but Ruby isn't with them. This needs to be the pair that holds the hands of each other as they go in, but Zero Tenacity now getting another dragon, and suddenly, I mean, if you're an LFL fan, you're kind of looking, wait a second, UOL, you might end up losing to Zero Tenacity and making things a hell of a lot easier for us, but also Zero Tenacity keeping their dream alive of getting into playoffs.
Again, the Ultra League yet to secure a seed. This was just a great opportunity. This is the power of the Vibe. Point and click CC. Your decoy doesn't work because you're locked on, and that means we're on a sole point for Zero Tenacity. The gold lead is just the Gangplank. I'm not even going to say that for anybody else because that's all it is. And now as we come back towards the 30-minute mark, you've got a soul that you have to fight for as Unicorns in the next 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, and this is where it starts to get really difficult again because you don't have control over mid-wave, because Shiganari can't push as heavily as VZZ. It's really hard for EOL to try and play in through these side lanes, and Zero Tenacity have been doing a really good job of not overextending in their own jungle. They're happy to just try and spot out if EOL are ever trying to overload one side of the map, make sure that they're not going to get caught out by that, and then playing towards their win condition, which is this team fight. And this is such a massive step up from Zero Tenacity. Like, this team has been a little bit shaky in playing towards their win conditions, having a strong early game, matching map pressure, but at the moment they're doing a fantastic job here in this game.
4 items now onto Scarface. He does have the IE finished up and completed, but it is equaled out, I will honestly say, by the Sivir, and now you got the Chemtech Putrifier as well. So Sebek's going to be able to kind of give the rest of his team so much value with the anti-heal, as we do see now more and more poke coming out. The Zeri, though, is still very, very scary. And for the Ultra League, it's been a while since we've seen them in a final. The last time we actually saw them in a final was 2020 summer. As I say that, they're going to catch out the Zeri, who has the flash and cleanse, but they've been followed over the wall. Shut down, given out to VZZ, who flashed to try and make it happen. One more auto attack onto the monkey would do it. It's just too separated. He turns it back, and the Ahri is dead. But Ryuzaki knows it is just to delay the inevitable. He's trying to run away. The flash is good from Lurox just to keep him on top of the Vibe, but I think it's only a matter of time. I've been said he's making some moves. He's trying to move forward, but not quite able to get away. It is a 4 for 2, and that was just a moment for Zero Tenacity. They just got separated.
Scarface says, say hello to my little friend on the backline there, immediately getting onto VZZ and changing the entire outcome of this fight. Shiganari very far overextended here. Tries to get the kill onto Voitis, but immediately gets turned on. But Scarface jumps onto Sebex, gets the kill there. VZZ tries to go over the wall himself on the opposite side and ends up falling into the hands of Lurox, with Ruby there to help him out as well. So just that having more damage dealers available on UOL's side means they can actually carry this fight through, and with that get the Baron as well. That was so close for Zero Tenacity, but Scarface just in the right place at the right time.
Again, just the added benefit of a Yuumi. You get extra combat summoners. You get to heal, the exhaust, the cleanse, the flash. You get to go with this because you just have so much extra to build from it. And again, like we mentioned earlier, Scarface so big, so scary. I will say, though, you still have very short-range composition, and you still have a Sivir and a Seraphine. So these waves are kind of easy to bid. I think the side lanes is where you're going to get the most value out of this from the side of Unicorns.
Yeah, and that's what they're trying to do at the moment, right? Push in mid first so that then they can lean into sides, because if VZZ is just able to immediately clear out these waves mid and then they can collapse on sides, it's really hard for UL to match. So now Zero Tenacity kind of doing just that, right? You push in mid, now they're trying to collapse onto this gangplank.
I mean, they could make it work. Remember, there's no flash here for Scarface. He does have teleport. They're going to know he's there, so he knows he can't respond, and they're going to try and burn him down. There's going to be no way he can escape with all the damage they have possible to them. They take down the split pushing Menace, but what do you lose because of it? You got Ruby on the top side there, and you've got the Zeri and the Yuumi in the mid. Momo's trying to do the best he can to defend this tower, but again, the Baron buff does so much, so they'll lose one inhibitor turret, but they stop the pressure from the rest of the lanes. I think Zero Tenacity can be pretty happy with the result of that.
Yeah, the fact they keep their turret is the key one, because in 50 seconds that Inferno Soul is going to be up and available for Zero Tenacity. Not having these super waves on top side is going to make it a little bit easier for them to set up for that. You can see them actually immediately starting to move over towards that objective. Stopwatch there for VZZ in this fight means he can play that a little bit more aggressive and try to keep himself safe, but he still has to be so careful about this dive from Unicorns and Love.
I mean, you got a good few seconds before Scarface on the map, so he will be in time because he has got TP and, of course, the kind of Mirage, but this is fully Zero Tenacity creating the space, getting themselves set up, ready to go. They've got great pick wards here, and with a Vine and Nautilus, this is great pick opportunity. You do have a bit of a cleanse available, though. You still don't have combat summoners for Winsome, so this is getting a bit dicey, and again, Zero Tenacity, they're holding on it, maybe by their fingernails, but they're still holding.
Yeah, you can see the poke from Shiganari and Scarface, though, starting to pay dividends. This is where, for at least Zero Tenacity, they want to try and play around their vision, see if they can find that quick engage and not allow themselves to get poked down. Voitis standing off on the side. This hook could be crucial.
Look at Lurox, he's off to the back end there. He knows he can get a bit of a side move if they go for it. So the Dragon has been started. They know it's been started, but there's a hook. It's going to go down there straight away to get the charm in. And Scarface goes golden with the Zhonya's. They get down the Nautilus. As you can see, the Vine trying to jump on this backside. They've lost the Seraphine, so your healing is no longer relevant. Yes, you got Scarface, but you lost everything else. You won the battle, and you lost the war. Unicorns are going to 4-0. Zero Tenacity, they got to hope for a miracle.
Finally, UOL are able to find the pinch that they want, but it's just not it's going to be enough more than likely as they go through towards the end. Zero Tenacity just not able to find a response at all. VZZ trying his best to run away, but it's not going to be it. UOL will close this one out.
Yeah, again, we talked about it. Zero Tenacity not out yet, but they are heavily relying on other results now. There is only one scenario where we get a three-way tiebreaker at 1.56%. And yes, we are still in that scenario, but it's going to take a hell of a difference here to try and make that one work.
Yeah, I mean, they really have to hope that a lot of these big games go very differently throughout this, where you're looking especially at that LFL representative not being able to pick up any more of their games. And I mean, that's a tough one. That's a very hard one to try and say that that's likely to go ahead with, especially with the way LFL have been dominating this tournament.
Yeah, and look, you know, I gotta say, Zero Tenacity, they came in with a game plan. They understood how they wanted to play, but I just think that Unicorns, it just got too hard. It just got too big, really, for them to kind of, you know, really kind of get away from them. And yes, you committed everything on the Scarface, but the extra stopwatch, the extra little bit of healing from the Yuumi just made it so that by the time you killed them, you still had a Zeri and an Ahri to deal with.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for them was the fact that you get, like, that last fight, Lurox actually found a really good flank onto VZZ. They committed a huge amount of the resources onto Scarface, who was able to survive. And then you've got this massive collapse, right, where Ruby is on towards Sebex, he's killing him. Lurox has gotten on towards VZZ, so the Sivir isn't really dealing the AoE damage they want. That, like, front to back style that you were really looking for Zero Tenacity never really came to fruition.
And again, it started from great play on the bot side. They knew how they wanted to play through BZZ, but it just, again, like you said, just never really kind of moved there. And again, there was so many great opportunities. I feel like this dragon was it. Think about it. You get this dragon, that means you probably have soul. It's a completely different game.
Yeah, and I think that's where we kind of saw that. I think Zero Tenacity did a fantastic job in this, but you're kind of seeing that UOL are that step above. Understanding how they can play at the map properly to make things uncomfortable for Zero Tenacity, how they're setting up vision control in the early game so Zero Tenacity can't just run away with this. And then as well, when you're looking at trying to find opportunities at these fights, UOL were making things very uncomfortable consistently for Zero Tenacity, and it just never really felt like, despite the early lead Zero Tenacity got, that they could actually carry this one through.
Yeah, it just felt like, again, just Scarface got too big. Again, like you said, say hello to my little friend. He was just absolutely massive on that backside. But didn't even get to see the full fight of him getting onto the back line after that fight because it was all focused onto that AD carry. And I do want to give a quick shout out to Ryuzaki because I think he played exceptionally well on this Vi. I think he did exactly what he needed to do. It's just, again, you're a Vi, you're a tank. You're just not going to be the damage dealer.
Yeah, especially with the build, Divine Sunder into full tank. You don't have the damage that you need to try and carry fights. And I think as well, again, like the team fighting from UOL was just a bit stronger, right? Like you see these picks that are coming through that are working out really well for Zero Tenacity, but when it came up to the straight 5v5s, like so many times Ruby or Scarface was finding his way onto VZZ. We talked about him kind of being that core damage dealer. Like even here, right? Like Shiganari gets completely caught out, Scarface gets rid of Sebex immediately, and VZZ tries to win the fight by flashing over, but he just runs directly into the rocks, and that damage is just going to be too much. So I think the multiple threats when it came to damage, the multiple flank angles, Zero Tenacity had to try and play into like backing up into their own jungle, like trying to corral UOL into a specific spot, but they just never really found that opportunity.
Yeah, and look, again, the game was still, it felt closer than the gold lead probably pertained to, but this was it. This was the final fight. You've got the flank from Lorax, and yes, it's a great ultimate use to try and kill off Scarface, but you got the stopwatch, you've got so many ways of keeping him alive, and by the time you actually kill him, everything's already done and dusted.
Yeah, again, like VZZ has to go golden immediately because the Lurok are going in aggressively onto him. He gets a handful of auto attacks off before the second Cyclone hits and he ends up falling down. So just really well orchestrated team fights from UOL, and I mean, you can see the damage dealer there. It was always going to be Scarface.
He was the kingpin, if you will, coming into this particular game, and just did exceptionally well. I think that, you know, again, the draft from UOL was incredibly smart. They recognized that, look, Sebex can play the Seraphine. They obviously want to see what we're going into. We're going to force them into a top lane counter pick, and there's the confirmation. 4-0 for Unicorns. They're not confirmed just yet. We could, of course, have a 4-2 tiebreaker between Giants, Vitality B, and Unicorns of Love. And then, of course, Zero Tenacity. They got to hope for a miracle a little bit. They've got to, what was it, kind of figure it out. But I believe we do have Ryuzaki, the jungler from Zero Tenacity, joining us here at the moment. First of all, you know, a tough loss. I think you guys played exactly as you wanted to do. But coming into this one here, I like to kind of, you know, pick your brain as such like that. You guys are coming into EU Masters, obviously, as the Ultra League champions, but you guys kept the entire same roster from last split and even last year. So how's it been kind of building that roster and building up with the same players for so long?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's, I think, always a good start when you have like 5 people from even the spring split, right? So we had a lot of things to build on from start of the year. So it definitely helped when it comes to like the summer split and everything. I think we ended up 4th place in spring. We had a lot of problems, but then after that, like knowing that you're going to be playing with 5 same people right after, I think it helps you like build on the start that you had like in the start, and then you can like continue improving. And yeah, I think it helped us a lot.
So how do you feel now going into the rest of the day? There is still a chance that you guys can make it in towards playoffs. I know it's a very small one, but you can kind of see the growth that you guys have gotten over the course of EU Masters. Like, I think this game, like, you guys show that you deserve to be here, was a fantastic showing. So, like, do you have any kind of special plans going into the rest of it, or are you going to go back to kind of playing your style and seeing if you can get it across the finish line with some helpful, some help coming through from the rest of the teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of like in a tricky situation now, so we're like looking at only one game at a time, right? I mean, I don't really personally care too much what happens. I think what's important for us is like just to show that we can actually play against these teams. Like the result right now, it's pretty bad, but yeah, I think like just taking it one game at a time and showing that we actually can play against teams. It's most important thing for us, and I hope we can like show this kind of performance against other teams as well. I think our group is pretty tough, but that's like EU Masters. You don't get like free wins here or easy teams. So yeah, I'm just happy I get to compete here, and hopefully we'll do better in future games.
Yeah, well, we have one more question for our time for one more question. I do have a quick one. Do you think it's going to be an LFL champion again, or do you believe in another region to shake the both?
Well, I mean, I think LFL is for sure the strongest, but I mean, Unicorns of Love is also showing pretty scary performances. So, I mean, if I have to bet, I would say that LFL is going to be the champion again. But like, if I see one other team, then maybe it's Unicorns of Love. Yeah.
All right. Well, Ryuzaki, thank you so much. Of course, condolences for losing today, but you guys aren't out just yet, and we look forward to your next game. And again, thank you for the interview.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
And yeah, we're going to send it out to a quick break. When we return, we'll have our second game of the day, which is Giants versus Vitality B.
You know, I don't really do this too often. I'll be good for real. Just watch. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action, we don't say. Coming for the crown, I need my fit. I don't stay in rooms that I don't fit in. She swear that I stay up on her mind like a fitted. Ain't that cap? She probably wouldn't give me time if I ain't around. She see me, email me. I need all formalities. I need all incentives. This money's about the only thing I mind, like my business. That's black on the type of wave I've been on. It's always got to crash like it's Windows. Need all of that and more. Give me all the glow. Give me one play. I'm on 24. Kobe right in that hour. Shot wet just like showers. Tell me who got all of that power. Oh, that's me. I carry loaded team. I get that ring, I'm MVP. Know that they envy me just like cement. I'm in these streets. No opportunity, knock at the door, I give you keys. My mama raised me selfish, I don't share, I play for keys. And that's all game time, know that win all mine, I'ma keep it, baby. How you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about actions, we don't say shh. We about action, we don't say shh. Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? Yeah, how you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say shh. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, only thing I need is time and the rest is on chill. Yeah, tell me when I take your spot, tell me how you gon' feel. Tell me how you gon' feel. Yeah, hey, how you gon' feel when I take it? How you gon' feel when I take it? We about action, we don't say. We about action, tell me how you gon' feel.
When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. Make it run, Ricky, run, run, Ricky, run. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If it go down, I might
Plotting on me, target on my head, oh, they thought I would find out, yeah. Gotta be joking, I ain't been 100, how do you sound now, yeah?
Oh, you better focus, I'm locked and loaded. You say the game, you
back and forth, and we back in trophies, better not get coffee. Starving, the other team was dinner, now they garbage. We mobbing, y'all really goofy, that ain't not a problem. I'm cautious, I've been on these snakes, just a garden. We novice, operations down in my apartment. They blocking, OG with the K, ain't no stopping. Better not let me out the shade, they catch the problem. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. You can keep the rings, we just want the crowd. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. When the shots fire, my soul at ease, yeah. If I go down, I might cause a scene, yeah. Them scheme, them go to sleep, yeah. They don't wanna come war with me, yeah. Make it run, Ricky run, run, Ricky run. Make it run, Ricky run, run, Ricky run. Make it run, Ricky run, run, Ricky run. Make it run, Ricky run, run, Ricky run.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Amazon EU Masters. Look at you, you're so absolutely beautiful, sitting right beside the fantastically radiant Dagda. As we come into our second game of the day, it is going to be Vitality B versus Giants. And I think this is going to be, again, a little bit of an opportunity here for Giants. They kind of need to win because otherwise they're going to be struggling to get that top two.
Yeah, and it has been a bit of a struggle for Giants. It feels like they haven't really been able to find their footing in a lot of these games. It feels like they're kind of playing to cover their losses in a lot more situations than actually being proactive. So I want to see them go back to, let's try and play through strong mid jungle. Let's lean into Kadui and Advian and actually start to get this game rolling in our favor.
Yeah, it was a relatively close affair last time these two guys went out. But again, like you said, kind of finding their win condition, Giants seeing if they can maybe get a little bit more consistent with it. For Vitality B, they don't want to be the only French team to not make it to the top two, let alone top seed. So they are still fighting for a hell of a lot of regional pride to show that the LFL is the strongest in the league. But we're already starting to see those picks and bans coming out straight away. The Renekton, the Draven, the Azir, these very explosive take over the games kind of pick. And if Ryozaki's performance in our last game is anything to go by, that Vi is a deserved ban.
Yeah, it does also mean that you're probably setting up for Vitality B to look towards some sort of Zeri pick for Jeskla. It's kind of been interesting to see how Vitality B play though, because a huge amount of the resources tend to go from like Diplex into Shigenda on that top side, like with Skeens and Jack Troll, giving a lot of those resources up there. So it feels more so like for the Antonio is going to have his work cut out. Last time we saw these two teams face off, it was like the Gwen into the Ornn, and the Antonio was definitely on the worst for wear side of that matchup. So I think Vitality B are going to be looking to exploit that once more.
Again, something you got to remember, we've seen Shigenda on the Fiora so far this split as well, or even in this tournament, to be perfectly honest, and he looks absolutely fantastic on it. And see what he's able to kind of work with, see what he's able to kind of move forward into. Giants will have the first pick right now with the Lulu banned. Again, the Yuumi is up and available, but we have seen blue side teams kind of move away from it, prioritizing the jungle pick over anything else. Whoa!
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about it already, right? The Antonio looks far more comfortable in things like these tanks in the top side, but I think that's Giants now kind of having themselves drafted into a corner, because now you have to take the Ornn. You can get a good answer here for Shigenda, Fiora, when we saw the last times. Yuumi can still be taken, Zeri can still be taken.
Yep.
And even if you take the Yuumi, I think you still get one side of the matchup, right, where you can either go for the Sivir or the Zeri. You're still happy on either side of whatever way that works, but actually going to take the Poppy in these early stages.
And the Kalista as well. Renata's still a pick that you can go with. One of the biggest bot lanes we saw being banned pretty much across the board, no matter what region you were looking at. So really powerful kind of early game skirmishing coming out from Vitality B. They're kind of recognizing, yes, you are a super tank, but you got to get to that 35-40 minutes. We're not going to allow you to get those ornaments going for the rest of your team. And already Giants recognizing they have to do something different. They're going to pick up the Tristana and they have to take away the Renata as well.
Yeah, which means a Nautilus could easily be the pickup here coming through for Jack Troll. I think it gives a ton of engage, especially for something like this Tristana who wants to try and buffer that jump. It makes it a little bit more difficult to do so when you've got like both the depth charge and that anchor toss that could try and deal with. But we'll have to see, because could opt into... Okay, I was going to say something for a Diplex in the mid, but no, they want to make it sparkle in the bot lane.
They want to try and get something going for them. I love this as well, because then you think of an Ornn, you think of a Tristana, things that kind of rush in with those ultimates, trying to get as much damage down as they quickly can. That ultimate from the Taric will stop everything you want to do. So really nicely picked up here, in my opinion, here for Jack Troll. And again, something that just fits very well in their composition. They're not pigeonholed into anything. They can still make it work with various different picks.
Yeah, also just the fact that a lot of the engage tools from Giants are very telegraphed, right? Ornn ultimate, the hostile takeover. This is where you can have that time to buy space with that Taric ultimate. Also can lean into how aggressive Jeskla wants to try and play in those early stages. Sets up schemes as well, because he now has a stun attached to the Poppy as well, so can work out incredibly well. Giants though are now starting to lean in towards those topside bans. If Fiora gone, imagine Gwen would be the next one to go as well, but you still have plenty of options for Shigenda if you want to go more towards that carry orientated style, which we have definitely seen more and more in that top side from Shigenda. And the other option then is to see what the hell Jizuke and Diplex want to try and go with in this mid lane. Jizuke always had a very wide champion pool, so I imagine we'll probably see topside for Vitality locked in here and keeping that counter pick for Diplex.
Yeah, man, there's no real need for them to kind of, go for it. You know what's going in top side. You can just see what Jizuke picks. And they're hard focusing the bans onto him right now as well, with the Azir, the Orianna, the Ryze. Lots of things that you would kind of patent pending put onto Jizuke as, some of his big champions throughout the years no longer available. With the Swain banned away as well, I think the side of Giants recognize this. They look, if Diplex gets something incredibly safe that he's incredibly comfortable on, there's not really a lot that, Jizuke can do against him, so they have to take away some of those big picks.
I think it's the Sylas. Yeah, that's what I was kind of looking at. Orianna gone, Ryze gone, Swain gone. Like, this is prime Sylas territory. And the fact you've got, like, hostile takeover, the Ornn ultimate as well, you've got so many ways for Diplex to steal away what's good about Giants' composition and use it on their own side. So, really nice pickup here. And for Jizuke, you're kind of like, what the hell do I do? Now, Jizuke, always been a very strong Zoe player. Maybe you decide to go back towards that one. Not exactly like the best of matchups in lane, but you can then try and look for a lot of this, like poke and use the range of Tristana, use the range of Zoe, and have a lot of that non-committal engage. But this could also be an answer if they want to go towards the Veigar, but we'll have to see exactly. I mean, again, Jizuke has always been someone who has a ton of champions in his pool.
Yeah, he's been around for so long. Again, remember, the big run he had, of course, was I believe it was 2018 or maybe 2019 Worlds with Vitality, and it looks like the Taliyah might be the one here. Again, it's a very high priority pick. It doesn't give the Sylas over a massive AoE ultimate, which I do like to see, but all the way down towards the end of the picks, we actually completely forgot about the cat. So Yuumi might be locked in here, and again, just kind of having a powerful bot lane.
We got the Taric. Just hope for it. It's fine.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Taric. I'm sorry, I haven't seen him in so long.
It's more going to be to figure out what Shigenda wants to go with on this top side. You could end up actually going for something like this Sejuani for Shigenda if you wanted to. Good in the matchup. You've got like a lot of melee champions on the top side, but as we already said, Shigenda prefers to kind of play that more carry-orientated style, so going to take the GP, going to make things a little bit more uncomfortable for Giants in these team fights with having to dodge away from the barrels, the cannon barrage, and you've got good follow-up to help out Diplex when he tries to go for these flanks and engages. So overall, Vitality B have a very strong mid-game composition they can try and play through on this bottom side of the map and play for, dragons around that 20 to 25 minute mark. Whereas when you're looking across, for Vitality B, for Giants, I think their big one is going to be how well can they try and play through Maxlore and Jizuke in this mid lane. Can they be a bit more proactive and then lean into side lanes? Because it definitely feels like they have the stronger mid jungle at the moment.
Yeah, it really does. I will say, a little part of me was maybe thinking there was a Tarek jungle in there with a Poppy top. But, you know, it's not that kind of a game. You're still looking to get that first.
Yeah. That meta can go to hell. I never want to see that meta again.
I mean, I'm not saying I enjoyed it. I'm just saying that I enjoy seeing it once every 7 years. You know, it's just kind of one of those things that pops up. It's really cool for a game, and then you move on with our lives. But, yeah, again, like you said, lots of ways of dealing with Giants engage. And it is going to be on Giants to kind of, I suppose, just kind of figure out how to contain this bot side. We've seen it so many times here for the side of Vitality B that they're very happy to kind of, you know, let Sagenda do his own thing and just kind of, you know, work around the map as a big 5-man unit.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big one here is like Shigenda even opting in towards the first strike. He really wants to try to poke out the Antonio, scale into that late game and be the late game insurance for Vitality B because, I mean, you look at Diplex mid-game incredibly strong off of 2 items. Jeskla as well. You've got the ability to play very aggressive with Jack Troll being able to give that invulnerability across to Skeens, to Diplex, even to Jeskla. So I definitely think these 15 to 25 minute fights are going to be very strong for Vitality B. It's Giants who are going to have to make the difference, though.
Yeah, you wanted to go for the handshake, but it went for a handshake. Guy puts his thumb up, and you get this awkward kind of interaction where you're looking for one thing and they're looking for the other. It happens to all of us, but I think Vitality B will be happy with that. I like the idea, though, coming in from Giants. If a very powerful level 1, if you can get the handshake off, you can just kind of jump over maybe with Kidoi. So we'll see what they end up working off of it now as we work towards the rest of the game. It is going to be Wukong starting on that top side of the map, and Jeskla thinking like maybe if someone gets lazy, he could be kind of there to capitalize.
Yeah, I think it's more so just to make sure that there's no like funny business coming out where they try to sneak in for a late invade on towards the blue buff, but all is going to be bog standard here. Skeen's going to start on this top side, and traditionally we've seen Skeens playing very heavily around Shigenda in this top side across EU Masters. It's kind of been interesting to see how they've nearly been counter meta, right, where you'll take these picks for Jeskla that like the Zeris and the Sivers, but instead actually lean in towards Shigenda in the top side a lot. It feels like in this game though, with the Gangplank in top lane, with Jeskla on this Kalista, it'll be much more of a bot focus here for Vitality B and seeing how they can enable this Kalista.
So they're going to go, and again, this is why we've seen the Kalista just so powerful. The level 1, and honestly, even just level 2 as well, so difficult to really deal with here. For any bot lane, to be perfectly honest. And the thing is, you take the Tristana as something that can counter it. You jump on, you get such a powerful level 2, you maybe go to try and make something work there, but you can just see how respectful the Giants bot lane has to be, because if they get caught out this early on, it's lights out for this bot lane. There's nothing they can do.
Yeah, good handshake there from Advian will keep that bot lane safe, but yeah, you have to be so careful as well, because Jeskla and Jack Troll will have so much control, it can be very threatening then for Jizuka in the mid lane, because if Jack Troll moves up, he starts to give stuns across the Diplex. You gotta dash away from both the Abscond Abduct and also the stun coming through from the from the Tarek. It can be very hard to try and play around it. Skeens though, we talked about him playing around bot side, they're looking for the dive.
Oh, that's a great handshake, though, to try and stop this one, but another great heroic charge onto him, but he's not quite going down. That pot ticking was enough to keep him alive, but they might keep going for the dive here. I will say, you do have the Wukong coming in. Max Thor not looking exceptionally healthy, though, and needs to be very careful what kind of fight he takes.
Yeah, Skeen still has the flash, still trying to see if he can get onto Kidoi, but there it is.
Oh, flash in, and without the handshake to respond, he knew he was going to be fine, but Skeens might have gone a little bit too far forward, and he will pay for it with his life, so it ends up being a 1-for-1, but you got the AD carry, and that means that they're not picking up farm. As I say that, what a handshake, what a turnaround. Giants find out an advantage, and that is definitely not worth it for Vitality B.
Great play from Advian. They had Jizuke roaming down with the push in mid, and just barely connects with that handshake to set up for the kill. So that'll be 2 kills now for Max Lore, and we talked about this mid jungle being kind of terrifying for Giants. Well, you just got a massive influx of gold for that exact spot on the map.
Really nicely done here. Diplex, he's going a little bit too far forward. No flash here for him now, which means he's going to have to go back in. And Dagda, what is going on? Giants have woken up, and they've chosen violence in this game.
Giants are looking fantastic at the moment. Like, this is definitely sad. I think Vitality B set things up really, really well, but the individual plays coming through from Giants are stepping up huge. Max Lore comes down, Skeens is overextended, so they get to pick up the kill here, but again, Advian, what a play with the handshake. Like, just about spots out Jeskla. Jeskla has the flash, but just doesn't expect to be hit by it, and immediately you can see Max Lore with the flash to follow up.
really, really nicely done. And like you said, it's giving resources to the two people you want to kind of give them for. The Dazzle will land, but again, very difficult now that you have got level 3 upwards here for the Tristana and the Renata. So this is where the matchup can get a little bit easier. You've got Perma pushing with the passive on your W. You've got ways of making this hard for the Kalista so you can't take over this bot side. So Vitality, they're changing up the script a little bit. They're saying, all right, we're not going to play towards the bot side. We're going to try and catch people out in their own jungle top lane.
And it's interesting to see that Jack Troll hasn't opted in for the tier early, because most of the times we see it, Tarek, he'll go for this early tier so then you can have a bunch of the healing that's there and just kind of use that to bypass a lot of the early stages. But instead opting in towards the boots, it means he's going to want to try and land these stuns.
Oh, speaking of landing stuns, Jizuke now in a little bit of trouble. Does have the flash should he need it, but Phase Rush Poppy comes in, and as quickly as that, she's out. So now Jack Troll maybe thinking he can go for something, but again, good warding here from Giants. They're not to be outdone. They know they haven't got the reset from their bot side, so they're being a little bit more cautious.
Yeah, Jeskla with a good freeze on bot, but this has been something we've seen a lot from Vitality B, not even just this split, but back in spring, was how mobile Jack Troll was on the map and trying to link up with Skeens in these early stages to try and play around mid lane, but not able to find it just yet, and it's still just a slight golden kill lead over towards Giants. And I'm curious to see now as Jizuke has hit 6 if they want to have him TP back into lane, push that mid, and then start to lean into bot side, because Jeskla has set up this nice slow push on bot, but that could easily turn back to bite them if Jizuke starts to roam into bot side.
Yeah, you'll have the access to the Weaver's Wall now, so definitely something you need to be careful of. And again, good moves here from Vitality B to make sure they're not being outdone. As I say that, we will see a flick forward coming in because he brought him into the waiting arms of the Wukong. Cyclone used by Diplex in defense, but I'm loving that Maxor is just kind of calling Skeens in every single one of his movements, saying, look, wherever you're going to be, I'm going to be with you. I'm a shadow this game.
And that's the thing, he's got the Sheen, he's got the double longsword, he's dealing a lot of damage, and he hasn't even hit 6 yet. Like, this only gets worse when he gets access to that Cyclone as well, so definitely in that jungle matchup, we already talked about it, like, Maxor and Jizuke have the control they need, and they have the Ryze on bot lane.
They are looking for a very long flank, or maybe they're looking to just try and catch out the Poppy, so Maxor gonna walk in here hand in hand with Jizuke, not quite able to steal away the big wolf, but we'll get a little one instead. So not getting the big dog, but getting a bit of a puppy off the end of it. You know what? We all love puppies.
Yeah, I mean, I love puppies, but I don't love what's happened to Kadui on the bot side. Like, Kadui right now, because of this big freeze that Jeskla and Jack Troll have had for so long, is falling massively far behind. And that's why I was kind of looking at Maxor and Jizuke going, boys, you need to break this. Like, you can't have Kadui falling this far behind, but now they're only starting to move down.
Here we go. The heal comes out straight away. They jump in. The exhaust there on the Kadui. There's the Weaver's Wall, but he doesn't get the positioning right. And now you've got Maxor coming in here with Jizuke. Still no level 6 here on Maxor. Now he finally has it. No flick back, but they got the flash out of him. And one more auto attack is good enough. They tank the turret absolutely perfectly. And that is what you wanted to see. Maybe a little bit late, but better late than never.
Just about able to escape, but Diplex is on the way. Resets do come through, and nice timing from Giants as well. No cannon barrage on Shigenda for that play. Meant that he wasn't able to try and follow up, so Vitality B ended up falling afoul of this play on bot side, and looked good to start off with, right? Jack Troll gets damage onto Advian. He's taken very low. Kadui immediately exhausted, but this is where Vitality B, because they think that Jizuke is going to get over the wall, they back it up, which actually buys enough time then for Giants to just brute force their way underneath. The level up for Jizuke as well just about keeps him alive, and that could have been so much worse on both sides for Giants.
Level up for Jizuke and a level up for Maxor. Just perfect. Little small moments like that. Getting that extra little bit of XP means so much. And now you're at a 2-0 Talia, 2-0-2 Wukong, who's now sitting himself on top of this Rift Herald. So this starts to accelerate the game that little bit more. Starts to put this in a bit of a bad situation for Vitality B, because the Wukong is always going to be able to outdo the Poppies. So how do you get back into this? How do you change up the script?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question, right? And for Giants, they are kind of happy to have this going in their favor. At the moment, Maxor has the Rift Herald. They can try and put that down into the bot side as well, continue to spike up Kadui. They can look to try and break mid with Jizuke if they want to, like lean in towards this Dragon on bot side. And again, for Giants, like, this would then force them onto a 2-2 with Giants and Vitality B both sitting there, like opening up the opportunity for them to cause some major issues for the final LFL representative.
And don't forget Zero Tenacity. They're looking at this going, go Giants, go. They need UOL to win every single game, go 6-0, and then they need Giants to beat Vitality. At that point, then you end up with a 2-4 tie between Zero Tenacity, Giants, and of course Vitality B. We go to a 2-match tiebreaker. So lots of Ultra Liga fans. If you're an Ultra Liga fan in the chat, you need to be knowing Giants are your horse in this race. You need to be making sure they win this. You guys can continue to go through that chance.
Also, just to try and get another Super League representative through as well. Heretics already taken one of those spots, but we're going to have to see if they can manage topside.
Topside, there is the knock up into another one, into another one. It's like a bounce house here. The Antonio will fall down, but you've gained so much off of that play. Now we can see what Vitality B can maybe try and cross map. The handshake doesn't land, which means they won't be able to get any more damage off the Skeens. But with a Rift Herald now up on topside, this could just be straight up the tower because it's still a Wukong with Sheen.
Yeah, I don't know if Maxlore wants to solo take the gold. I mean, it would be a very big monkey, but I don't know if that's actually the play they want to try and go for. Diplex though?
Diplex looking to try and make something work on the Jizuke, but not quite able to get it. Looks like Maxlore has decided he is the carry now, and he shall be taking all of his wares.
Yeah, but it does mean that Vitality B are happy to continue to play around this bot side. Jizuke out of the question. Diplex, does he want to go boss?
Oh, that's a great handshake. Completely stops the Poppy. The Poppy Copter comes out as well to make sure there's no re-engage, but with the Antonio TPing bot, that means that there's no way in hell they can go for it. And again, he's free to do this because you just took the top lane as Maxlore, so you're not really worried about that. Yeah, and for Shigenda, he's happy to just kind of go, cool, well, I'm still going to farm up. I mean, it's not going to make a massive difference. And Wukong, yes, can be a serious threat, but I think getting gold onto Kadui is going to be, or even Jizuke, getting your late game carries ahead was going to be a much better option for Maxlore. Like, you're not going to be able to abuse the fact that this top tier is down particularly well. As Giants, you're still going to be trying to play for these team fights. Like, the Antonio can't really push out this top wave over that far without having to worry about Skeens potentially coming in. And with Dragons now kind of being the main focus for both these sides, Wukong needs to be getting on towards Jeskla, making sure he's getting that damage down, but you still got Jack Troll who can come in with the Cosmic Radiance. And the Cosmic Radiance is the big cooldown that I'm looking at right now. The ultimate from the Taric is just absolutely huge, and things like the Dazzle can just make it so difficult to really find that engage, that moment to try and jump onto someone. Great, kind of dissuader, I should say, to try and stop people from getting on top of you. I will say Vitality be happy enough that they did get the first dragon as they got that trade, but at a 1,500 gold lead now coming out here for Giants means they're fairly happy with the current state of the game, and they're starting to make some moves towards this bot side after taking the top lane tier 1. They are trying to make their presence known and make sure that Jeskla cannot become a monster on this Kalista, who, again, 0 and 2, they've done a good job so far, but they need to keep doing it. Yeah, it's also just kind of worrying about Diplex, but Shigenda, he loses the stopwatch, but now the cooldowns come in, and now Shigenda needs to be so careful with where he goes from this one. There's going to be good barrels. But again, that's a stopwatch down. Yes, you have got a Triforce, but this isn't great. Now he's going to TP out because he knows that there's a Wukong coming. It will be able to get him out just in time. And you will remember this as the day you almost caught Captain Shigenda. Yeah, and the fact that that TP now is going to be down for the Dragon is huge. Here we go. There's going to be the ultimate, but they get the Radiance coming out. They're going to be able to try and kill this one on the Jeskla, but he will not go down. So it is going to be the ultimate's kind of burnt right now, but they're going to be able to steal away the Renata, turn that back onto you. It's low health bars, but it ends up being a 2-for-1 trade as Jack Troll does go down as well. Uno Mas, one more time. Vitality B. Trying to see if they can go for it. No wave is here. Advian clearing it out, but Skeens is still feeling it. Yeah, he's still feeling it, but he gets Hunshook away, so they're going to jump there. Diplex trying to make this one work. One more kill would be able to reset it, but they just can't make it happen. Advian left all alone, and ends up being, at the end of it all, a 2-for-1 trade. And 2 kills to Jeskla. The shutdown from Jizuke. You said they needed to keep this Kalista in check. Well, that's the exact opposite of what has just happened. Really good job from Vitality DB to try and play her in this side lane. They're evening up the gold, and this is where I was kind of talking about the amount of time that they're spending topside here for Maxlore is not going to help them win the game. They invest so many people onto the top side. Vitality B go for a great dive using that Cosmic Radiance, and yes, you do have the opportunity to TP in onto this bot side, but the damage is already done by the time Jizuke gets here. There's so many ways to try and reset this the aggro as well, although a little bit unfortunate there, I will say, for the Taric there and the dive. But I mean, again, now you're just rinse and repeat, right? You're 3v2. Vitality B have Skeens who can just tank this up, and they go for it again. Keep pushing forward, keep trying to look for it again. These are so close to getting resets there on the bailouts, and it can just make it a complete difference into this fight, but not to be. And again, Vitality B not to be outdone here, and recognizing that Maxor was going up topside, they had an opportunity to get a numbers advantage, and it really did work out in their favor. So now, have a look at the gold right now. Maxor still sitting pretty, but Shigenda, he's a gangplank, so he's got plenty of cash flash in. With the Dazzle, they're going to have a pretty much exclusive access onto Jizuke, and a good zoning cannon barrage means there's no real counterplay to that.
Great pick, and now you get to move over towards the Dragon. This thing just a couple of seconds. Vitality B find their moment, and we were talking about Shigenda, you know, not being able to move or at least get that teleport down to the bot side, but he'd already started to move. The Antonio again can't push this wave in far on top side, so Shigenda still has the opportunity to try and drift into mid lane. Just nice play coming across from Vitality B, again playing that map state better.
And warming up into this game. It was all Giants. It was all basically that Maxor kind of coming into this one. They want to make this one work again. They're going to put him back into the bounce house, but they really needed that Ornn ultimate to hit. They do get the flash out of him, but it costs the Wukong flash as well, so not quite able to make that one work. And again, just trying to keep this gangplank down. We saw how big he got in the last game, but definitely a bit of a nuisance in this game is the Monkey King.
Yeah, it looks like though Maxlor should be able to get this Rift-tailed. Vitality B have decided to keep Jeskla on the spot side. They want to go for that instead. You can't really contest the mid lane push at the moment, and Jizuke may even deny Jeskla the opportunity in the bot tower. So still Giants at least trying to trade up on the map when it comes towards the Rift Tower. But you need to see this gold again going into actual carries. Like, unfortunately for Maxlor, this Wukong can't 1v9 the game.
Well, Jizuke's going to find Skeens. He's got the rest of his team coming in. Remember, no flash this time onto the Taric, which means they now got to get fooled onto. So here we go. The Ornn may be trying to go for something. Remember, he just used the Call of the Forged God, though, so no real kind of follow-up on that. Again, it's still a Renata. She needs to be in a fully committed position before she can use that ultimate.
Yeah, Vitality B playing very safe from the bot side. Didn't want to overextend to try and pick off that kill on bot lane. Ended up backing away the second they see that TP coming through. But again, Diplex gets to shove in mid. He's getting to a point now where he's getting up towards the... Looks like it'll actually be the Liandry's Anguish for him to try and deal with Ornn on the side lane. So looking to be a major damage dealer in these fights. You've got Shigenda, who's already working up towards that Collector as well. He's going to be in a good spot. So overall, we're getting to these 2-item spikes very quickly for Vitality B. And with the Dragons, 2 already in favor of Vitality B, they should be able to continue to play around these neutral objectives and look to make that the win condition.
And for Vitality B, like you said, having those win conditions, despite Jeskla starting 0-2, he's now 3-2, has the Immortal Shield Bow, moving up towards the Quinzu's Rageblade, and his 2-item spike is going to be absolutely massive. But Giants seeing if they could maybe sneak around some of these visions, some of the pets, if you will, as they pop down the Ornn Horn. They flash in immediately, Cyclone as they try and get on the Jeskla. There's a good ultimate from the Taric, but a great shove back means the Kalista is not going to be able to last much longer. She will fall down, but a Stone and Ornn ultimate hits on top of 3 members, and a great abscond of Duck means that you can see now Diplex, never mind, he's deleted. Great use of the handshake there from Advi to try and get Shigenda out of this fight, but it's all happening on the other side of this one. These health bars are so low, these flashes are being used, and the flick back is working so much. Jizuke is carrying this fight absolutely for Giants, and they get a clean ace.
That was so well played by Giants. They managed to eke their way around Vitality B in the fight. Now they've got the Rift Tail charge. Now they've got a ton of gold that has just gone into their back pocket. And it's right before that Dragon in 2 minutes time as well. That might have been the fight that breaks open this game for Giants.
What a huge swing, and I really want to try and break this one down, because again, they commit so much to Jeskla, and their health bars are so low, but they just refuse to die. And again, getting the mid turret, getting all those kills, getting gold onto this Tristana to try and continually kind of push in that pressure on the bot side is huge.
Yeah, and the big one here is Shigenda not being at the fight as it kicks off. The Antonio was obviously there to start things off. They immediately get onto Jeskla, and even though he gets the Cosmic Radiance, like, not having that survivability there, not having that Kalista there, means it's immediately a 3 versus 5. Like, you can see where Shigenda is not really in this fight. TP does come through from the Silas to get here, but it's already, like, the damage is done. So they erupted into a 3 versus 5, and it looks relatively good because of Diplex being able to get on towards Jizuke, but Shigenda decides to go on towards Advian, and that's where they end up very separated in this fight. So I think if Shigenda had actually ran up into the rest of the crew, maybe he gets that barrel chain that sets it up, but you end up having this kind of like one person, two person constantly chasing onto Giants, and Jack Troll, like, he just doesn't offer anything in this fight once he doesn't have like the stun or major healing that he can continuously proc with his auto attack. So just really good job from Giants, and Diplex will get onto Maxlore, but it's kind of more of a tickle than anything else.
I mean, look at Maxlore's build right now. 4-0-6, yet to die in this game. In fairness, either as Advian, who's been doing fantastic with those handshakes, but at Death's Dance, he knows what his job is in now. He's gone from being the carry to just being the person who just has to survive, be a nuisance, constantly getting CC, constantly getting onto backsides. And Giants not done with this tournament just yet. I think a lot of people coming in today were saying, look, it's Vitality B. It's all about the LFL, but they are kind of putting a bit of a show on right now and really showing that the Super League has got some more than just Heretics. And now we're going to see the Antonio try to get jumped onto here. He's got the Call of the Forge God to maybe make something work here, but he's very, very tanky. There's going to be the ultimate there from the Renata on the back side of this. They will eventually kill him off, but Diplex now onto Advian. He gets hands shook away. The flick back on the skis right before the Dragon is not the character you want to lose. Right now, the bailout won't be good enough. There's going to be the Cannon Barrage. You steal away an ultimate. Maxlore goes golden, trying to make sure he can get back onto the backside. With that Death Stance, he's doing so much, and that means Kedui feels confident to push forward, feels confident to be the damage dealer, and feels confident to be hop, skipping, and jumping all over this fight.
Giants are coming up huge for the Spanish region right now, trying to make sure that Vitality B are going to be very uncomfortable coming into these next few games. And big difference here, Skeens not getting over the wall. Because of that, the Antonio buys so much time. Skeens doesn't actually get the easy proc into the wall, and it gives times for Giants to show up. Maxlore, in the thick of things, already gets out the Cosmic Radiance. So by the time you get Kedui here, Jizuke here, you're in a great spot. Maxlore is causing a bunch of issues. Jizuke's getting the Unraveled Earth down in the perfect spots, which is great against someone like a Kalista. It's fantastic against someone like Diplex as well. It means they can't actually threaten Kedui, and Kedui and Jizuke are getting so much damage off because they're safe the entire time.
I mean, again, you lose all your players, but you don't get anything after it. Now we're going to have another fight potentially coming in. This time around, you still have a flash here for the Antonio, so he can maybe get on top of the backside. And I got to give him a big shout out. His knockups have been fantastic. And the fact that he was able to survive so long in that top lane means that, yes, he's 3,000 gold down, but he's a hyper tank. He's going to be able to sit there forever. And now Vitality B, this isn't good for you, because again, Maxlore, the Antonio, they're on tanky champions. Giving them extra stats in a Mountain Dragon is just not what you want to be having.
It's also denying the Dragon stacking. Jizuke outscales Diplex. Kedui outscales Jeskla. The Antonio is going to be able to find these great engages alongside Advian, who's going to be able to find fantastic bailouts and also the hostile takeovers. Like, this is where now you're starting to see the issues creep in, and especially when you look at like how strong Jizuke has been at 3,000 gold lead from 6 kills on this Taliyah. Jizuke is rapidly approaching that Rapidon's death cap, where he's going to become an absolute menace.
Maybe even a Magi Soul Stealer, to be honest with you. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal, and if those fights are anything to go by, we can see just how much damage he's able to put out, and it's just not what we've been expecting from Giants. I think coming into today, similar to Zero Tenacity or today, Giants looked a little bit out of sorts. Looked like they knew that there was they knew how they wanted to play the game, but too many voices pulling it in too many different directions. Today, they look coordinated, they look cohesive, and they look like they know how they're going to be able to play these games.
So Giants now want to try and keep up their position. Use Kedui, push in mid, start to establish vision control. It means you can look for picks with Jizuke, look for picks with Maxlore. Start to get control over side lanes with Jizuke. Use that Weaver's Wall to your best advantage. And Vitality B, you have people that can match side lanes fairly well. Shigenda, Diplex can do just that, but you never want to end up giving across the opportunity for Maxlore and Jizuke to find those picks, and that's why they're kind of moving as this 3-man unit, especially when you look at Jeskla taking very long routes towards this top side.
I mean, Giants have full information of this. They got a blue ward on red buff, so they know that everyone from Vitality B is basically here. So they're just covering Jizuke, saying, look, if you try and go in for something, you try to make something happen, we're going to know about it. And it's very defensive vision coming out here from Vitality B. They don't have Shigenda on a side lane pushing in. He's a 3-item gangplank. He's going towards his IE, but he just can't really take a side lane as much as he wants to. So right now, it is Giants' games to lose, in my opinion. I feel like they're the ones in control to make sure that, you know, they can come out with a win and again put themselves closer to getting to that knockouts. This is what all of it is. It's all about getting to the playoffs and making sure that you show your region is as good as everyone else's.
And you have to be so careful as Vitality B in this as well, because if you end up in a situation where you overload one side of the map, you overcommit resources, say to dealing with Jizuke, Kadui will demolish turrets. Like, they're nothing at this stage. So you have to be very careful about how you're using your resources, Vitality B, and it'll be interesting to see now if Giants can try and abuse that. They need to get deeper vision here, which is why Kadui now in a position to push top alongside Jizuke having control over that top side. Maybe they can now link up to get that vision, but you can see how difficult it is for them to try and push forward when the waves aren't in order.
Again, you're just happy to farm this one up. You would love a Lord Dominic's regards here coming into the next fight. You've got the Ravenous Hydra. Renant's Hurricane. There's going to be the Ornhorn coming out. They're going to try and catch out the Callista, but a good Dazzling Gleam does mean, though, that the Fate's Call has to be used. So, actually, on the top of this one, Jizuke taking a 1v1 against Diplex, and this is the scaling you talked about. Jizuke can just take it. He's 2.5 items with a 10-stack Dark Seal. Diplex can't go toe-to-toe with him.
Yeah, now Jizuke clears at mid wave. We got Kadui back on, the top wave. Kadui back on the mid wave. He's just going to start pushing this in, threatening that tier 2 as well. The inhibitor turret. That's just the only thing left standing in that mid lane. And all you have to do as Giants is, even if you don't get these towers, just keep pushing them in. Oh, actually, as I say that,
they're looking for Max Lore. Very difficult to make a Diplex TP'd in, but they might put the pressure now onto the Baron, knowing that Maxor hasn't gone for a reset. He's sitting on a lot of gold that he hasn't been able to use, but without mid lane pressure, very difficult to make this one work here for Vitality B.
I mean, yes, Maxor hasn't reset, but he's still an item ahead of his counterpart, right? So it's not exactly going to miss out too much. I still think Giants in a good spot here to start pushing forward, and a lot committed there. Diplex now not having his TP means it's a little bit harder for him to match Yusuke. Antonio is matching Shigenda, and Baron immediately started. You got the reset from Vitality B. This is gone.
This is gone. There's no one around. They can maybe go with a Cannon Barrage to try and steal it if they get lucky. But yeah, he waited till it got to about 500 HP, maybe even 300, and then took it off. So Baron for Giants. They can reset just before this Dragon in 35 seconds, and they can look for a fight themselves.
Yeah, Vitality B trying to trade it for that Dragon, see if they can get some pressure and get in towards River, but they should be able to get the mid lane. Jizuke still pushing in top though, trying to answer for the tier 2. He still has that TP, don't forget. So with Shigenda the only one with teleport on the Vitality B side, he should reset and try and match this push.
Gonna go for a fight. The active bounty's coming up soon here for Vitality B, and they recognize they're gonna be in a little bit of trouble here. We're gonna see flashes burn. Advian gets away, but a Cyclone stops any real engage. But on the backside of this, you're being pincered. It's a 5v5, but you've no idea where to go. Kedui jumps in all by himself. He needs to get himself out of dodge and flashes away. He might still go down. That was a little bit of a weird play from him. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade as Giants still trading up and getting the mid laner.
Kadui thought that he'd get the reset on the jump and get out, but completely misjudging that means you don't have that AD carry for Giants. Jizuke will need to be the big carry for this one, and honestly, with how strong he is right now, Vitality B giving him as much space as possible.
Oh, he's looking for
the Weaver Wall.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall knocks him up and shuts him down. The Antonio keeps the Dragon proc. That means that you not only get the kill, you also get the teleport. And honestly, Vitality B, they're running out of options.
Yeah, I feel like for Vitality B, your time might be coming to a close here. Diplex not being able to really get rolling on this Sylas. Jeskla as well, struggling now that the game is starting to coast into the late game. And honestly, Jizuke, this Taliyah pick is paying so many dividends. Like, it makes it so difficult for Skeens, for Diplex, for Jeskla to really play this game. And the value he's getting from these Unraveled Earths has been absolutely insane. We'll get a replay here where everyone tries to jump on the Max Store, gets the Cyclone, and gets so much out of Vitality B. And Kadui, we saw him, I don't know, I thought he was trying to kill Shigenda, but Shigenda's so healthy. But keep your eyes on Jizuke, right? Like, he's getting so much damage off. The Unraveled Earths are constantly in a position where he's able to focus out members of Vitality B and just carry this through. In the bottom of your screen, though, base is under pressure.
Ace is under pressure, and that's going to force out the Cannon Barrage. They get a stolen Weaver's Wall from Diplex, but look at, you talked about the Chisana, 3 items now shredding through these turrets. So Vitality B, they're looking for something, but they haven't really gotten it. And look, this Kallista's great if you can get it going, but you're now on parity with the AD carry. You're not really doing as much as you possibly can now. With the blink back, they've caught that AD carry, and now they're dead. No Kalista available. Great knockup from the Antonio, lands on the 2. Yes, you knock back one of the carries, but it does not matter, Skeens, because you're getting taken off so much more damage. Your base is in tatters, the inhibitors are exposed, and with a couple more seconds left in this Baron push, they're going to be able to get everything they want.
And this is exactly what we want to see from Giants. Strong mid-jungle, play around bot, get those early leads, play for team fights, and Vitality B are crumbling.
Vitality B are crumbling as well as their base. It looks like a parity between the two, and there's going to be the next surge going down. Giants still looking to make it into the quarterfinals to go equal 2 for 2. They'll get the Silas. They'll get everything they possibly want. And Giants are yet to be felled in this tournament. They will continue forward and keep their hopes alive.
And Group A just got real interesting, my friends. With that now 2-2 for Giants and Vitality B, the potential for Zero Tenacity to still weasel their way back into this could be there. This is just blowing open this entire group.
I mean, what a performance, night and day to what we saw. And again, like, Vitality B play next. They play against Zero Tenacity, and we saw how well Zero Tenacity came into game number 1. Zero Tenacity are going to have a fire in their belly. They're going, look, it's not over. We win that. All of a sudden, we just need Vitality B to lose the Unicorns. Not exactly unlikely. And there's a 2 and 4. The minimum they can go for that, and they just have to beat Giants. They get themselves an opportunity.
And I think that Zero Tenacity have just been given the formula. Like, when you look at Vitality B, one of the big things that we've seen from them is how heavily they play around Shigen to the top lane. Jeskla, oftentimes left alone, could Advian is trying to go for these roam timers that don't always sync up or work with the way the map state's happening on that bottom side. And that's what we saw punished here a lot from Giants. Like, we got these early plays coming through from Skeens, but Maxlor was there to try and help out, turn these plays around, abuse the fact that the Vitality B bot lane hasn't been as strong. Kadui and gets a little bit of help. Maxlor becomes huge, and then Jizuke being able to play through this mid jungle makes it super easy for Maxlor and for Jizuke to carry out these fights.
I mean, they used absolutely everything on Jeskla, and even here you're kind of thinking, wow, they've used everything. He's dead, but your health bars are so low with the Gangplank coming, with the Silas coming. This should be a turnaround, but they just skirt on the edge of dying so often. They're on several hundred HP combined.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Giants got away with this was the big difference maker, right? This is where we really saw the course of this game turn, where Giants were like, Jizuke is huge, we can play around him. Maxlor doing a good job of consistently kind of weaving in and out with the clone as well. It just felt like Giants got that lease of life that they needed, and now sitting at 2-2, I mean, that's one of the big points of hard work done now for them, taking down the LFL representative.
Yeah, I mean, this again, it kind of reeked of desperation a little bit. Like, yes, you get your man, but it's an Ornn. See how long it took you. See how much resources you had to give, and now you've no ultimates. Literally none. You've absolutely no way of getting out. You're just burning flashes, burning ways of just trying to escape. So it just felt like this was Vitality B just not really having control of this game for the first time, and recognizing they needed to do something. It just wasn't what they needed to do.
And now we'll have to see how both of these teams, Vitality B and Giants, do against Unicorns of Love. Because if Giants are able to take down Unicorns of Love, suddenly they're in a very strong spot, and they'll have to try and keep their eyes on seeing how Vitality do against Unicorns of Love in our last game of the day. Or if UOL beats both, we could still be forced into that interesting tiebreaker scenario. So all to play for now, and UOL almost playing like God's hand in this to see if they can control the fate of some of these regions.
I mean, it comes down to some of the big moments, I think, from both these sides. I think UOL thought maybe, okay, we just got a Vitality B later on the day, but I think Giants and I think Zero Tenacity are going to be feeling very, very good. And even Vitality B, they're going to have to bounce back from this, because this was not the expected result. They're now 2-2. And not only are we thinking about maybe they're not going to be able to fight for top 2, or top 1, they're not going to be fighting for top 2. They're going to have to fight with Giants now. There could be a tiebreaker at the end of the day.
Yep, and I mean, it's looking pretty likely, and especially if Jizuke is going to put on performances like that, it feels like Giants could actually play upset and suddenly bring it back in this last day of groups at the Amazon EU Masters. 2-2 now for Vitality B and Giants. Like, this group suddenly got so much more interesting.
It really, really did. But we do believe we have an interview now with the support of Giants, Advian. Advian, first of all, congrats on there. And I got to say, just straight up, that flash handshake level 2 bot side, c'est magnifique, my friend. It was insane. What were the comms like during that moment? Was it as hectic, or was it just you going, yeah, I got this?
No, I just said I can flash, and then I flashed, and then I hit him, and after that, no one even praised me. So I don't know. I'm happy you mentioned it.
We got you, bro. We got you coming into this one. But yeah, again, great work for you guys, obviously, and the tournament is very much still alive for you. So are you guys taking it as a big plan for the tournament, or is it more just like one game at a time?
I mean, we're taking it one game at a time. I know from my last year Masters where I went to finals, I also started 1-2 in the first week. So I know anything can happen, and I hope that we can just make it into quarters the same way as I did last time.
So how confident are you now? Because obviously you've just taken down the LFL representative. You still have Zero Tenacity and Unicorns of Love still to play. It feels like you guys found your stride today. Are you confident going into that series or that game against UOL, or are you still nervous to see how you can do against them?
I mean, I'm confident. I was confident this game. I'm confident that game. I think we can win. We just have to play good. So if we play good, we'll win the game.
Always good to see. Always a positive mentality coming into this one here. And I think our final question for this one will be just, obviously looking at the LFL are always on everyone's minds for the ERLs. How do you kind of like compare the styles, or even like the way that they play the game compared to like the Super League or even everyone else, in your own experiences?
Well, I don't think there's styles or whatever. I think every team itself has a different style. Like some players or some teams like to play around top, some teams like to play more around bot. But I don't think the LFL or the LVP has a specific style. I do think in general, LFL teams are quite strong. But as you can see, they can be beaten. So yeah, it's up to anyone.
Oh, thank you so much. And of course, congratulations on this win. We look forward to see you very much later in the day, kind of see if you can continue with that run. But again, thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
All right, well, we're going to toss it to a quick break, but don't forget, it is LEC Finals this weekend in Malmo. You got the third place match, then followed up on the Sunday by the finals as Vogue, Fnatic, and of course G2 look for the title.
You know what Mr. Bat, right?
Look, I wanted these LEDs and they're on sale.
Tries to come back. This is exit kick going absolutely.
All in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. Feel like I can never lose, put it all on the line. Every day we gotta choose, how we wanna manage time. Yeah, they know I gotta feel it, in order for me to want it. Nobody can stop me when I put my mind to it, manifest and I own it. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, cause that can move me. I feel like I'm in a movie. Watch how they try to imitate me, but can nobody else do me? People they know when they see me, they better believe me. I'm going all in when I'm logged in. Can nobody defeat me? I got nothing to lose, yeah. 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 I'm going all in, put it all on the line, 'cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, 'cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, 'cause I know that I'ma win. I'm going all in, put it all on the line, 'cause I know that I'ma win.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
All that you love is a feast for the lions. What time it feel alive? Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's fairy tale in disguise. Who starts to fight? Who starts the fire? We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. It's big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Who starts the fight? Who starts the fire? We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide. It's big enough. We'll find a time and steal the love. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up.
Specjalne, dostępne, tak samo jak i dostępne jest to Wombo Combo ze strony Agoro.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Amazon EU Masters, where we're coming into our third game of the day. And if you're just joining us, things are about to get spicy. The 0-4 Zero Tenacity, they were down, but definitely not out, have been given a lifeline, Dagda.
Yeah, I mean, the LPL boys come in and we bring the hot pot with us, you know, making things as spicy as possible for this. I'm delighted for it, right? Because it does make things significantly more interesting in this group. Zero Tenacity now have that lifeline. If they can beat Vitality B here, they can maybe beat out their opposition later on today as well. Make sure that they're able to get themselves into that tiebreaker scenario, but it may also be Vitality B now who could find themselves also facing off a tiebreaker against Giants later on if that ends up going their way as well.
Yeah, we got plenty of potential tiebreakers coming into today, but we got to talk about this first game. Vitality B just coming off of a loss, and honestly, they looked a bit out of sorts. It didn't look like the Vitality B that we had known from the first round robin, and now they're coming off of a basically either revenge or to dig their hole even deeper. We'll have to see. I love the Annie band kind of saying, look, we can't need anything crazy right now. We just need standard and we're okay.
I mean, it's the Sebek special, right? He's brought it out before the EU Masters. Definitely a nice pocket pick for him. But, I mean, the fact that as Vitality B, you have to give that across does mean you're leaving open some of these potential big counter picks as well, power picks, especially on red side, right? So I'm curious to see now what the last ban from the Ultra Liga representatives is going to be, because I'd be eyeing up Yuumi and try and get that away from Jack Troll.
No, I was going to say, actually, something that we've been seeing consistently banned all day has been that Draven. We saw it from Giants, we saw it from Zero Tenacity, and we'll see it again from them as well. So focusing those early skirmishers in that bot side, making sure that the Vitality B don't have that early game that they probably wanted in the last one. And now Vitality B looking towards the Aphelios, but I don't think you want to be going for that just yet. The Sivir and the Zeri still up and available, and there's plenty of jungle options for you as well.
Yeah, I will say it has been a bit of a Jeskla special. Like, I think, well, even EU Master special, there's been a lot of teams that are prioritizing the Aphelios over things like the Zeri and the Sivir. So we'll have to see exactly how this one is going to plan out, because for me, I think you kind of look towards things like the Wukong, the Poppy, the Trundle. All these big junglers still left up and available, so looks like the Trundle will be locked in here for Ryuzaki, something that can give a little bit more of that that more power in those early skirmishes in that jungle role. And I think I was actually going to say the Zeri here with the Vi gone, but it looks like VZZ happy to go back towards the Sivir that we saw earlier on today.
Yeah, again, kind of didn't look terrible on it. I think definitely was an unfortunate situation in a lot of different ways. He got a lot of resources given it to him, and I think now that you have Ryuzaki, who was on the Vi in that game one, looked fantastic on it, going onto the Trundle, something that has agency. And I like this as well, because it's kind of saying to the side of Vitality B, look, you either take the Wukong, which isn't a great matchup into it either, or you take the Poppy, again, something we can work with in the Trundle. So I really like that Zero Tenacity are kind of recognizing Ryuzaki's just kind of potency in that last game and pushing them towards a potential move as well in that jungle.
So interesting, going for the Leona here for Jack Troll. This was a pick that Jack Troll was kind of well known for back in the day, but it's also interesting to see that they're like, hey, look, we want to play aggressive in the spot side. So Vitality B heavily want to prioritize playing around Jeskla, or at least having Jack Troll active on the map and playing around this mid lane. Sebek though going for the Azir, decent pickup in the mid lane, means that you can have a lot of control. Great late game fighting for Zero Tenacity, and kind of putting the pressure or the heat under Vitality B to actually find this early game success, because you can ban away late game scaling mages that can kind of match the power of this Azir now for Zero Tenacity and have that better scaling on your side.
That's the thing as well. Like, we've seen the Azir consistently banned against most teams because it has just fit into that scale up. You've got an ADC that's going to be able to go with you. You've got massive pressure to be able to control that mid wave. So now we're starting to see things like the Sylas. I wouldn't even be surprised to see the Ahri banned away as well from Diplex, excuse me. And now Vitality B, where do you want to try and take this draft? Where do you want to try and kind of focus them in? And I do like the fact that we're going to see the Lulu. Almost certainly got to see the Yuumi as well.
Yeah, I mean, get rid of those ones that can just have that hyperscaling for this Sivir in the bot side. Still things like the Renata open, so you can't really get rid of all of them on Vitality B side, and I'd actually maybe be even more scared of the Renata. Like, this is a composition of Vitality B that's incredibly short range, wants to try and get in your face. I actually think both the Yuumi and the Renata were probably more terrifying here, but I think you got to get rid of one, so it'll probably be the Yuumi that we see go.
See what they want to go for. The Swain being banned away. So again, things that Diplex have been comfortable on so far, but they go for the Yuumi. The Renata's still up and available. And thing is, you've now given Mumma's counter pick as well, such as Yenda, who has had a great tournament so far, not going to be able to go for it if Zero Tenacity think they can go for it. But no, they're actually going to leave counter pick for support and just go straight with the Aatrox.
Surprised. I actually did think that they were going to go towards something like the Renata that we were talking about, and then Mumas can kind of decide, hey, look, I want to go towards the Aatrox or an Ornn, or like something like the the Sejuani as well, but not wanting to give that across. We get the response though. First Shigenda with the Fiora. This is an old school counter that Fiora will outscale the Aatrox, but certainly in the early stages, Mumu should have a good amount of control in that top side lane.
Yeah, again, see what they want to try and put into this one here. Again, I love the Renata here. I think the Renata, honestly, I feel like the Renata should have been first, but maybe they were just afraid of Shigenda kind of picking up that Aatrox and then they wouldn't have a response to it. But I do love the Renata coming into here because, again, you're looking at a Kali, a Leona, even a Poppy just running in onto your face. Like you said, very short range. That ultimate can have massive problems for the side of Vitality B.
It feels like Vitality B are playing a very different style from what we usually see them go for, though. Like, this is hyper split push focused, right? Big problem that I see with that is, like, yes, you'll have like Fiora eventually outscales side, Akali eventually outscales on side. You don't win mid push, which makes it very, very difficult for you to actually try and go for those plays. We actually saw in our last game how difficult it was for not Unicorns Love, why am I blanking? Giants to try and get control over side lane when they were up against the Sivir, because Sivir's so good at clearing out those waves and very quickly grouping with her laner. So I think this is where you're gonna have your work cut out for you as Vitality B. You kind of need to find ways to smash this early game, or else you're just gonna get outscaled by what Zero Tenacity are bringing to the table.
Yeah, I really agree. I think Zero Tenacity have built themselves a composition that, should they be able to kind of shore up the slight early game issues with that Trundle, they've got plenty of options going on later. So it's going to be on Vitality B to be the aggressor, similar to what we saw in last game where they had the Kalista. It's on them to make things work, to make moves that will give them a push in this game. We're going to have to wait and see what they're able to do, because we are jumping onto the Rift. Remember, if Zero Tenacity do lose this game, they are out. Definitively, 0-5 will not be good enough. However, if they win, there's a potential three-way tie for second place that we could absolutely love to jump down the throat of. So Vitality B, they don't want to go there. They want to at least have a tiebreaker match against Giants later today.
Yeah, a lifeline has been given to Zero Tenacity by Giants, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to seize it, at least at the moment. I like the draft, great scaling, great opportunity to try and like have your bridge with Mumus in that top lane in the early stages, Trundle as well, controlling the jungle matchup, and you've got like push top, push mid, push bot. Like, everything is kind of set up for Zero Tenacity to ease themselves into that late game, play for early dragons without having to worry about Vitality B contesting. And it's going to be on Vitality B to try and surprise and upset Zero Tenacity in these early stages.
Wait to see what they're able to do. Of course, long time since we've seen a Ultra Liga representative in the finals of the European Masters. Summer 2020 ago, Rogue, who were able to take the title on that particular occasion. So since then, we haven't seen them in the finals as such. They, of course, had Kick Neosur from the before that, and I think all the way right at the start of EU Masters we had a Luminar right before we had the ERLs kind of really having qualifications. We've come a long way as an EU Masters tournament to get where we are right now. Back from 2018, 4 years of tournaments. It's been a while. So again, a very kind of storied history here for the Ultra Liga. They don't want to go into quarterfinals without a representative, and Zero Tenacity at 0-4, they're down, but they're not out, and they are the last opportunity they're going to really have.
I mean, Jack Troll trying to get up into face of Voices, but at least good trade back. Zero Tenacity, I keep my eyes to see what Ryuzaki is up to. Starting for this 3-camp clear, it looks like he's going to start to move into that bot side, and that's where it could get interesting to see if Ryuzaki's just going to look for the crab, or if he'll actually look for some sort of play onto the bot lane.
Well, it's already been pushed hard in. Oh, Jessica playing with fire right there. You can see without the handshake landing, he is in a hell of a lot of trouble because he doesn't have cleanse either. He's going with the heal. Definitely means that any CC that lands is going to be a hell of a lot more difficult to deal with. So wait to see what ends up happening in that bot side. Looks like we are going to have Ryuzaki just kind of hovering in this blue side jungle of his, moving down towards that scuttle like you mentioned, and just making sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed.
Yeah, with Sevex though, going to start moving boss. You've got Trundle on the spot side as well, and Poppy. If Skeens shows top, that should be the go button to try and look for a dive in bot lane, but I don't think he's been spotted, and Mumu's might be in trouble now.
Yeah, Mumu's is pretty screwed right now. There's not really much he can go for. He does flash away, does get the healing, and actually turns that one back a little bit in his favor. So nicely done. And actually, what we were looking at topside bot lane, Jessica took a very unfavorable trade. Didn't lose any summoners, but still not exactly an ideal situation there for the AD carry of Vitality B.
And there's Ryuzaki that we were talking about coming into this bot side, so giving plates over to VZZ. Fiora for Shigenda should get some plays on that top side, but at least TP for Mumus to come back into the lane means he will be very decidedly behind on CS, and at least Shigenda will have a lot more control on this top side, but should give a little bit of an easier time for Mumus. At least he won't lose out the entire way.
Have a little picture-in-picture replay there. As we can see, it looks like just they looked for an aggressive move there, but a great handshake just puts them in such a bad, precarious situation. So, again, just kind of both sides of the map deciding which one they want to win. I think very obvious Vitality B saying, look, we're going to put resources here into Shigenda and make sure he's our carry, but there's still a Sivir on the bot side. You have to be so aware of how much power that brings in the later stages of the game.
And that's again what we're going to be waiting to see if Zero Tenacity can try and play for that. Shigenda needs to absolutely brutalize Mumus in this side lane so then he can completely take over and deny Zero Tenacity a lot of pressure on the map. But at the moment it's a good start, right? 20 CS lead for Shigenda. He's starting to bully out this Aatrox. Mumus now find it tough to try and approach the wave because he's that level disadvantage. So beyond now Zero Tenacity to either have Ryuzaki fix what's happening on this top side, or, which I'd probably prefer, double down the bot lane plays. Get Sebx out of lane, start looking for bot side, especially with level 6 going to be hit in just a minute's time. See if you can set up a push and turn that into that bot lane play.
Well, you wanted Ryuzaki to maybe go into the spot side, but it is going to be Skeens making his way down. But VZZ playing the weak side as best as he possibly can, recognizing that he doesn't have his support nor his jungler in the vicinity. But they still might look for the dive. This is a little bit risky because there's still a cleanse and flash here onto VZZ. There's no ignite as they try and make this one work. There's going to be a cleanse very late. They have to wait for it. Jack Troll goes very low. They get the bailout, but nobody's tanking. And that's first blood going over to the side of Vitality B.
Yeah, VZZ kind of choice paralysis in this bot lane. Decides to use the cleanse late, then doesn't flash away from Skeens on the slam into the wall, so ends up costing a lot of issues there. If he'd gotten the bailout, maybe that could have worked out, but not going to be the case now. Ryuzaki looking for Jack Troll, no flash.
Yeah, they're going to try and see if they can get on top of him, but a heal is there. You're going to see maybe a handshake as they're looking to try and trade it off, but he won't be able to get it, and that's going to be a nice little stun. Flashes in, but they flash back coming in from Skeens. You got to be careful, though, as he's going to have a bailout. They need to try and run away, and they should be able to stop anyone from falling down, so no resets coming out, and again, another kill onto Jeskla.
Yeah, it started off well for Zero Tenacity in this game, but it's starting to run away with them now. 2 kills for Jeskla is going to even up the goal difference that CS lead is kind of giving them across, and it's just messy, right? Like, Ryuzaki ends up trying to overcommit onto Jack Troll. Jeskla gets the heal, gets the Gravitum to stop it, but Voitis here not able to connect with either the loyalty program or the handshake, means they have to overextend as Ryuzaki, and Skeens here with a good flash to follow up and set up another kill for Jeskla.
Yeah, again, Skeens having that phase rush. Really nice pickup of the Ruined, if I'm being totally honest, because again, it gives him that extra little bit of move speed, so he can't just get wailed on here by Ryuzaki, as both the junglers had used their flashes. So nicely recognized here by the Poppy on the side of Vitality B. And again, 2 kills, like you mentioned, is going to give basically 2 longswords. 2 kills, 2 longswords is what it ends up equating to. So Zero Tenacity going to try and maybe start this dragon stacking off a little bit earlier, but Diplex is well used to this movement, and they haven't spotted that ward off the backside either. So they're getting free information now on the side of Vitality B.
And the thing is, Sebx hasn't really done much with the push that he's having mid, right? So now you will get a bit of pressure, but Diplex having 6 means that Sebx has to play this very safe. He's going to be zoned away from that bot side of the map where you'd like to try and move over for Dragon, like to try and make some sort of play, but it is more so being Vitality B who've kind of been dictating the pace of this game, which was not really what you wanted for Zero Tenacity when they had pushing lanes across the board, and even in that top side, they should have been the ones winning that matchup.
We'll wait to see where they all kind of go for. I know, I always try to pause. This is a funny thing. When you're casting online, you don't know if the person's pausing intentionally or they've DC'd. So it was a fun one. Oh, flash going to be used there, which does bring Jack Troll a little bit closer to the tower, but they get the CC down on the VZZ. He's ignited, but he shall not die. That's going to be more power going over to the side of Vitality B, more push as well, and this is starting, like you mentioned earlier, to run away from them. This Aphelios Leona is just too powerful. It's a kill lane.
And the problem is that now you get the ability for Jeskla to actually take some of these turret plates. Skeens isn't under threat in this top side because he knows VZZ's just had to reset, and Shigenda is destroying this top lane matchup. A 40 CS lead now for the Fiora, so Skeen is like, yeah, go on, try and come over here. I've got a Fiora who's going to be over in just a second.
Well, Skeen's going to find Ryuzaki right now, so no flash, remember, onto the Poppy, but with the Akali and the Fiora both hovering down. Don't forget Shelly is still procced and ready to go, so you're going to actually see a little bit of a perfect execution coming in here. Maybe we look for a bit of an engage. He puts him right on top of the Renata. Should be able to go down, but will be traded back from the bailout, so they trade back a kill. Feels like Vitality B, they had the run of this, but they overextended into the mid lane.
Yeah, Shigenda a little bit slow coming in towards the play on the bot side. You can see Skeens was kind of waiting for the Fiora to come down. Diplex as well, not ready able to get access. So a little bit messy, but I mean, one kill, not anything really to write home about, especially if they get this.
Oh, don't land the ultimate, so Skeen's not going to be able to get that one there, but again, blows the flash, which means we're going to see Momus going very, very scared underneath this turret, and without a World Ender as well. I just don't see how he's able to kind of go into this. It feels like the game plan from Vitality B of getting Shigenda ahead is working wonders.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be massive for it. There was the opportunity if they wanted to try and use the Rift Herald on top side and just further push Shigenda ahead, but you can actually see Skeens is like trying to look for the counterplay, right? He's like, okay, Dragon will go down, maybe we get a dive on bot side, maybe we get a kill.
Maybe they do get a kill. You do have the hostile takeover, and that will save his life. They get able to trade it back, but sadly for them, the Leona wasn't able to put the CC onto anybody of importance. Now you can see with a flash forward, the Zenith Blade doing some work, but Stasis going to keep him alive. The spell shield doesn't really do a lot, and this bot lane from Vitality B, they're done with being passive. They want kills, and they want them now.
And this was just really well read by Skeens. Like, you end up moving into this bot side, Jack Troll sets you up, and again, you could look to use the Rift Herald bot, but I think Skeens still wants to get this play in towards Shigenda the top side, like try and force open this map, but at the moment, this is going so well for Vitality B, and one of the things we talked about was Sivir, you know, being able to match the push. She still will be able to do a good amount of that, but she'll have to play so defensive now with how far ahead Jeskla and Jack Troll are ahead. Vointis, good use of the ultimate to buy space, but tries to stick around that bit too long, tries to still be useful in this, like, essentially 2v3, and Jack Troll ends up punishing him for it.
Almost trading back his life, but using that perfect timing to do just that. And now you have a Gale Force here for Jeskla, so big item spike here, going to be able to be so much more aggressive into VZZ, and Zero Tenacity, they're not super far behind just yet, but it does feel like it is localized towards this top side. You can see, again, they're just really unafraid right now. Having most of the components of his Divine Sunderer means that he's not really worried of getting turned on here by Momus. So this I suppose, Eclipse Aatrox, which we generally see, you know, kind of more so these days, is not really going to have that same mid-game impact that we expect it to have.
And this is supposed to be the good part of this matchup. Like, since the changes that we saw to Aatrox, with how strong he's become in the early stages, it's actually a little bit easier for Aatrox to try and use his passive damage, like continuously poke out the Fiora, and just the damage that he can get off of any of the sweet spots means that you get to trade back a huge amount of that that power that Fiora used to have in the riposte.
Oh, great solar flare, and that means they're going to be able to land absolutely everything but a great Emperor's Divine. Flash, perfect execution. Dexblitz trying to run away from this one here with the Subjugate down on top of him, and Jack Troll in tow means that, yes, a lot was used, but they still get their man.
And now topside Skeens ain't done.
Really doesn't want to use this World Ender. You can see he really wants to try and just get out of this. He should be able to do it, but again, he loses so much. Not only are the minions going to go away, but his tower as well.
It feels like the lifeline that Zero Tenacity were given by Giants is slipping between their fingers. Vitality B are angry after that last one, and they want to make sure that they can close out this game cleanly. 3k gold lead now for themselves, starting to open up, and I mean, this was just really well played. Jack Troll, good roam, playing towards the Akali. And even here, Diplex waits for the follow-up from Sebex, and then able to follow through with that Shuriken.
Again, so difficult to really deal with that amount of just lockdown as well as just straight up damage, excuse me, as Diplex knows he's just in a much stronger position, able to walk forward so confidently, saying, look, it doesn't matter that you have a Crown of the Shattered Queen, because I'm going to be able to beat you regardless.
I mean, that he's able to just pop the Crown of the Shattered Queen pretty handily, and this is where this matchup really starts to become an issue. for Azir, and only going to become more of an issue if we end up seeing Vitality B start to play towards side lanes. Rift Tower up in 2 minutes time though is going to be very important for Vitality B. They need to use that to start cracking open this mid lane tower, like giving them the opportunity to actually play in towards side lanes. Otherwise, VZZ, very easy to clear waves, same with the Azir. A mid lane needs to be their priority, because otherwise they can't really try and play through side lanes as effectively, because that mid lane is just going to be a bastion of defense that Zero Tenacity can actually use to direct themselves around the map.
I mean, look more and more towards how you kind of come back into this as Zero Tenacity. You're now down 4,000 gold. And Ski, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think there's much else for you, Sebex, to go. He will get stunned up, but they were all just a little bit too far away. And this is what Vitality B can do when they own the kind of tempo. They know they can make these kind of cheeky plays because they don't really lose a lot for doing them.
Still, though, will be the ultimate down from Jacktro. Nothing really used by Sebex.
Oh, they're going to look for the handshake. There's going to be the ultimate as well. They're going to take down Jack Troll, but can they get themselves out alive? That's the question. VZZ just not really a lot else he can do here. The bailout's going to keep him alive, but it's not going to be able to save him. So now you're looking at this, but look at top side. You're just losing on the top lane so much. That's a level difference. That's a 2,500 gold difference. And this is just becoming unsustainable here for Zero Tenacity.
Shigenda very quickly approaching that flame horizon. Like, this is getting very much out of control, and Zero Tenacity now looking to see. Oh, they found him.
They did find him, but can they kill him? That's the real question, because you don't really have the shifting sands anymore. So Shigenda taking a lot of damage. He will get the riposte down. They should be able to chase him out. Flash in with the handshake just to make sure they can go for it, but a flash over. Not going to be able to keep him going there. And actually, oh no, no way. Shigenda, he gets hit by the pillar, and he almost got the perfect escape.
Vitality B now trying to answer on this bot side, but really Zero Tenacity should be starting this Rift Herald. They need to keep this out of the hands of Vitality B. Schemes will just push VZZ away. Like, I feel like losing this bot tier 2 isn't actually as bad as Zero Tenacity think it is. Rift Herald should be more important, and looks like they've read that. Ryuzaki is going to start up the Rift Herald, and they should deny Vitality B a lot of time to get onto this mid lane turret.
But Dragon will be the prize here for Vitality B, as they do recognize they have total control on that bot side. So going to get their first one of the game on only 15 minutes. So not the latest, but definitely not the earliest. As now we start to see full items being picked up for basically everybody on both teams. Finally an Eclipse being picked up here for Mumus. But yeah, this game is getting harder and harder. It's now 5,000 gold, or just underneath the, excuse me, it's actually 4,000. My maths is terrible. But again, it's just where it's localized. You're looking at an Aphelios and a Fiora with just so much to work, and they're trying to catch up Zero Tenacity.
Zero Tenacity should get this. They need to escape though. Get the hell out of dodge before it goes sideways, but it's already there.
There's a good hostile takeover to try and stop this movement from Diplex, who gets jumped on the backside of this one here. It's a fight on two fronts as he gets the perfect execution to find the perfect exit. Mumus has got the World Ender, but you don't have a Sivir, which means you're just not really able to make that one work. So yes, you gained the tower, but you gave over 2 kills.
And that was exactly what I did not want to see from Zero Tenacity. I wanted to go, look, you guys need to just play this slow. You don't actually need to get anything with this Rift Herald. You need to deny it away from Vitality B. But again, we're kind of seeing a bit of overextension from Zero Tenacity. VZZ again kind of being in this bot side. VZZ should be mid lane right now, just collecting waves, keeping off of this mid tower. And every time we seem to see Zero Tenacity like go for one of these big plays in the map, it's with some core member off in a side lane that isn't in a position to actually help when Vitality B collapse.
Now my maths is correct. It's 5,000 gold as we come back into this one here. And that's after they took that turret. Yeah. That's how I roll, man. I just knew it was happening. I knew it was coming. But yeah, again, like you said, it's so difficult for Zero Tenacity. And it does feel like they're trying to devolve the game into being scrappy, into, you know, more isolated skirmishes rather than big 5v5 team fights, because it feels like they're just not comfortable with that setup right now. So with the side lanes really not going in their favor, they're just not going to be able to try and have that same level of impact. But I will say the Sivir is getting pretty big. You are getting up to a second item. You are going to be able to try and wave clear pretty effectively. And of course, there's apart from that top side, there's actually very few towers that you can really kind of push in if the Sivir's in that lane.
Yeah, Zero Tenacity's job here is just ping pong waves. Like, Sebex can just move back to bot side, clear that wave very easily. I mean, these lane minions don't survive a chance against the Sivir, as you can see right now. And as long as you keep this mid lane tower, you're totally fine. Like, 3 minutes until the next dragon, it'll be the second one for Vitality B. You do not care. Just look to get items, look to scale, look to get to a point where you're in a better spot. But Sebex now moving back down towards this bot side again. he's going to be able to clear it the way fairly handily. You got Aatrox who's there as well. Like, you never have to overextend here as Zero Tenacity.
Well, they're going to look to try and make it. They took a long route, though, to make this one work. You can see just how afraid Sebex is as the Whirlybird coming out.
A TP behind.
Oh, they're looking for it. The Aatrox trying to make this one a 5v4, and they're going to try and make it work now. Remember, Sejena still has a TP, but it looks like he's not going to even bother coming in. Never mind, here he goes. There's going to be a good hostile takeover, but is it good enough? I don't think it is. You're just trying to waste as much time. Nobody on the side of Vitality B goes down, and everyone from Zero Tenacity has to run. You've lost 3. You've got your bot lane left alive, but I don't think it's going to do you much good.
Now, Vitality B find the pick, they'll find the towers, they'll find it all, and that is the game cracked open finally for Vitality. Now they're able to get their lanes into a position where they really can start to threaten towards these inner turrets, get control over objectives like the Baron, and continuously look to play at these side lanes with Shigenda and Diplex. Just like that, Zero Tenacity end up just drifting completely out of the game.
And again, we're just seeing Vitality B just having stronger lanes, having stronger players in pound for pound, just kind of working that advantage in its own right to make sure that they're getting what they want. It's a 2,500 gold lead in top lane. That's basically a full item. And it is a full item coming out right now. You got the Ravenous Hydra, so sideways are not going your way. Bot lane, you're really not on the item spikes you want to be as a Sivir, and that's why this Aphelios can be so damn more important to your team, because he just gets better spikes, and it's just getting harder and harder and harder. And even with the Akali picking up the Zhonya's, it feels defensive, but it's actually offensive. As you can see now, Jack Troll going to try and get him caught out. You do not land the Keeper's Verdict, but again, you don't really have much else to do. I'm sorry, Sebex, we got to leave you to die because we don't have any other options. But Akali on the backside of this is feeling confident and absolutely deletes VDZ. That is a huge play coming out from Vitality B, and they're having fun.
And the thing is, they didn't even have Shigenda here. Shigenda's just continued to push in topside. This was just Vitality B flexing their muscles, and everyone in Zero Tenacity has to run away scared. Shigenda now starting to drift across because they see Baron is spawned. It's 20 minutes into the game, and they want to take it immediately.
Yeah, this game went from bad to worse here for Zero Tenacity. They had an opportunity. Giants gifted them that at bare minimum. They're just not able to do anything. This is 1v3, and Diplex hasn't taken any damage yet. He finally will get one auto attack off top of him as Mummas gets hit by a Moonlight Vigil and almost dies. Baron is secured. They get the Infernal Chains down, but it is literally all for naught. There's a perfect ward set up, so they will not overextend, and full resets, full setup for the Dragon. I don't know what Zero Tenacity can do, and oh god, they're going to lose on the top side as well. Skeens finds his man, but BZZ doesn't get stunned.
No, Vitality B just try to play to dissuade Zero Tenacity from the Dragon, and they've kind of done just that. Now you get the resets. Skeen doesn't get his through, but with how far the rest of the team are ahead, it doesn't really matter. Shigenda moving back into this bot lane, a massive wave crashing into the bot lane inhibitor tower means that Zero Tenacity have to back away.
Yeah, it's a bit of an unfortunate one. Remember, the Ultra Liga, they have not got a seed into playoffs as of yet. They are on their last group. Remember, this is the last day of groups. This is the final group to finish off, Group A. So they don't get it here. They ain't getting it at all. And it's just a little bit of a repeat of, I believe it was 2021 spring when they didn't get a single team out either. So not exactly an easy one to swallow here from the side of the Ultra Ligas, and a bitterly disappointing end for them if it does end here.
Yeah, especially with the only win that they picked up thus far is on Eagle Rogue's side. So heartbreaking to see for the Ultra Liga and the Ultra Liga fans, especially when a region was so hyped as the Ultra Liga after that early success that we saw from the region. But now LFL reign dominant, and they're reigning dominant in this game as well. Tower from Azir is available to try and keep the LFL representatives off this top lane inhibitor, but the bot lane inhibitor has fallen to Shigenda.
Yeah, Shigenda is just a one-man army right now. He's not going to be able to be dealt with because he can just run at you and do that. So Mummas kind of goes, all right, fair enough, we'll call it a draw, and backs away as he gives over the inhibitor turret. So this is just really well played from, in my honest opinion, from the side of Vitality B. They came in with a plan. They knew exactly how they wanted to go for it. Nice disruption there from Ruizaki, but it might have been the ruin of him. He gets himself taken down a little bit lower than he probably liked it, but Jack Troll falls. So you're still kind of working your way around the map here as the side of Zero Tenacity. You're not out of it just yet, but you're going to need about 10 more of those to really make it back into this game.
Yeah, Vitality B ended up making a slight mistake there. I think Jack Troll was expecting Skeens to be able to connect with that ultimate and ended up going that bit too far. So Vitality B will back away for the moment. Dragon is still up and available if they want to try and go towards that, but it looks like they have no interest in it. They really just want to get as much out of this Baron buff as possible, and honestly, it's the correct call. I mean, the ability for VZZ to clear out these waves, as you can see, is becoming a major issue for them, so trying to use the Baron buff as much as possible was their best call.
Be another dragon going over to the side of Vitality B, but again, this is just Jack Troll just going a little bit too far forward, and having him locked down on CC meant that he wasn't going to survive for too much longer.
Yeah, I mean, immediately gone. Especially when you look towards the Trundle being able to steal away the resistances as well. It means that this was not going to be a very well-fledged visit for Jack Troll. Now, though, Vitality B will start to move over towards this dragon, as we kind of talked about. Shigenda considered starting it up, but instead decided to back away. He's working towards his GA, making sure that he can play even more aggressive in these fights. Third item, nearly completed for Jeskla. He's nearly a full item ahead of his counterpart with a 3k gold lead, and a 4-0 Akali is going to be so hard for VZZ to try and manage against.
Really is difficult. This is taking an age. All right, this is just taking way too long. I mean, I suppose
you know
speaks...
what's worse? This is the most interesting thing on the map right now.
Yeah, yeah, it kind of is. There we go, bit of damage, but nope, doesn't matter because he got one auto attack off, and then Skeens was just like, nope, that's my objective, my kill glory. But yeah, 10,000 gold now for Vitality B. It is not over until the Nexus explodes. We have seen games turned around even for Vitality B, but this is rough. This is a rough time, and yeah, Zero Tenacity, I actually appreciate this. You gotta try something. You gotta get 10 more of those picks, but sadly, you have been spotted out by the Trinket.
So everyone backs away once more. Vitality B now starting to push in towards this mid lane. You've got Shigenda pushing in the top side. They're still pushing here onto Jack Troll, but again, like, waves are being disintegrated. It's about trying to manage all 3 waves at once and cause that pressure.
Yeah, you want to try and get every wave crashing into a turret at the same time. It's a little bit more difficult to do when you have super minions, because as you can see, they just naturally push themselves a little bit further and beyond. As we can see now, Mumbo's taking a lot of damage, and Diplex is now in the base, so he's going to be able to put down a hell of a lot more pressure, and because they have to respect the Akali, they can't step forward to deal with this. Solar Flare comes out, lands straight on top of the Azir, and he doesn't even get to do anything. Nothing for him to do as Perfect Executions comes out. Double kill, triple kill, Shigenda wants it. I don't know if they're going to give it to him.
No, they won't be able to get it this time around. Apparently, it's just Adam who's able to get at the pentakill from that top side of the map.
Pentas are earned, not given.
Salty Sailor over on my right, trying to cast this game, but Vitality B now looking to end this one out.
Yeah, they're looking to try and end this one here. Keep their hopes of a top 2 alive. Remember, this puts them in a nice, good standing. They will just keep pushing forward. Nexus turrets will fall. The Nexus is sure to follow straight after that. And Zero Tenacity are out. Vitality B put themselves into prime position to keep them in a top 2 spot.
Vitality B now have one more series left to play against the Unicorns of Love, and they have to hope that they can take that series and Giants lose their series to guarantee themselves that second place spot, but may still be forced to play a tiebreaker if UOL end up dropping both games. So still everything to play for in Group A. Just unfortunate that Zero Tenacity, again, that was kind of their last lifeline, and it's gone to miss.
Yeah, I do believe we have Shigenda, the top laner from the victorious Vitality B, here with us for an interview. First of all, congrats on your win. Secondly, I feel like you guys didn't maybe expect to be in here. Giants gave you a good run for money. This felt like a little bit of revenge to put yourselves back on the map.
Yeah, we kind of trolled against Giants. Was not the best, really. Not happy about that. I thought we would go for first seed, but now we're like fighting to get second seed instead. Not happy about that.
So how do you feel now going up against UOL? Because obviously you had a tough match first time around against them. Do you feel like you're kind of ready for that to take them on? Or how's that the confidence in the camp?
Confidence is fine. We were like, we knew we just, in my humble opinion, we trolled draft in game 1. And yeah, I think we will not do it again. So we have confidence to obviously beat them, even though they look quite strong. They were like struggling against Zero Tenacity earlier today, so they look shaky as well, and I think we have a good shot at beating them.
Of course, here guys are the so far the only LFL team to not qualify right now. Does that kind of prestige ever like land on you guys, or is it just figure out your game, figure out for yourselves regardless of anything else?
For me, it's fine. Like we expect to go through. If we don't go through, you'll make it tilted and probably punch someone in the face. But right now, it's fine. Like we expect to win. Then going second seed, playing against LFL boys, having to knock them out is fine as well. But yeah, it is what it is.
Of course, thank you so much, and congratulations on your win. We look forward to seeing your match against you all later today, and hopefully we get maybe a 3-way tiebreaker. Maybe Giants can do you guys a favor after you guys weren't happy with the draft. But again, congrats on the win, and thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Well, again, high spirits. I honestly, I love the honesty. I love the honesty of just like, yeah, no, 100%. We trolled. We deserved that loss because that's not how we want to play. And they came back and they kind of proved us that this is how they play.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully there's going to be no bloody noses in the Vitality B camp later on today. But, I mean, look, it was a great game for Vitality B. Definitely filling, I think, a lot of the NFL fans with confidence after this one, like looking incredibly strong and kind of playing towards what has been their game plan. Jack Troll and Jesklik full control of our bot side, Shigenda dominating in the top side. Like, it looked really, really good for Vitality.
Yeah, and again, it was just winning on all fronts. It was bot lane where, again, we saw Zero Tenacity try put down that pressure. We actually saw really good trades coming out from VZZ and the Renata as well. So, like, they were getting ahead, but Jack Troll on this Leona was on a mission to make sure that everything that happened in game one for them wasn't going to happen again.
Yeah, I mean, look, solo lane is popping off for Vitality B, honestly, across the board. Shigenda looking great, Diplex looking fantastic as well in this Akali, and then getting that help that we kind of know that Jack Troll has been so good at finding on these early roams, like getting into lanes that have that good effect. So Vitality B, again, I think going to be in a good spot, and we'll have to see if they're going to have enough to carry them across the finish line against UOL, if it was just a draft diff, or if they'll be able to, to be able to bounce back and find that success thing.
Yeah, of course, we do have to talk about the elephant in the room that is going to be Zero Tenacity. The Ultra Liga will not have a seed into the playoffs. They will not be able to get anyone through. There's still a game left, and again, they can still play spoiler against Giants. There has to be a pretty concerted effort there from the Super Liga representatives to prove that Super is better than Ultra in the war of the words. But yeah, again, great from the LFL side. And again, just we always come in with such high expectations. It feels like it can work against you sometimes. Sometimes that pressure can work against you. And for Vitality B, you don't want to be that one team that doesn't make it out of the 4 LFL teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can see there, VZZ tried his best on the Sivir. We were starting to crest into that late game, but there was just so much control on the map for Vitality B, and a few fumbles from Zero Tenacity in the mid game allowed Vitality B to start cracking open these turrets, pushing in and making sure they were able to take everything. 11 towers to 1. It was domination for Vitality.
And I believe we're actually very close to any kind of a tiebreaker, because if Unicorns of Love loses to Giants and loses to Vitality B later on today, that's 4-2 all across the board from first to third. But at the same time, if Vitality B lose that and Giants win their final game as well, but also lose to Unicorns, we end up with 3-3. So there's going to, I'd say, a very high likelihood of a chance. I think we're looking at a almost 50% chance in all scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, get the Weatherman segment out. Like, we need to go through this 50% chance of tiebreakers, but this is Europe. This is European League of Legends. We always have tiebreakers. That's how this works. But I'm excited to see exactly how that one is going to pan out, right? Because it feels like there is a very strong likelihood that we could end up with them. It's a case of how well UOL can do. If they're able to take down one of these teams, it could cause a massive upset, or even set things up if they take down Giants in their next game, up for that last game of the day, which is going to be Vitality B versus UOL.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but that is all the time we are going to have here today. We're going to toss it to a break, and when we return, you're going to have the jovial Jamada and the marvelous Munchables.
Body's numb, a stranger to my soul. Pain is gone, and left me stone cold. Hey, you just talk for the sake of it. All I got from you are broken promises, but it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. You just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You keep talking, I'm sick of it. The same old stories. I ain't gonna listen to this. No, no, you had me so bad. And dropped me just like that. Now turn her back to you, 'cause it don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. You brought me down, down, down. Down on my knees, down on my knees. But I'm back on my feet again. It don't hurt no more. I can feel no more. Love me or hate me, go. It don't hurt no more. Just let me go. I'm not coming back to you. Go on.
Destiny on the line, knocked out 100 times. Right back up, we climb, we climb, we climb, we climb. Victory on our mind, all we know is the grind. When we at war, we fight, we fight, we fight, we fight.
Amazon EU Masters. It's the second half of our final day of groups, and we have just 8 scenarios left, and 50% of them go to tiebreakers. We may get some bonus games here today, boys and girls, but one thing I will say, Jamada, I have to correct something that was said on stream earlier. 50% of the scenarios remaining does not mean a 50% chance, because there are still favorites in some of these matchups.
True. Also, by the way, hi, I'm Jamada. That's Munchables. Like you said,
I get too excited about tiebreakers.
Like you said, 50% of scenarios go to tiebreakers. We still potentially have, you know, maybe some matchups which you could consider one-sided. Yeah, I hope that we get these tiebreakers, though, because I feel like this group kind of deserves it. A lot of, you know, Speak was around Group B potentially being Group of Death, other groups as well, but this is the Group of Death. Let's, like, Giants, Unicorns, Vitality B, and even Z10 realistically, first seed out of Ultra League. You always have to put respect on the name, even if they've not performed to the standards they want to, still all tied up.
And especially today, right? Because Giants, it feels like, have come alive today. Seeing them play earlier, they looked fantastic. So Unicorns now have to come in with a solid strategy. Renekton ban straight off the board, taking that away from Scarface. A Draven ban towards the bottom lane too with Kalista. All of the aggressive AD carries being taken off the board right now.
But I'm kind of scared, because does that mean we get the boring AD carries, Joe? We was talking about it earlier. You know, the Sivir, the Zeri go 50 minutes into the game, even though I feel like games don't necessarily go 50 minutes, but you get the idea. We don't like the slow pace. We're not from these places where we like to see games go 40 minutes long with these hyperscalers, but
these
we
places
could end up
being
seeing
season 4.
These places being season 4 almost a decade ago. But yeah, we'll see the Wukong followed up there. We want to see that one taken away from Max Law. I wonder if Giants will take away the Vi and potentially look towards one of these hyperscaling AD carries. As if you saw Unicorns' opening game against Vitality B, Lurox was particularly threatening on that one, but they're going to remove away the Ahri, which is of course, you know, one half of that very strong mid jungle duo as well. I feel like this probably leaves up with the Wukong gone as well. Probably the Poppy as the pick that springs out in my mind as the sort of safest first pick you can go towards, but we'll see what Unicorns decide to remove away on their final ban. It's going to be that Ornn, so I feel like that is probably one of the prior picks in Giants' mind right now.
I was about to mention the Ornn because both of these top laners have insane win rates over the course of summer on that Ornn, but we immediately kick off with an Azir here for Jizuke. He's played 6 times across the split. Fantastic record on it as well. Over to Unicorns, though, as we mentioned, the Vi still open, the Poppy still open, but also Zeri and Sivir on the board still, Lucian on the board still. There are a lot of potential priorities available.
Yeah, but Sivir is open, Joe, so you know what's going to happen there. You want to always try and split those two apart, right? Dealing with Azir, Sivir, wave clear is always so scary. I think actually it was Giants that had to deal with something very similar, but I believe it was Corki Sivir. So much wave clear between 2 different lanes, so much range as well. You always want to try and split apart all of that late game power, but also early game safety sometimes. And at this point, I'd expect Unicorns to look for a little bit of strength. Yumi's also up. I don't know if they really want to take it in the same rotation, but the Vi just makes a lot of sense. You're expecting a hyper carry, potentially a mobile AD carry response here from Kedui, and trying to get that additional bit of lockdown is always going to go the distance.
Yeah, the Sivir can also be handy just to help slingshot the Vi into range to get that big pick to start off the fight that they need. But over to Giants now. They've gone for an Azir. Like, Zeri Yuumi could be an option for them. Zeri Lulu as well, if they want to go kind of counteract the play of this Vi jumping on in and everything. That will be the Yuumi. The Lulu locked in as well on that side, and Yuumi to answer.
Yeah, and Yuumi kind of expected, right? You could have even gone Sivir Yuumi on R1, R2, and you probably would have been happy about it. But picking up that Vi also just kind of secures that, hey, you can even just chuck the Yuumi on top of the Vi, additional dive buddy to kind of have with you and heal you up as you move forward. Unicorns, though, what do you really want to ban away? It has to be the junglers from Max Law, right? Poppy, obvious first one that's there, but Trundle too makes so much sense. If you want to potentially look for a safe side top laner, tank, a frontliner, to try and provide a little bit of space for this Sivir.
Yeah, on the side of Giants as well, you can expect some solo lanes to come off the board. Maybe try and remove some of the safer blind picks up in that top lane. You know, we've seen that Antonio loves to play the Gnar, but the Gangplank has been Scarface's like go-to alongside that Ornn. With Ornn already taken off the board, maybe a Gangplank ban could be something. But actually focusing towards the mid lane on towards Ruby.
All right, this makes a lot of sense. I wonder if they'll pay respect to Ruby's Vladimir, actually. Is something that he's played only a handful of times, but I feel like if Unicorns are okay with giving up mid lane priority early, it could also be a very strong pick to go towards. The other thing in my mind, though, Ruby hasn't actually logged the game of it. This split would be someone like the Swain. I feel like Swain Yuumi so disgusting as a duo, and you just, again, it's sort of a space buyer, a frontliner to give this Sivir Shigenari so much space to kind of just do his thing. We'll see what Giants decide to round out their bans with, though, as of course still have the opportunity to effectively trim away anything they want from Ruby's pool.
Jarvan being banned away is not something I necessarily expected to see today. But,
it makes sense, though.
You know, yeah, you're trying to deny that early proactivity, right? Trying to deny the presence on the map so that you can play for later on in the game. Aatrox taken off the board away from Scarface, and instantly we get that Sejuani lock. They were ready and waiting to lock that in.
Yeah, and I wonder what the Antonio is going to go towards now, because the Aatrox gone, the Renekton gone, these are kind of the two picks that you would traditionally want to answer Sejuani with if you're trying to put her down inside of the lane. Are you just going to answer with scaling in another tank? Something like Gnar, Sion, both very safe blinds, both very strong frontliners. You could also go towards something like the Gangplank if you want to. There's the Poppy, it's made it all the way through. I feel like it kind of depends on how Giants want to play this game out more than anything at the moment, because they've got two very hyper-scaly mid and AD carries. It's really on Giants to try and find a little more proactivity. Right now, I feel like they're lacking hard engage, so they definitely need to try and find some of that. Otherwise, a lot of their options are going to rely on being in front of objectives first and then allowing Unicorns to walk into them.
So top laner remaining. I'm going to be honest, the Lee Sin of the Nocturne, not anticipating being locked in. This is a Poppy top. This is a toppy.
This might be a toppy.
That's a hell of a flex. The Antonio, though, hey, hell of a tank player, so I could see it fit in his pool.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see how Unicorns want to try and respond to that through the mid lane, though. As you say, Xin Zhao can't really go top lane, so that is going to be a toppy at the end of this draft. Unicorns, plenty of options, like we said. You could go for space buyers. You've got the Sejuani and the Vi for that. It looks like they want to go towards the Corki, and I mean, I mentioned it earlier. It was well, for one, Corki Azir. Pull one out, but also Corki Sivir is the duo that we saw Giants really struggle to close out against when they were going up against Z10. So Unicorns will be taking a page out of that book and just kind of recognizing, hey, they struggled against this duo. And right now, Giants, look at their draft. Not a lot of hard engage, not a lot of proactivity tools in the traditional sense, right? You don't just have a Nautilus Ultima, a Leona, or Ornn to just kind of get fights going. And on the opposite side, for Unicorns, they're the ones with the engage options. They have scaling tools, they have wave clear, but not only that, they peel back fantastically as well with things like the Yuumi and just all of the movement speed that can be granted from that Sivir Ultimate. So I feel like Giants might struggle if they don't try and find some individual leads and have Max Law try and leverage some of the lane priority early on that can definitely be gained from a couple of these lanes.
Yeah, it feels like both of these teams have a lot of scaling available to them, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they will play a scaling game, right? Because when you've got scaling on both sides like this, it just means that you have somewhat equal power in that early game. It's going to be much more about lane priority and Lorox and Max Law getting into these lanes to set everything up for their laners. I'm keeping my eyes on the Antonio, though, because this man has been the franchise player for Giants, the only returning player from last time Giants were in EU Masters. And it feels like now bringing out this Poppy flex pick up at the top side, a lot of pressure on him to make sure he knows what he's doing on the pick.
Exactly. So much experience there. And knowing he had to deal with the Sejuani, so I'm sure it's a pretty decent matchup. Of course, the Q also has % HP damages on it, so always going to be fine 1-to-1. And at the end of the day, Poppy, low economy champion. And when you look towards Giants draft, they want to give all the resources to Jizuke, to Kidui. So I think it just makes a whole bunch of sense compositionally, right? I think a lot of the concerns still there for me, though.
I think on the similar note as well, when we talk about the Poppy up in that top side, we were saying how, you know, this team from Giants, they need a way to start fights. They don't have that default hard engage of like the Sejuani and the Vi on the other side. But if there's one thing Poppy's good at, it's diving towers. Like you can just picture the scenario, can't you? Where the Antonio got a couple of items, maybe a dead man's plate, and just starts running behind towers to push people out the other side and set up for the team. I'd love to see it, but Scarface, starting as he means to go on here with an early invade to force Max Law away from his blue, but decides not to commit too hard.
Yeah, not going to commit too hard. Doesn't really disrupt Max Law that much, but gets the information that Max Law is on his blue buff and likely to be pathing away from the top side of the map. So we'll see what Unicorns end up doing with this information, especially because Lorox is starting on the bottom side himself. A mirror of his counterpart. See if he tries to maybe set Scarface up for a little bit of early success off the back of his first clear, pathing away from Shigenari and Winsome. Lurox, I will say, in my opinion, doesn't really have too many early options to leverage outside of Scarface's lane, so could see a little bit of early attention up there.
Shigenari 1 HP! Advienne doesn't flash for it. I wasn't sure if he was going to go under the tower there, but look at this laning from Kadui and Advienne. One misstep and Shigenari loses his flash.
Exactly, and that's something that Maxlore is going to very happily be noting down as he passed down towards the bottom side of the map. Of course, Shigenari going to be healed up. A lot of pots, right? Longsword 3-star, Yuumi on his back. Heal is also going to be available for Winsome if a dive ends up coming through. I think the other thing to track is Jizuke in the mid lane, because I think he should potentially be looking to get a wave crash and maybe even roam down there. But we spoke about Lurox potentially going up towards the top side, knowing Maxlore won't be here, and he's making this visit now.
Scarface playing this so dangerously, losing HP to bait in the play. The Antonio tries to go for it. Scarface low, but Antonio actually just walking away, gets his flash off, and now trading onto Lurox as well. Antonio just says, this is my top lane. 2v1, I don't care. I'll still take you on, but Scarface splashes on in. There's a flash from Lurox as well. And the Antonio suddenly in heaps of trouble. A sun comes on through. Steadfast Presence gets the slow down. Can he escape this one?
Maxlaw's
no, he
almost
can't.
here.
Chased down by the boar and taken down as well. Maxlore, though, 2v1. Can he get the damage down? Shield comes out for Lurox.
No.
Stun onto Maxlore. It's a disaster for Giants as Lurox walking away. No, taken down. And Scarface is next. Maxlore 1v2.
Wind becomes lightning there for Maxlore. He finds himself the double kill off the back of that, and the play, you kind of understand from Unicorns. They're expecting Maxlore to not be here, but off of his red buff, immediately returns to the top side of the map to answer out on this play because it takes so damn long. He just says, all right, my bot side has priority. I don't care about the Skull Crab. Lurox won't be down here. I don't care about these camps. A dive won't be happening, and you can see this play just takes so long because Antonio does such a good job of delaying it out time and time again, dodging out on a couple of key spells. He does eventually drop, but it sets up for Maxlore to be here, and even though it looks very dicey in the beginning, flash away from that key bit of damage, and now Lurox is in trouble.
The Antonio is roamed down from the top side to get him a revenge onto Lurox, forced out of his jungle here, and I love this from Giants. They've got a lead on Maxlore, and they want to leverage it.
Yes, they do indeed. Maxlore with 2 kills, hasn't based just yet, but definitely expect to see him go back to base with quite a bit of components, to say the least.
Thinking back to that replay as well, Jamada, we were saying how Poppy will be tanky later. I mean, that was Poppy without any items. Think how terrifying that is going to be from the Antonio if he can play like that later on in the fights. He bought so much time in that play, but already we're off to a pretty aggressive start both sides. We were talking, you know, Corki Azir, Sivir, Zeri. No. This is an early game fight.
Exactly. It really is. Top side of the map, complete Armageddon. Give us more fist fighting. I'm down for it. Bottom side for now, not too much going on, but you can see in the total gold right there, Maxlore, he's so far ahead of just about everybody bar Lurox, who of course found the kill, which is why he's even remotely close. Went back to base, picked up Iron Spike Whip plus that Ruby Crystal, so a lot of stats to work with. Going towards expecting the Gore Drinker. Could also go Stridebreaker in a game like this, try and slow down the backline, but Gore Drinker just gives so much to the Zinzao.
We'll see what he's going to end up going for. Remember, he's going to have a Lulu alongside him as well, so he's going to be tough to kill in the fights. If you go for a Gore Drinker on top, like, you can imagine that Maxlore is going to facilitate a massive tanky frontline role within these team fights. So now, pressuring that top side once more. Lurox up here too. The Antonio, with the shadow of his jungler here, should be able to just push this wave in if he so chooses. I think that might actually be pushing towards him as Maxlore moves in. It's just going to be a bit of damage onto Scarface.
Just a little bit, but again, a lot of attention going up here towards the top side of the map. But for Giants, Maxlore, I feel like he's not really too fast, right? Bottom side of the map, mid lane as well. These are lanes that are going to scale up, but now hanging around for so long, crashing this wave, it's a 2v2.
Yeah, Lurox is here. Damage onto Lurox. He's in the 2v1 and he just gets minced. But Ruby arrives and Lurox survives. No! I can't believe he's got away with that one again. The Antonio left alone and it's Maxlore to fall as Scarface tanking on the front line. Ruby doesn't have any mana. They're struggling to kill this Poppy. But surely there's no way out of this one. Lurox in. Oh no! Gets grounded. The Antonio. Does he have Q? No. Can't get the damage out. He's still alive. Jamada, what is this?
Poppy Poppy's so broken, I guess, top lane. That's what it is. But also, when Poppy gets low, you have to remember the W passive, I believe it is. She gets more armor and magic resist. You can see kind of in the bottom left. 73 armor, I think 58, 59 magic resist. So much stats just for free when she drops so low. Not able to drop an... I mean, the initial turnaround, so good from Giants onto Lurox here, right? It's Antonio that manages to get the wallbang there, and from that point you're expecting complete death, but the permafrost, the percent HP burns Max Law down, and Triumph comes in for Lurox, and you're just thinking, all right, it's a 2-4, nothing here. It's a complete win for Unicorns, but again, not enough mana in both Ruby and the anti-dash there from the Steadfast Presence. It's just so well played. He didn't even have vision on that, I don't think.
He just, I think he was actually just using the W for movement speed there, honestly, to try and escape and kind of got a little lucky on it. But hey, we take those for the Antonio. Very nicely done. I can't believe with all of the action going up towards his top side, but look at that wave. He's 20 CS down right now, but should be able to even that up just about with how many minions are currently on the tower.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely an interesting time up here, you know. We very briefly mentioned... there he goes, okay. Max Law.
Max Law actually chasing that one over the top. The Antonio kind of used his Steadfast Presence a little early on that one. I mean, Scarface can get out with his life. So, tense one. Max Law deciding it's time to start the Herald off, feeling confident in his lead in the jungle. And Lurox moves down towards the Drake as well. There was a Scuttle Crab there, so Max Law... Oh no, just a ward in fact. But Max Law playing with full information.
Yeah, exactly. Max Law knows what's going on the map here. Very happy to pick up this Herald. Kind of curious to see where he puts it down, you know, just because comically there's been so much attention towards the top side that, you know, the caveman brain inside of me is like, surely he just drops it top for the memes, right? But the expectation is Jizuke, Kudui, you know, hyperscalers here, Azir, and the Zeri. It's probably going to end up in one of these two lanes. It's just about finding the opportunity to do that. But with so much attention going towards the top side, I'm gonna hold my breath until I see it get dropped.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I will say Lurox actually walking over a control ward just there, but didn't spot it. Must have been looking elsewhere on the map at the time when he went through the brush. Max Law now invading the red buff. Lurox is here. The Antonio on the flank here, but Scarface is moved over as well. Flash immediately from Max Law. They want Lurox real bad. Knockup comes down onto him, but suddenly 3v1 onto the top lane. No Max Law to fall. It's jungle for jungle. The Antonio trying to get over the wall here, but does not have the flash available. And Unicorns grab themselves too. Jamada, this is an absolute scrap.
It is just a fist fight, and it's all happening on the top side of the map 24/7. It's Unicorns that win out on this one because they just have the numbers advantage. They have Ruby Sharp first. Winsome even shows up detached to just throw in that final chapter on top of everything there. And Giants just overstepping, just overreaching just a touch, and they get punished for it.
Jizuke could be punished now as Ruby comes back into the mid lane. Jizuke will dash away. Let's take another look at, as you described it, the fist fight. I'd go as far as knife fight up at the top side.
It's just a knife fight. Welcome. There you go. It's, you know, understandably an attempt to burst down the Vi as soon as the wallbang comes down, but passive shielding, just not enough. Eventually does drop, but the issue is Ruby shows up first in comparison to Jizuke, rather than Winsome as well, just to add a little bit of additional CC to lock down that final member.
Yeah.
Calls the number advantage, they win it.
Okay, we've got already a lot of pings on the map once again. I want to take a quick second here, Jamada, and kind of explain to the audience a couple of the scenarios that can occur based on results of this one, because this feels like a very important game when it comes to whether or not we get tiebreakers. If you are a fan of tiebreakers at home today, you want to be cheering for Giants. If Giants wins this one, 3 out of the 4 potential tiebreaker scenarios can still come true. It'll be 3/4 of our scenarios will be tiebreakers if Giants win this game. However, it's the opposite story if the Unicorns manage to win this one. 3 of our scenarios will include no tiebreakers, and there'll just be a singular scenario remaining. If Giants win the following game and Unicorn finish out the day strong, there'll be a singular tiebreaker. So a lot on the line here, and a lot of people at home should be cheering for Giants now if they want to see more action today.
If you are a neutral and you like chaos, you're rooting for Giants. And of course, if you're an LVP fan, you're also rooting for Giants too. I guess that works as well. But yeah,
well, we've had our question answered, Jamad. We've had our question answered here of where the Herald was going to go. Give it over to the Azir. Jizuke getting a lot of that gold. We're 19k up for Giants, 18.8k up for the side of Unicorns. This is dead even. Talk comps for a second here, Jamada. How are you feeling looking towards the late game? Because I feel like the carries have similar identities, our top laners have similar identities. Like, I feel like across the board we have very similar styles of composition in terms of like where the tanks are and where the carries are.
Yeah, a lot of effective, you know, front to back, right? I guess the key differences between these two comps kind of just lies in their agency tools. Unicorns have the ability to kind of just pull the trigger with the Vio or even with the Sejuani, right? Non-committal engage there to always fish for picks, fish for fights on their terms, whereas for Giants, not really so much of that, right? A lot of it kind of has to come from perhaps Antonio finding a bit of a cheeky angle if he tries to play backline, but realistically with a Giants comp with Azir and Zeri, you almost always want to be trying to play front to back. So I think the key thing is actually going to be to look towards when these neutrals start to come up and be contested, you know, after this next dragon perhaps, who's in the river first. And I feel like if Giants aren't able to be in front of the neutrals first and actually have a little bit of setup, they're going to struggle a little more to find favorable fights just because moving forward for them is a little more painful in comparison to Unicorns.
Okay, all about that river control. And I think right now, Giants should be the ones to be able to get river control, right? Because you've got the Azir in the mid lane with the Leandries. You've got Maxlor, who's super strong based off that early game. You can see he's 1,000 gold ahead already with a gold drinker in his pocket. You feel like those two items gonna slightly outdo the Chainsword and the Mana Moon that's not stacked up just yet in the mid lane. You feel like Giants should have an advantage. Scarface to the top side though finds himself an ulti and finds himself a solo kill onto the Antonio.
Scarface is kind of tired. Maxlor being on the top side 24/7. He finds himself a solo kill there. Of course, Sejuani, so many percent HP damages, you kind of can't underestimate. And this was a solo kill without the ignite. So this is just Antonio overstepping his bounds and Scarface happily punishing. He's going to even pick up a plate for it, maybe even two.
Yeah, Scarface is just like, who needs a herald? Who needs a herald? I'll just solo kill my lane opponent and take the place myself. Giants, though, in the meantime, at least get to answer on the opposite side of the board. They'll get themselves a Drake, and we'll find out what our soul is. It's an Ocean Soul, and with how tanky some of the players are in this game, with a Poppy and a Sejuani, that's valuable. Look at this in the bottom side, though. At the end, your days are numbered. Lulu down.
I don't even know if they were even able to be numbered. Goes down so fast there, though. Flash doesn't even get to pop the Wild Growth. Poor Lulu. Really nice pick from Unicorns off the back of not being able to pick up that dragon. And now in the top side, Antonio will respond with a little bit of a tower chunk, but no plates in comparison to when Scarface is able to hit on his tower.
Yeah, so the plates, as you mentioned, have timed out at this point. So all of the gold you're going to get from plates has gone down. Unicorns with 1,000 gold lead currently in the game. The one problem I have, Jamada, is that when you take a look at the bottom of the scoreboard here, so much of that gold is on Scarface. And I feel like tanks are one of those types where, like, the gold lead can be valuable, but I don't think it's ever as valuable as having it on a carry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I speak about this so much, actually. When you look at gold leads at the very top of the screen, they can be very, very deceiving, right? You look at this game, very even, but you look towards the bottom side. Right now, you know, Kedoi, Shiganari, these are the people you want to track, right? Ruby and Jizuke, their item spikes. Those are the people that are going to be putting a lot of the work in these team fights as a, okay, package used. Antonio trying to dissuade this one away.
Yeah, Antonio looking to send someone away, but just going to time out the ult on this one now. Onto the Herald once again. It's a spy fight, but it's taken. No, it was Zeri on the tower at the bottom side. My brain got confused. It's one, and now Unicorn's trying to find a kill at the end. Cannot catch a break.
No, he cannot. 2 times back-to-back. Ends up dropping there. These Unicorns, I believe that's killed that Herald, and they're just going to immediately drop it in the mid lane. Drop this tower, of course, with so much wave clear available to both teams here. Forget that, the dive's on.
Yeah, going underneath the tower on this one. Maxlor the target as he dives onto Ruby, but Ruby escapes. Winsome tanking a tower shot right here. Could be in trouble. Okay, gets onto Lurik's shoulder. That felt a little dicey for a second, but a great dive, a kill, a tower. Unicorns feel like taking control.
It's the most aggressive Yuumi you'll ever see in your life there from Winsome on the back end. But yeah, that mid lane tower as well, so valuable just because, again, you know, picks like Zeri, picks like Azir, so freely going to be able to clear waves away. That bastion of safety that Tier 1 can provide at times. And it's nice from Giants to force their way in, but you can see Teleport comes in, and I feel like Giants are in a bit of a two minds about this, right? You can see the Antonio was very committed alongside Advienne to trying to go for that fight. I think Maxlor as well definitely did look to try and win that 50-50, but didn't really seem full committal once that Teleport was in. It feels like the play afterwards was just a bit of a formality for Unicorns.
Yeah, and then, you know, Giants moving back into this mid lane, perhaps underestimating the dive potential of this squad of Unicorns, right? Where Jizuke just gets absolutely rinsed. Winsome just steps up a little too far, takes a tower shot. Not the end of the world, though. Now fighting the top side, Antonio with a good steadfast presence, but Scarface is here, has the ultimate available, stuns out the Poppy up, but still gets knocked away. But the damage has arrived. The Sivir firing on all cylinders already. Shiganari grabbing himself his second kill of the game.
Exactly, 2 kills on to the Sivir now. Still actually a little bit behind in total goal to Kedui, but of course you have to remember it's Shiganari with the magical footwear, no tier 2 boots, whereas Kedui didn't, I believe, go towards that rune. Actually didn't quite clock that. Actually, observers, can we pull that out? I'm kind of curious, but has the tier 2 boots, so won't have that second item picked up just yet, but Shiganari has to be very damn close to having that Phantom Dancer available. That's going to be a very, very key power spike. 2 items, obviously one of the sort of bigger spikes where you can start to really play around your most hyper-scaling AD carries, and then it's all about that Infinity Edge when you start to get towards the latest stages.
Yeah, the IE, I know this might be a surprise to a lot of people at home, but the IE, quite a big item purchase. I don't think any caster has ever talked about that before. Let's take another look at the shenanigans that set up our AD carry for the ultra sexy squad here. Great little poppy ult there from the Antonio. Realizes he's about to be stunned, but ultimately, there's only so much you can do in a war.
Yeah, exactly. And Antonio didn't really have much business being here when you look towards the rest of the map in that replay. Giants didn't really have pressure anywhere else on the map. He was kind of just shoving out that wave to shove it out. Just kind of stuck around to be picked off. Unfortunately, didn't end up blowing anything of crazy importance, right? The ultimate's still going to be up for this dragon if Giants are going to be contesting it. And, you know, his continued aggression towards the top side will yield him a tower as now as an engage in the mid lane.
Dewey's caught, rooted up as well after the cleanse. Very nicely done, but he actually gets out. Flashes over the wall. The wild growth, huge from Ambien, but Unicorns now, regardless of the fact that Kadui escaped, still have control of that river, and that's what we talked about. Who can get river first is the one with priority on the Drake. Now a TP coming in behind enemy lines here on the hunt used as the Unicorns move down to this bottom side. They want to find Jizuke, but he's got a tower to work with. Great Emperor's Divide as he sends Lorax back in. Scarface into the tower. Great dodge from Jizuke. Maxlor into the play, but Jizuke is down. Now the bottom side, Ruby with a cat on shoulder cannot survive. Winsome next target. Lorax trying to save the cat, but can they actually get him onto the shoulder? Winsome down with a double for the Antonio, and somehow the Giants have taken it.
Honestly, Giants have no business winning out on a fight like this. They just blew both the Wild Growth, all summoners from Kedui and his ultimate, and despite all that, they have Jizuke almost picked off, actually picked off in the end, and they still win out on the exchange just by showing up. And Unicorns damage in total not really being able to amount to much outside of the Azir pick. Really nice stuff from Giants to win that one out, and they pick up the dragon. We'll get an immediate look back at it, and you can see Unicorns, they feel threatened by the teleport, right? They don't want to get collapsed and pincered on perhaps by Jizuke, so they just make the call. It's a very good call in my opinion to just go towards him, pick off the Azir on the side lane, but he does so much in buying enough time for Giants to show up and capitalize.
Massive play here. And I will say, like you said yourself, Jizuke, huge props on this, on buying so much time. Great dodge on the Sejuani stun, buying so much space for the rest of Giants to then get in position and find a play themselves. It's 10-5 on the scoreboard, but the goal difference just under 2,000. It's still within spitting distance between these two teams, and that's the way I like to see it here, Jamada, because we're headed towards the mid game here. Our AD carries on 2 items each. Our top laners becoming invincible as the game goes on, and it feels like we're getting to the stage where this is going to come down to team fight.
Yeah, I mean, what game doesn't come down to team fighting in this map, to
true.
be honest with you, Muchabos? Sivir Zeri. What can you say, really?
What a man. What a man. What time to be alive.
At least Zeri's getting nerfed again.
True.
And maybe
at least,
more time,
look,
for good measure.
On the positive side of it, at least we get banger team fights a lot of the time. Just
yeah.
I wish there was
It's
a
not
little
all
more
negative.
variety.
Yeah, it's not all negative. You know, there might be Zeri Sivir in every game, but the comp changes around her occasionally.
The thing is, I don't necessarily mind Zeri Sivir because I feel like you still have a lot of action in those games. This game is proof of that, right? You still have a lot of action. It's the fact that we're having action in Corki Azir gameplay is what's surprising me, honestly. I feel like they're more notorious than Zeri Sivir. Now we've got an all-in onto that Zeri we've been talking about, and Kadui taken off of the map. An easy pick for the Unicorns.
Yeah, and this is why these engage tools are just so useful, right? You see Kidoi overstepping in mid lane. Well, he's not allowed to overstep anymore because he's just dead. And Lurox was so good at this on day one into Vitality B, where honestly, he kind of just bullied Jeskla. And funnily enough, Jeskla was playing Zeri as well. Maybe Unicorns just don't like Zeri, is the underlining fact there. But really nice pick. It's not going to buy them anything in particular, but still being able to find some of these picks and potentially buy themselves space on the map is always a positive thing to look at.
Maxlow discovering that the red buff isn't there. He's going to have to go for a reset himself. One thing I want to quickly point out on the map as well is the fact that you've got a 2-0-4 Sivir down in that bottom side, right? But 15 CS down currently in the map with a bounty. The fact that the gold is even between these two AD carries when Kadui hasn't got a single kill or assist, that, my friends, is the power of CS at a plate or a few plates. Like the difference between these AD carries, you often can't see in professional games when you don't have this overlay, but like shows really the strength of leaving a Zeri alone in the early game to just sweep up plates.
Yeah, exactly. Gold still there. One thing I will note though is that at the end of the day, no matter how you slice it, Shiganari is technically closer to that third item, right? I think Kidoi, could be going toward Lord Doms. To be fair to him, is two massive frontliners to deal with, but expect him to go towards the IE third. Whereas because Shiganari, because of the runes, free boots, he's just been sitting on them, using all the movement speed from Ghost, Ultimate. He's really happy. But someone silently with a lot of gold is actually Ruby as well, leading the entire game.
I mean, take a look at the mid lane difference, right? 1,500 Ruby, 2.5 items at this point with boots on top of it. Ruby's becoming massive, and we all know that Corki, once you get towards 3 items and more, you really start to become a menace. It's not just about that package, it's about the big rockets, about what you can do with that first strike damage boost, but also the amount of extra gold that you're going to get from that first strike. You really snowball and get towards full build very quickly when you have these spread out, like sort of front to back based games where you could just poke down.
Exactly. And again, Corki, despite all of the nerfs that he's had over many patches, he's still Corki. He still deals all of the damage, right? We don't see him too frequently like we used to. So I feel like on occasion people forget that this guy on your screen is a complete menace. And once level 16 also rolls through, those rockets, they're just going to become even more obnoxious to deal with. And again, with Giants not having too many strong engage tools, how do you even really get on top of the Corki consistently? The answer is not really that much.
And one of the things we've got to mention as well, if we're going to talk about Ruby, we're going to talk about his Corki and how scary that's going to be. We've got to talk about the fact that this is a man that is extremely experienced. Played all around the world. He played in Korea. He played in the LPL on Rogue Warriors. I remember back, especially up to 2019, like that was his big year. Or 2020, sorry, was it? Wait, no, I'm second guessing myself. It was 2019.
I'm going to let you suffer jokes,
I promise. But, you know, this guy has been all over. Then went to PCS, now in Europe. Like, this is a very experienced player. He definitely knows how to use the Corki. Does he know how to survive this 1v3 play? He's been found. Uses the package to get under his tower. The polymorph is huge. Now Valkyrie, now Zhonya's. Maxwell gets the wild growth. Dragon taken in the meantime as that Viet almost goes down in the play.
Yeah, it's so surprising that Viet almost drops as Antonio.
He threw a shield. It's a valiant effort. I respect it, but he has got to flash away from this one.
Oh, I saw the buckler flying, and I believed for half a second, and now he's in trouble.
They're actually committing to this one. They've got a lot of armor shred with that buy, but sends them packing. And here comes Sivir once again to sweep up the kills. It's all going beautifully for Shiganari.
Oh, and they are on the Baron on the top side for Giants. They're going to be forced off of this one. Unicorns, will they make the bold play to just kind of stick it themselves? Numbers advantage, no Antonio for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's definitely an option, but I feel like with so many members kind of split around this Baron pit, Unicorns, they're just thinking slightly better of it because they have not too much information. Ruby just used this with Valkyrie!
He valked in, but then he flashes out. Shizuke forces flash as well. Ruby will go down. Kadui with the pick. Massive for Giants. But now, Unicorns wants punish. At the end, flashed over the wall. Kadui using the ultimate. Getting the stacks up. Targeting Scarface for now. As in goes back to the wall. Lurox out. Scarface stuck against the wall. Forced to flash himself. Now Shiganari on the scene. Keep your eyes on that Sivir. But onto the tower go, Giants.
Yeah, they go onto the tower. It was all about Shiganari actually showing up to deal the damage. Shizuke!
Maxwell's stuck! He's stuck under the tower. He'll go down! And it's actually Unicorns onto the top of the play once more. Kadui, no ultimate! Dodges the stun, but it ends up sacrificing another player. Kadui now chased down, and the Unicorns are finding everything they could have wanted. Lurex chasing Kadui. There is no escape from these gauntlets.
No, there are not. He's got the Frozen Fist to even just continually chase down. The Yumi's there to help him speed up. And Giants just kind of overreach for the tower. It's a really smart rotation, if you ask me, to be honest with you. They recognize where Unicorns all are and say, maybe we can get this one away. Ruby Valks in to kill the Azir turret, of all things. Drops for his sins. And then down here, Advian gets jumped onto, flashes away from the initial engage, and Kedui kind of just opens up here. He's not able to get too much damage down until eventually you start to see a couple more slows come through from Maxlaw, but it's all about Shiganari showing up eventually. The disengage comes through, and Giants just take this opportunity to try and sneak away this tower. But you can see different people going for resets, kind of just saying, we need to go. The ricochets almost take Jizuke down, and Maxlaw comes back to commit for the tower, but it's already too late, and at that point, the chase down can come in for Unicorns.
Yeah, it feels like Kadui and Maxlaw on a different page from a couple of the other players there. It felt like a split decision, and Unicorns more than happy to punish it, right? You see that they all just dive on board, finish these players off, and get themselves a massive advantage on the map now. Baron in pocket. That's a 2,000 bonus already off the back of that Baron. You can see that they are 6,000 gold up across the team. Unicorns, they've been struggling to find control all game long, but now they have found it. And if they can keep this performance up, they're on the cusp of a 5-0 performance in this group.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to say that people necessarily disrespected Unicorns, but definitely I feel like didn't really recognize how strong this lineup could be. If you watch Prime, especially playoffs, completely decimated Schalke in the finals. And I really did think maybe this would be the kind of team that could maybe upset, you know, the apple cart a little bit. Prime League as a region hasn't been doing as hot as I feel like, you know, traditionally Prime League teams have done over the last couple of splits, but Unicorn definitely giving the Dark region a little bit of hope.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can say that again with the performance they've had in this group. And it's a strong group as well, right? An LVP team, an LFL team as well, and yet still 4-0. They've got one more game today after this one. If they can finish it off, remember, they're still against Azeri. They're still against an Azir. Like, this is by no means over. There is plenty still to play for Giants. But certainly Unicorns. I think the biggest thing that's impressed me so far today, Jamada, is the decisive gameplay we're seeing. Like Lurex, clear early game plan of just going for that top lane. And this bottom lane of Winsome and Shiganari moving around the map so much to make sure they are a part of these early game plays.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a night and day difference. This version of Unicorns compared to Spring. Had Sheepy come in as well. Between Spring and Summer. And like you say, the decisiveness is such a good deal. And I think when you compare and contrast that to Giants as well, where I feel like they've just been on different pages at different times for certain plays, right? Whether it was that top tier 2 just now, the Rift Herald around 10-15 minutes ago. I think it was the second one, which ended up getting smited away from Lurex. It feels like that same, you know, sharpness just isn't quite available for Giants, whereas Unicorns are just happy to pull the trigger as a unit.
Jamada, take a look at this goal graph and see if you can pinpoint the moment where Baron was taken. See if you can figure it out.
Yeah,
bit of a puzzle for you there.
Yeah, it looks like maybe the 26th minute mark, 7th, 8th, maybe. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, you might just be right. You might just be right. That's our daily equivalent of a Sudoku right there. A little brain teaser for everyone. 16-6 on the scoreboard. Unicorns looking good in what should be somewhat of a front-to-back situation. Remember what we said right at the very start of this game. Unicorns have all of the tools at their disposal when it comes to starting fights. They have tons of hard engage with this Vi Sejuani combo, whereas on the side of Giants, they need to try and find some flanks or something, looking for Ruby in the top side because they know that they're training for the Drake on the bottom side. No way to contest that one in the short term, so they look for something elsewhere but won't find it.
Yeah, exactly. And like you say, all right, I just feel like the front to back heavily favors Unicorns, not only because they've got very strong frontliners, incredibly difficult to take down, but Ruby kind of just outranges the entirety of Giants. He can just sit back, do all of the work for Unicorns, really, if they ever end up in a siege situation. And Giants won't really have much answer to it. It's just about seeing this scenario actually play out. Fortunately for them, Unicorns haven't set themselves up for a siege properly yet, despite even having the Baron just now, but they got a lot of work done on the map. Only one tower left outside of their base. You can expect if Unicorns end up picking up the next Baron, that they will look to use the power of Ruby, because so far, it feels like they haven't quite been able to utilize it fully, but you can still see how much threat they have on the map right now, and Giants slowly being pushed back a little bit.
I mean, a good like sort of benchmark for good Baron usage in a game like this where you do have scaling carries is the first Baron you get should be for taking tier 2s across the map. Second Baron you get should be for taking inhibs and ending the game if you've got a good enough advantage. So Unicorns now, if they do get another Baron, should be looking to at least get inhibs, if not finish things out for themselves. And you can see that they're slowly but surely pushing forward, right? You can see on the map, the vision line for Giants is being bullied backwards. You can see Giants just fighting for vision in their own lanes, never mind in the jungle.
It just continually creeps further and further back in that Giants vision line. And Unicorns, they're just patiently awaiting the Baron. Still a minute away. And I mean,
right.
Giants have nothing to work with. I can't see a single ward on the map right here for them.
So there is one. There is
they
one.
Just defended it. Hey, there you
Look up in the top lane right there. There is a control ward all the way halfway down top lane.
There's a
that
problem,
could be an insanely long distance flank from the Antonio or Jasuke if they want to make some kind of play around Baron. It's a hell of a long way away, that ward, but I've seen crazier flanks.
I will also add, there's a bit of a caveat to that ward existing. It's that it's a control ward. And if Antonio or Jasuke teleport on it, Unicorns, if they're looking at the minimap, they'll see that teleport come through. And given the distance it is away from where most action should be happening, you'd imagine they'll have apt time to potentially adapt unless Giants have really cornered them in towards that side of the map. But I agree. We'll see if that ward comes to use for Giants, because I'll tell you right now, I don't think anyone on Unicorns is going to walk in that bush anytime soon and clear it out.
No, not hope. Look where they are on the map, right? Playing for the Baron, and rightly so, trying to clear this vision once again. I feel like they need to get control of that top lane, just push that wave out so they can more comfortably move on in here. Zadbian and Maxlaw moving in to try and find some control for themselves. Spotted by Ruby, who is firing these rockets, and they are doing some serious damage at this point into the game. And the Phosphorus Bomb, remember, does give vision of the area, so very good for taking away control wards.
Yep, exactly. Very, very powerful vision denial tool, as well as just information gathering at a relatively safe distance. And Unicorns are just going to continue to hold the line here. Again, Giants, just no information. They're just playing this so patiently. So much discipline. You do not see this from any Euro teams. I feel like by this point, many other teams have just said, you know what? We've got control. Baron time. Let's start up. But I think Unicorns kind of recognize, hey, Dragon's up in 90 minutes. I hope not 90 seconds.
Oh.
Bit of a misstep
playing with
there.
fire right there. Playing with fire. I'm surprised Lorix didn't go for the play, but deciding to hold it. And the thing is, you're mentioning discipline. It's also just the pressure in this moment, right? Nobody wanting to flip this one. Unicorns, if they can get this win, they're pretty much guaranteed first seed. In fact, they are guaranteed first seed. If they can get this win for themselves. Giants want to keep those tiebreaker scenarios alive. They're 2-2 right now. They do not want to go to 3 losses, and you can feel that tension within this game as Maxlaw tries desperately to get some vision around Baron, because Drake is up in 1 minute's time, Jamada. It'd be Ocean Soul for the Unicorns, and I feel like this is one that Giants surely just have to contest.
They absolutely have to. And you feel like if Unicorns pick up that soul, it's going to become so easy all of a sudden to, I don't want to say lose that discipline, but start to actually pressure the Baron, get it started up, damage check it a little bit, and then regen back up with the soul. If you feel like Giants' approach is a little bit too strong, too much of an option for them to potentially take a fight and win. Giants, though, I'm stuck in for half a second. It's immediate response, and Unicorns know it's going on, but look how fast it burns down.
Oh, Lurox dodges out from the ult on the Antonio here, but Steadfast Presence means Giants, they just take this one. Now Unicorns, they must punish. They've lost the objective, but what can they find as a consolation? They get 1 pick onto the enemy top laner. They can move down towards the Drake here. Ruby has the package underneath him, looking for a pick onto Kadui potentially, but Kadui with summoners, and he is the Zeri, actually flashes to escape that one. It's a nice little pickup of a summoner from Ruby.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Kadui has to flash or he might just die, to be completely frank with you. If you saw how much damage that rocket dealt to Maxlaw, imagine that's Kadui's health bar. Yeah, pretty respectful, you have to admit, but still keeping himself alive, preserving the Baron buff. And Unicorns caught sleeping for half a second. They will still get the soul, though.
Ultimately, right, Unicorns, they get this Drake soul, but Giants essentially just saying, look, we can't find them. for the soul. Let's try and get something else. They pull the trigger, and instantly, I mean, the speed at which they killed that Baron was insane, and the Antonio played it beautifully to zone Lurox away. Really smart play from Giants, and honestly, in my mind, it's keeping them in the game, but they need to get something with this Baron, right? Because they've traded it for a soul, and that soul won't go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Soul's permanent. Baron buff only lasts over 3 minutes, so you have to get something done here. Ocean Soul, like we said, you know, our expected use case would be that Unicorns would pick up the soul potentially almost uncontested, go towards the Baron, and then play, you know, the very normal Baron dance with it. But Giants temporarily have this tool to try and slow down the game a little bit, get a couple more resources. But again, you're slowing down the game for everybody inside of it. Unicorns are still going to have the opportunity, as Lurox almost gets caught out, to give Shiganari the option to pick up that Lord Dominix, to give Ruby the opportunity to pick up his final item as well. And now it's a 5-item Sivir, so Ruby's also going to have a little bit extra time on top of that. It's still very scary for Giants to play through.
It's terrifying, and honestly, this might be the most value you will ever get out of a Mortal Wounds item. Against a Sejuani with War Mods, against Ocean Soul, against a Yuumi as well, a Bloodthirster Sivir, a Ravenous Ruby as well. It feels like there's so much healing on the side of Unicorns. There's actually very little healing reduction on the side of Giants right now. They have no way to stop the healing coming on through, aside from the little Oblivion Orb in the pockets of Advienne. It's going to be a tough one, but Giants want to find something. They want to find a bit of a gold lead if they can, but they're still 5k down as the Antonio sends out the ult. This will be a tower taken, but Max lost stunned. Advienne trying to zone away. Giants do get themselves the tower here. Can they escape with their lives? The Antonio, the target. Scarface going in. They drop the Azir tower. Shiganari, you're very lonely over there. On this side, that rocket! My lord! Half of the team just half-healthed.
Corky. It never gets boring seeing it, really, does it? Even though it's a completely disgusting champion. So much damage come through, and it looks like Unicorns, they're not done. They want to chase this one down. Jizuke, Ultimate from Lurox.
Oh, no. Oh, it's all gone wrong. It's an Emperor's Divide, but it don't matter because Lurox goes straight on through it. That's the long arm of the law right there as Giants try and race down the mid lane as they're going to be racing for the base at this point. Inhib is available for the side of the Unicorns if they can just push.
Yeah, it really is. And they're just going to leave Kadui in the mid lane to his devices. He's going to go back to base now as Ruby finishes up his Maw of Malmoltius, and he's going to be back out on the map with teleport to join this bottom side siege if they want to. If Jizuke dead for so long, so much wave clear comes from him. Maybe they're looking to try and just get as much as they can here. They still have 2 minions, but I feel like it's not big enough. No Baron buff.
Hang on, 20 seconds still. Can they set the game? Because Ruby has TP right now. One sent by the Antonio getting onto Lurox here. Scarface is so tanky. He's completely invincible. He's been tanking the tower for days and still going strong. The Ocean Soul is just too much. And here comes Sivir. The machine guns out. The glaive spinning around as the Antonio next on the chopping block turns golden, but it'll only buy him a few seconds headed towards the fountain, and that's where he'll have to stay at this rate. Shiganari is invincible on the backline, just shredding the members of Giants, and I think they might just have done it with the final chapter coming in. That'll be the final chapter of this game. Advienne to fall. Jizuke with a good ult, but it just won't matter. The Unicorns guarantee first seed.
Unicorns get themselves first seed, a well-deserved first seed as well. So much discipline. You have to really give credit to Giants as well on the opposite side for not only keeping that competitive, but also doing things like sneaking away that Baron. Super, I don't want to say unorthodox and strange, top side plays, right? Playing through the Poppy when you've got the Azir and you've got the Zeri on the bottom side, but definitely caught, it felt like Unicorns off guard, but eventually Unicorns kind of just caught on, sent more members than Giants are willing to commit to it. But eventually what really mattered were those late game team fights, and eventually it just came down to the Ocean Soul being too big of a proponent for Giants to actually climb over, and Unicorns' amazing discipline throughout a lot of these team fights claims them their first seed.
I mean, we saw the amount of healing that was coming out of that Sejuani in the final fight, like tanking tower shots forever, plus 3 members of Giants. Like, there is just no killing that Sejuani. There is no way to get through Bristle at that point in the game with those kind of items and with that soul. It's just impossible. And then you throw Yuumi into the mix. It's like, okay, this is just not happening.
No, like you said, you mentioned, I think it was only Advienne who was working towards the Putrifier, and it's just not enough anti-heal at that point in the game. There's massive health bars that are going to utilize the Ocean Soul well. I feel like it was just too much overbearing pressure, but not only that, I feel like Unicorns took a page out of Z10's book with the whole Corki plus Sivir into the Azir, just because they recognized how much Giants struggled to close out on day one. I think it was just a really nice read from them. And again, they have the agency tools through the Sejuani, through the Vi. They have the scaling options as well. I feel like this is always going to be a mountain to climb for Giants. And unfortunately, with no objective stacking, it was a bit too difficult to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Too difficult to play. But over on the side of Unicorns, fantastic stuff. And we have an interview with Sheepy, their coach, as well, to talk through the ins and outs of this one. Because, I mean, straight off the bat, Sheepy, welcome to the interview. But also, what was going through your mind when you saw the Poppy? Because I was not expecting a Toppy today.
I mean, actually, in draft, we were talking about it, that it can be a top lane Poppy. So we were not too surprised about it. But yeah, I think in the end, we had a really good draft advantage if we are playing disciplined, and we did. So yeah, we were not too surprised, but I guess from an outside perspective, it was like, oh my God, Poppy top lane, or yeah.
Yeah, definitely caught us off guard a little bit on the cast as well, to be honest with you. It's been a very long time since we've seen it. Obviously, as well, I want to congratulate first seed guaranteed. Straight off the bat, out of the teams from the other groups in the second seeds, is there any team in particular that you're perhaps hoping you roll into, or perhaps you actually want to play into because it could be an opponent that you feel like could threaten your run towards the later stages of the tournament?
Personally, I'm just really excited playing against the French teams. I think the other teams obviously are very strong as well. And we have not scrimped them too much, so, you know, like, we'll see from that. But yeah, I think especially LDLC is like a team to beat. And yeah, that's really interesting. And I have not researched the other teams. I'm like a person that goes step by step. So I will make sure that, you know, I get up to date about like all the other groups, what happened exactly with which team, and make the preparation together with my staff.
Yeah, I want to talk quickly about the discipline that you mentioned earlier on as well, because it felt like you guys approached this game like the early game was actually fairly chaotic, right? It was, we described one of the fights in the jungle as somewhat of a fist fight, right, where it's basically a 4v4 at 10 minutes almost. But then once things got going, once you guys had control. Yeah, once you guys had control, though, it felt like you would just never let go. You had a vice-like grip. Talk me through, like, how do you prepare for that? How do you practice that and become a team that never loses control in that way?
I mean, never loses control is a big word. I think we're just trying to build as many safety nets in a way where we are, like, our default is just playing good League of Legends. And I think that's kind of the goal, you know, so that, I don't know, if you have a bad day, and I go to you in the middle of the night and I ask, like, what's 1 + 1? You will be like, it's 2. And, you know, you will not be like 8, 7, 9. So we want to get to that level of like defaulting, even if you're not like feeling well, your thoughts are like wander around, that you know what's the right move to do. So yeah, I mean, the only way to do this is like rigorous practice, being extremely serious about practice as well. Like, it's something I believe in as well, like championships are being won. And the practice, and yeah, that's also what I teach my players. There's only so much time in the day we dedicate towards like a certain clear goal, and everything else is like a private life. And I think they have been really well taking in all of this kind of lessons. And I mean, you can see the discipline. You know, they're playing good League of Legends. It was a game where we have advantage with poking the enemy, and we also have some options to engage, and yeah, holding like a good balance between those two is really important. So I think yeah, props to the guys that played it very disciplined today.
All right, well, good to hear that the discipline is working. Thanks so much for chatting with us, Sheepy, and good luck in your final game, and congratulations on your third seed placement.
Thank you very much. Have fun casting. See you around. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Catch you later, mate. Yeah, so fantastic stuff from the Unicorns there. Jamarda, I have to say, bit of a banger to start off our cast today as well. Like we said, fist fights in the early game, great team fights later on. I feel like we've been treated a little bit here.
We have been treated a little bit. It feels, you know, anytime we get together, it feels like it's just a recipe for a complete maelstrom. of anything that we get to watch. I mean, it all started off with all of this top lane action, right? A little bit against expectations potentially, but for Unicorns, it was one of the places where they had a lot of strong setup. And like you also rightfully mentioned, Poppy so strong in the tower dives, expected Maxlor to be around, and this play initially went so right for Giants, and unfortunately weren't really able to leverage too much of a lead off of Maxlor's huge early jungle lead, really.
Kind of surprising, honestly. It felt like Giants were going to be the ones, like you say, with Maxwell having that big lead. But then this is the fist fight we've been talking about all day long. It was the Unicorns that managed to win it out. And then the subsequent couple of fights, Unicorns seem to be slowly but surely taking control of the game, finding picks, finding ways to push that advantage forward, and most importantly, push their vision line forward as well.
Yeah, and they were just so good at doing that time and time again. Anytime they picked up an objective or anytime they're able to find the pick, immediately off the back of that play, they go and set vision, and it just gave themselves the opportunity after, for example, winning out on this neutral objective play. They had the vision set up from prior to just kind of move forward, and this was, again, you know, a moment where Giants individually playing out some of these skirmishes and fights really well. Jiizuke buys enough time for the rest of his team to show up and actually punish Unicorns for what was a very smart adaptation on a play-by-play moment going on, getting Pinsir and just saying, you know what, we'll go for one half and not getting closed. But again, it didn't really amount to too much from the Giants side, despite, you know, what were very smart adaptations from not only Giants but also Unicorns on the fly.
Yeah, it felt like really, really smart play. And I mean, this moment, I feel like was the disaster moment for Giants, right? Where they feel like they've got the moment. They feel like they're the ones in control, but they overstep, they overforce the play, and then the re-engage comes on through. Unicorns punishing so effectively, clearing that wave. Maxlor on different page to Jiizuke, who's backing away. Kanui caught by the Sejuani, and it all fell apart.
Yeah, exactly. And that's pretty much the key thing for me for this game was it felt more as if Unicorns were playing as a unit consistently, whereas Giants were on slightly individual pages at very crucial moments in the game, and that clip right there was one of them. And at this point, the game was pretty much a foregone conclusion. The formality for Unicorns to close out when they had the Ocean Soul. Not enough anti-healing to shut down these frontliners. And look at that. Scarface pretty much healed back up from what felt like about 25% to 75% off of the Ocean Soul, and Yuumi just jumping on her back.
Just insane. Honestly, Scarface was completely invincible by the end of things. You can see the damage numbers, not too surprising. The only surprising thing to me is how much damage the tanks were doing, actually. Both of them kind of rivaling the carries coming out. I mean, the Sejuani doing more than both the Azir and the Zeri in this one.
Yeah, pretty funny, right? I mean, you have to kind of realistically look at it and say, Poppy and Sedge were probably hitting each other a fair amount in the downtime, but still the fact that, like you rightfully say, Sejuani dealt more damage than Azir and Zeri that gave, it's pretty comical to think about. But everything that you can see on our screen here kind of shows us exactly what happened as Unicorns, they secure themselves first seed in the group.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-0, and it means that now this group is between Vitality B and Giants. We have two teams left in the running, both of them still with one game remaining to play. So crucial that they get those wins on the board. It's possible that it just gets finished off, but that's to be decided later on. Now we're going to jump into a break. Don't go anywhere. We've got Z10 versus Giants coming up after that break. But also don't forget that this weekend, it's the LEC finals. It'll be Fnatic versus Rogue on Saturday. The winner against G2 on Sunday. You just know it's going to be a banger.
You know what it's about, right?
Look, I wanted these lights and they're on sale.
money, make money, money, money. Make money, money, make money, money, money.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Amazon EU Masters. My name is Munch. I'm joined by Jamada once more as we head towards our 5th game of the day. And when we came into our 4th game, we were talking about how 50% of the scenarios still had tiebreaker situations. Well, that last matchup's kind of ruined that statistic because now we only have one scenario remaining where a tie can still occur. So everyone at home going to be praying that Giants win this next one, and then we have the Unicorns winning our final game. That's the only way we still get a tie, Jamada.
How many times can Giants make it into knockouts? Just one. It's that simple. Giants have to win, and then they have to hope that Vitality lose. Otherwise, they are not going to be advancing. And LVP are only going to be sending Heretics in 2 quarters, and that will definitely be a bit of a shame.
Yeah, it certainly would be. And the other thing as well is Zero Tenacity, Z10. If they win this game, not only will it be the only game they win of groups, it will also just annihilate the chances of a tiebreaker, which to me is kind of funny. Just the one last little goodbye message as they leave the tournament. All going to be, by the way, answered by a Trundle here so far in the draft.
Yeah, all right. So let's see where we end up going here, trying to steal away some of the safety that Antonio is very willing to pick up inside of things like the Ornn, of course. Seems like they're just going to fill up with Ophelia. So far, no Draven, no Kalista, things like the Yuumi, Lulu still up and available. As I say it, there goes the Draven. I think we're probably looking at a Kalista ban from, I was going to actually maybe suggest Giants, but Z10 are going to take it off the board themselves. And I think at this point now, it's more about where Giants actually want to attack. More specifically, the Annie is what comes to mind. Do you really want to allow Sebex on that comfort pick? It seems like for now, they'll happily potentially let it go through, but Renekton will be the answer on top of that. So let's see where Z10 go for the opener.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, a lot available. We talked through a lot of the picks in the previous draft, but, you know, things like the Poppy, a lot of teams like the Wukong, there's a lot of junglers, the Vi as well available, the 280 carries in Sivir and Zeri, both first pickable, but Azir actually going to be the decision here from Z10, getting Sebex set up for success.
Yeah, and we've seen a fair amount of very early priority on Azir throughout this Amazon EU Masters, and Giants are just going to respond with Sejuani plus that Lucian, so you can expect that the Nami will be coming out in R3. It's more about how Z10 are actually going to anticipate this and actually respond, because Sejuani flex between the jungle and the top lane, so you don't necessarily have to show your jungle card just yet. How are you going to respond to the bot side of the map with things like the Draven and the Kalista gone? Will you just go towards, you know, Sivir and scaling? Will you go towards the Zeri? Seems like the answer is just going to be the Sivir. It's a slightly more stock standard. Yeah, who would have guessed? And the Yuumi's still there for Z10 as well. If they want to take it, it would mean that you would get absolutely blasted in the bot lane, but it's going to give you very consistent scaling. Looks like they will go towards the Vi, potentially hovering over that option. And honestly, I don't mind it, trying to get some lockdown from the get-go. We saw how well it worked for the side of Unicorns last game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The Vi will be locked in. I just will say, I'm glad we get Kadui being aggressive in the bottom side. Yep. When you think of Kadui, you think of like the Tristan. You think of this man going in. Lucian definitely a pick. He can do that on the Nami locked in. I'd love to see a Lulu ban, right? This Sivir Lulu so difficult to aggress upon on the bottom side. The Polymorph just ruins Lucian as well. Would certainly free you up a lot on the bottom side.
Yeah, and I also wonder, maybe, are you okay with the Lulu? I feel like, to me, the question is, would you have left up Yuumi so you could get a free winning lane, but then you obviously risk, you know, if you don't meet the execution of allowing Yuumi to scale? Then the other one is also Renata, because I feel like Renata can really shut down some of these aggressive lanes sometimes just by having a really well-placed handshake, but of course can be flashed over, things like that, cleanse the way as well. Seems like at the very least they're going to get rid of that Yuumi. They don't want to have that paired up with the Sivir. We've seen it way too many times, and Z10 now have the opportunity to remove away some of these stronger topsiders. I feel like they could have also pinched on Jizuke's pull here as well, but of course still have one more opportunity to do just that.
Nautilus taken off the board, so Lulu and Renata both still remaining. Neither of the picks we talked about being potential bans here. Just removing some of the harder gauge, which, you know, when Vi doesn't have that backup, can certainly be useful. And we'll see what the ban will be from Z10 as well. Whether they want to go towards Jizuke, like you say, or whether they want to go towards one of the other lanes. You know, banning the Wukong, it could still be a Sejuani jungle, technically.
Yeah, true. And I actually kind of like this call out here of the Taliyah jungle, because early on it can still kind of match a lot of the priority that Azir typically gains in most matchups. But also, this is, you know, when you think of Taliyah, a lot of the time, you think of Jizuke. They're almost synonymous with each other. His two most played with the Taliyah and the Azir. So I like that, because also as the Taliyah likes to get around and roam, could have potentially bought a lot of space here. I was wondering if they would end up looking in this area. It would have been fun for a solo lane matchup, but I think a little bit too overzealous. So Sylas is all coming instead, and we've seen this matchup time and time again. A couple of very strong almost steal away. Lockdown from Vi, going to be very crucial potentially in looking towards people like Sebex and BZZ.
Yeah, that would have been too good to be true. That would have been too good to be true to see the Zeri solo lane or Lucian solo lane. But with the Navi, you assume Lucian's going bot. But the Sylas, exceptionally strong pick, has some great ultimates to take away on the other side as well. As Aatrox going to be the blind pick on that top side, and that does sort of make sure that the Sejuani probably does go towards the top lane at that point, because the Aatrox is one of the picks that's really great when you're going for the Sejuani jungle.
You could, if you're the Antonio, call this... Well, Kled would be really damn spicy.
Kled, apparently.
I was going to call out maybe for a Fiora or a split pusher, right? I feel like you could go that angle. When you have so much, you know, lane dominance, typically that's something you can kind of confidently lean on as a sort of back burner pick. And honestly, I like it. I really like it. We've already seen the matchup today once, and Mumus didn't have a lot of fun in that lane, and it was Mumus piloting the Aatrox. So I quite like this from Antonio, and Giants just saying, we've seen you play this matchup once, we feel like it's something we can also punish you on. And when you look across the rest of the map, they've got strong setup in 2v2 in the mid lane, and they've also got a very powerful 2v2 in Nami Lucian. They've got lane prior across the board and a counter winning matchup in the top side. This is going to be a difficult draft in the early game for Z10 to play through.
And you've got melee laners with a Sejuani jungle, which is like the dream. And then you've got an aggressive bottom lane. Feels like Giants want to go all out. This is their last game in groups. They need a win here if they want to make it out of the groups. And they're saying, no holes barred. We're going all in. We're going aggressive. And we want to take control of the game ourselves. Over to Z10 then. What's the game plan coming in for these guys? Like, talk me through this composition.
Oh, I mean, realistically, survive and scale, right? I think you have the opportunity maybe to try and play through the top side and shut down the Fiora very early on, but again, Aatrox's CC, it's very telegraphed, right? It's very repostable, basically, from the side of Antonio. So I think it's going to have to be very, very, you know, it's cookie cutter stuff, right? You have to try and catch Antonio off guard, you know, immediately flash on top of him with the Q, give him as little time to respond, things of that nature, but we're here into the game.
Yeah, we're on to the game, and look at this. I said Giants, no holes barred. They're going to go straight in for a level 1 play. Spotted out by Sebex, though. Just going to get some vision down. So they'll know what's going on in the level 1. As we see, Vi moving over will not actually answer the vision there. I expect Ryuzaki to drop a ward onto the red buff himself, but will spot Jizuki moving over. So you anticipate that he's still going to know Maxlaw's on the top side.
Yeah, exactly. Curious to see where Maxlaw actually wants to play towards, because I feel like this is kind of like a jungler's dream. You have 3 winning lanes, and sometimes that can come back to bite you, because in a sense, 3 winning lanes doesn't inherently mean 3 high economy lanes, but when you have winning lanes, you want to try and play around them naturally. So that could actually spread a lot of Maxlaw's resources quite thin, and I was going to potentially suggest a map split, but towards the bottom side of the map, they're going to go towards the top side. Mumus will be spotted out here, and Permafrost stacks are getting stacked.
Oh my goodness, Mumus in big trouble. There's the stun, and already first blood. And Mumus in a terrible matchup, being countered by the Antonio, and now the Antonio has 400 gold to start the lane. I don't think you're going to start any worse.
The only positive is the Antonio doesn't get to spend it yet, but expect Antonio to have a lot of control in the first couple of waves, and then actually look to just cheer equal, basically spend all that additional gold, and then start to stat check Mumus. I'm also really curious to see how exactly Antonio goes about playing the lane after he spent that gold. Now, Ryozaki's done something kind of cheeky here, and he hasn't smited and he slid on Wolf, so he's going to secure his Gromp because Maxlaw shouldn't be able to finish this one up. So really nice to kind of deny this one away. Now Maxlaw down the camp. And wait, which emote was
That's
that?
my man. Bring it out, the swag. 0-5, but he got his grump. We take those here at EU Masters. Just taking a bad
Love
trade,
it.
but Ryuzaki, you have won my respect, my man. That was just beautiful.
But still, very smart from Ryuzaki, because now Maxlor, if he wants a fast level 3, he's going to have to go down towards the bottom side. Trades come in down here, and honestly, doesn't look too bad for VZC and Votus here.
Yeah, very nicely done there on the Sivir and the Lulu. Winning out the trade, Kanui. This is the thing, the burst trades gonna go the way of Lucian and Nami, but if they can extend the trade, Sivir and Lulu are gonna win every single day of the week.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you kind of have to think as well, Edvian kind of brings a little bit of sustain over time, but if you're trying to play out these trades aggressively, how often will you be able to sort of play the lanes a little slowly? The answer is not too much now. Ryuzaki, he snuck around here to potentially eye up. Jizuke has been playing out a lot of the trades very, very aggressively, trying to force the issue early on. You won't get punished, and again, this is the lane where I'm really looking forward to a lot of the action unfolding, just because the Antonio, in a winning matchup where we've seen Mumus already abused today, having the gold lead from that kill.
Yeah.
It's kind of a ticking time bomb already.
It really is, and it feels only right that that ticking time bomb is in the pocket of the Antonio, you know, the franchise player from Giants. Last time we saw Giants at EU Masters, it was summer last year. And the Antonio is the only remaining player from that roster on the team, and now starting things off strong, having a great matchup for himself, can be a carry for his squad. And remember that Giants need this win. If they don't beat Z10 here, then they are out of the tournament. So for the Antonio, feels like not just a lot of trust on his shoulders from his team, but also a bit of pressure on his shoulders too to perform when it matters the most.
Yeah, exactly. And they gave him the R5 pick. And I think, if I recall correctly, though I'll go double check with my own stats, I'm pretty sure he's only played the Fiora just the once throughout the split. So,
yeah.
Big time to call it out, of course. So,
But also, he got to see Mumus playing against the Fiora.
Yes.
And he liked what he saw. He was like, you know what? I want to have a try at that matchup. I want to play Fiora against that guy, because liked how it went last time around. So far, so good. You know, a little bit of a CS lead with the wave pushing in towards him as well. Obviously, the kill that we talked about before. And it does feel like this is one of those matchups as well that it's not just about the early game. Like, when it gets later on, there's no universe in which Aatrox can match a Fiora in a side lane.
yeah, exactly. And the big problem as well in this matchup is, for the Aatrox, you can only really confidently play out so like 1-5, even then the trades are neutral or blessed. You're going to need your jungler to come and kind of assist you, whether it's wave state, whether it's trying to deny away CS. That just didn't end up happening, right? Ryuzaki was forced away from the top side very early on in the first clear, and of course Mumus ended up getting picked off at level 1. That window's passed. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
You're already at level 6 and Antonio's got his own individual lead. He's going to confidently kind of just cruise this one home. So Z10 are going to have to try and look for something elsewhere, where realistically you would want to hope that the top side of the map, when you've got Azir sort of Sivir, no engage support on the bottom side, when you've got Vi, you'd want to try and play towards the top side very early on to look for leads. Giants denying that beautifully, and look at this vision as well.
You said you wanted to see people playing towards the top side. Well, Giants got the memo. Mumus has Splash. Level 5 right now.
Close to
underneath
6.
that tower. Not level 6 just yet. Close to it, but now dive. Grand challenge is there. Stun lands Jizuke. The one underneath the tower. Tanking right now, but he's going to go down. Mumus survives. Sebex is here. And Giants, it's all falling apart as Z10 look to punish. Flash from Mumus. He wants his moment in the sun. And the Antonio will go down.
It's just a misexecution from Giants. They are unable to burst him down. I'm going to need a replay to see why exactly that went wrong, because when you've got Silas stun, you've got the permafrost, that should all go right. You could even maybe find Antonio riposting one of these hard CCs, the sweet spot Qs, but none of it comes out. Let's actually break down what happened. So it's Maxlor that tanks up tower initially, and unfortunately for Giants, Antonio doesn't end up riposting that sweet Q, that third sweet spot rather. And Jizuke ends up dropping on the back of it, and the chase down is just there. Misexecution from Giants, great punish from Z10.
Yeah, the Antonio missing his riposte there, but also tried to walk down past the tower. There was a minion blocking that spot, and so he got passed the other way, then had to Q past. That was pretty unfortunate that the minions there just ruining the play, but also some mechanical misexecution from Giants on top of it. It leads to a disaster, and it leads to the fact that now that top lane basically evened up just a 200 gold lead in the pocket of Antonio when it felt like that should have been a much bigger advantage.
Yeah, and you have to remember, Aatrox, this version of him where he's not commonly going Gore Drinker unless the comp really suits it, where it's, you know, complete fist fight, melee range 24/7. The Eclipse just kind of gives him a much sharper power spike in damage, all of the lethality, the slightly upped AD in comparison to the Gore Drinker just makes him spike a lot harder, right? Even Saria Dirk, a much stronger one item in comparison to the Iron Spike Whip. Iron Spike Whip, you know, it's an additional half an auto attack, more or less. Whereas, of course, all that extra lethality is going to go the distance at the very early levels. So we'll see what Mums can actually leverage off that. For now, though, Giants still in control of the top side. They're starting out this Rift Herald.
Yeah. Still knowing that they have the better matchups, right? Still knowing that they can just brute force a wave in, move over to this Herald. The Antonio helping his jungle out. It's spotted, though. Q being channeled by Ryuzaki goes into the brush. He is spotted. As he moves up to the top side here, gets level 6 off the minion wave. Really smart, can make it test. Maxor with the smite here, and now all in onto Advienne. He flashes out to the backside of the fight. There come the soldiers, bubble into the middle of everyone. Kadui though, big damage coming out from this Lucian. VZZ behind enemy lines, but it don't matter because the fight is over.
Fight's over. Giants, they're just stronger at this point in time, even though the setup isn't too bad. Mumus hit sweet spots on 2 members back to back to back. The damage follow-up, though, just wasn't there from the rest of Z10, and Giants simply have the numbers advantage.
So let's take another look here as just great engage onto Advienne, but survives, flashes away. And now the rest of the team can move in. Shizuke, beautifully done.
Yeah, really nice move there. And I mean, there's just not really too much Z10 can do. Numbers advantage. Realistically, no damage even follows up, and now Mumus in trouble. Maxlaw's here. No way Mumus walks out.
Kadui's out of cooldowns. There's a shield coming on through. Went a little bit pear-shaped on this top side. This is an unlucky tower for Giants this game, but there should be at least a couple of plates coming down. Oh, Shizuke's behind enemy lines as well. It couldn't be getting any worse. It's the flash from Kadui. One more auto will finish all 3. Advienne, oh sorry, Wotus does get away with his life, but it's not going to matter all too much.
Yeah, I mean, Giants, they get the dive this time. It works on second time of trying. They get the Herald charge as well. The gold lead.
For one.
Yeah, you know, you take it. Don't worry about it. It's all right, man. It's okay. Up several thousand gold. We'll get a look at it again as let's see how Mumus ended up. So they tried a bit of bush cheese here. Honestly, not too bad. You can see how much damage Mumus has available to him at this early stage. Again, you know, sort of Dirk against that Iron Spike Whip, but no one's able to layer in the damage. Maxlaw was going towards Ryuzaki instead of Aatrox, and Herald comes out, but again, it's about the rotation here from Jizuke. He's first to the mix, and that's 2 times in a row where Giants simply just have more members available to a play compared to Z10.
Yeah, Jizuke with that double kill, but does go down to the tower in the end, while Kadui trying to chase down Voitus. And now we reset for a sec. 2,000 gold lead in favor of Giants. Remember, they need this win. You can feel like how much presence they have in this game and how important this one is to them to make it out of the group stage once again. But the question will be, can they keep the ball rolling? Because what we've seen from Lucian comps across the world is that, yes, you get a lead in the early game. Can you extend that lead in the mid game? Can you keep pushing forwards without throwing that lead away and find yourself in a position where you're uncontestable in the late game?
Yeah, it's not something we've seen done by many Lucian Nami lanes, but early leads usually come through, and so far for Giants definitely has been the case. Gale Force is there. Really need to wait for the mandate to come out, and then that one-shot potential is certainly available. Such a powerful duo, and right now you can see Giants finally kind of starting to pay attention to the bottom lane. It feels like it was mostly untouched, but priority again came from this lane. It's why they ended up winning out on the Herald fight, right? They got that first move. Now maybe they'll potentially start to look at this dragon.
Yeah, we'll see if they can grab that dragon. Remember, first strike of the game went to Zero Tenacity. Maxlaw moving to the bottom side here. spotted on the control ward. Should just buy space for Kadui to grab himself some turret plates, deny some minions as well from this bottom lane. BZZ being denied here. Great stun comes out from Maxlaw, and I feel like this is one you shouldn't have stepped up to contest. Maxlaw actually flashes, trying to chase down the Sivir there, and Sebex has TP'd to the tower in the meantime to deny the further play. So weirdly not going as well for Giants as you would have expected.
Yeah, not going as well. It looks like there was a 2v2 on the top side, which Azuke tried to respond to with his teleport. And they actually take down Ryuzaki on the trade. And
this game has been janky. This game has been so strange. I feel like none of the plays have gone the way that you anticipate they'll go.
Top side? All right. So what happens here? Because 2v1, a good riposte? Good riposte. Okay. It's that simple. But fortunately, Mumus was tanking the tower. The issue is Ryuzaki just can get run down at this point, even though Jizuke misses out on the chains initially. See, Antonio able to still get forward. It takes a little bit longer. Maybe if they cleanly execute Ryuzaki, they could also go for Mumus. But fortunately for the Z10 side, they're able to escape, and Giants still win out on the play.
Yeah, so still winning out thanks to that play on the top side. It's a 4,000 gold lead now for Giants. And, you know, we've been talking about, can they keep snowballing? Apparently the answer is yes so far, as yes. They look for more as well. Ryuzaki going in onto the Antonio, wanting to repeat the play from earlier, or wanting to get revenge from the previous play, but won't find his mark. It means that the Antonio can just clear this wave under tower.
Yeah, and this is why the Antonio picking up the Fiora here is such a powerful pick, because almost any other top laner in the game, it's really difficult. Or it's very easy to lock him down. Riposte can't stop everything, and now there's no mana.
No mana under the tower here. The Antonio, one more turret shot. He actually gets it. He actually answers in the top side, 1 for 1. And they tried so hard. Zero Tenacity will be rewarded with a couple of plates, but Maxlaw is here. It's just the one plate and a 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's not the best. And on the bottom side, look at this, man. BCZ, I'm not going to say he's straight up in danger, because there is no one else rotating from the side of Giants, but I mean, they could have certainly looked for a little more poke damage between Advien and Kadui, who, by the way, has picked up that Imperial Mandate, so all of that additional burst damage that Lucian gains access to because of the item is now there and present, and expect to see a couple of assassination attempts from this bottom lane duo onto either VZZ or Wotus.
Yeah. And you could see that Sebex was starting to lean towards that bottom side as well, right? So Kadui, while they probably had the damage, you could see, like you say, the Gale Force Imperial Mandate, they had the damage to go for a dive there, but with Sebex potentially able to roam, they didn't want to go for that play. They didn't want to overstep and throw it away, because remember, Giants need this win. Giants want to keep themselves alive here, so you don't want to overforce just for the sake of it and end up throwing away your chances of making it to the quarterfinals.
Exactly. Need to play everything out cleanly just to give yourself a shot. 3-3, maybe not the groups that Giants wanted, especially when he looked towards Heretics, who had a very strong showing, even in some of their games against BDSA. Now Giants find the pick onto Wotus. He gets almost one shot. But
yeah, oh, maybe nice little dodge. I thought he was doomed, but apparently he's got the fancy footwork to make it happen. Survives for this one, and in answer on the other side of the map, Z10 grabbed themselves a Herald. So nice little play here. It is obviously traded for the tier 1 in the bottom side, but still, Z10 finding something for themselves.
Yeah, not too bad for Z10 at the end of the day. And if they can find a positive skirmish, you know, maybe they can use the Herald on the back end. There's a lot of pings coming towards the top side. However, Ryozaki's going to go back to base, so that's not going to be something they will be looking at right now. Like you say, Giants make a play on the bottom side. Doesn't quite work out. Play on the top side as well. Thwarted. I don't want to say they're going to be tilted off it, but it's definitely a pretty frustrating sequence of play.
Yeah, definitely a frustrating one. That is for sure. And, you know, you're talking about Team Heretics earlier, and I feel like for Giants, they need to win this game to make it to quarters. Heretics already made it as Mumus. Oh my goodness, the speed at which those vials were procced, but Mumus will survive. Maxlaw invading in the meantime. Kind of wants to go into Mumus, I think, but won't find his opportunity. But Giants would love to make it to the quarterfinals once again, because they lost to Heretics in the grand final, in the LVP, right? 3-1 in the end. They don't want to end up falling behind Heretics again now in EU Masters. They want to prove that they can take down their rivals.
A bit of regional pride on the line in that sense. Nice attempt from Jizuke, but isn't going to be able to scoop up Sebex, and now the Herald's going to be dropped on the bottom side of the map. In response, really nice.
Yeah, great stuff. And I have to say, big respect to Zero Tenacity, right? You're out of the tournament at this stage. Like, there is no way you're making it out of the groups, but still, game number 6, coming in, playing a good game, still trying to get the wins on the board, still trying to show up here for your final one. Big respect for that one, because let's be honest, Jamada, we've seen it a couple of times over the years where teams don't necessarily try their hardest in their final game.
We have seen teams clock out, for sure. I'm not even going to...
Like, we've seen teams clock out after 1 game. Never mind after 5.
So, definitely very nice to see Z10 coming in, taking the game seriously. Of course, still a lot on the line for Giants at the end of the day, right? Z10, even if they're not going to make it through, can play spoiler for Spanish side. And I'm sure it's always one of those, you know, sort of bittersweet things where you know you're not going to be in the tournament, but you're dragging somebody else out with you. Kind of a weird
And the thing
emotion.
is, yeah, it's one of those where it's like, what kind of person are you? This is how you find out. But if Giants win this one, for them to make it on through, weirdly enough, they're gonna need the Unicorns to win their next game as well, and then we go into a tiebreaker. Like, for Giants, this is just the beginning of a long journey. This is the first step on a road. Whereas for the side of Vitality, you know, if Z10 wins here, fantastic news. They'll be able to get second place. But also, if Vitality can win their next game later on tonight, the next game after this one, they'll also be able to qualify themselves. So for Giants, it's a much more difficult road. Even though there's the potential of that tiebreaker, it's difficult to achieve.
Exactly. Nothing's really in their hands besides this game. So they do have to show up and deliver. Ending the group at 3-3 with a certainly mean a little bit of inconsistency shown on the Rift.
Yeah.
And they're going to need to be very consistent when it comes to these final 2 games if they are allowed that tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Because on paper, the Giants' route is easier in the current schedule, right? Where Giants need to win against Z10, and then Unicorns need to win against Vitality, which I'd argue are the favorites in both of those matchups. But then you have to do a tiebreaker on top. Whereas Vitality, while the result is harder to achieve in the current schedule, in that they need to beat the Unicorns, or they need Z10 to win here, ultimately they won't have to play a tiebreaker. If they're making it through, it's very likely because of the normal schedule.
Yeah. Exactly.
That was very wordy, but
you know, you got there. Across. you got there. You got there in the end. And you know, I think it's really important to note, right? Vitality Oh, I might have to hold the narrative point because maybe Giants want to end it for me.
Yeah, Mumma's the target. Worldender comes on in, but Kadui, big damage here. Some nice sweet spots. Mumma's keeping himself alive here. Kadui has to Gale Force, but still, the kill comes on through. Tidal wave in, but Ryuzaki there to block the play. Zebex trying to move on to the play as well as VZZ. Great spell shield. Now onto Jizuki. Tao comes down. Maxwell stunned up. Ryuzuki in the middle of everyone. Maxwell to fall, and Ryuzuki survives. Jizuki now trying to walk away as well. As the Antonio arrives on the play, Giants aren't done just yet, despite it being a 1-for-1 so far. Kadui wants some more.
He wants to go forward, he really does, and the rest of Z10, they're still sticking around. The Jizuke's pinted them off. Looks like they're just going to disengage, though. That could have gone really dicey for Z10 if Giants felt like going for it, but they found Ryuzaki in the jungle.
Oh, the boomerang goes slightly wide, and now VZZ in trouble. Kadui goes crazy. Double kill comes in. Zebex to answer it as Jizuki now has to escape. Mummas is back in the fight. He was the first casualty. He's rejoined the fray again. Jizuki stuck in the back of Baron Pit. Gets over the wall. The blast cone to get himself out to safety by the skin of his teeth.
Do you know what might have just saved Jizuki right here? Do you see that one blue icon underneath the kill score there? Ocean Dragon regen.
True,
actually just kept him alive. As the initial play, like you say, Mummas, it starts with him and it kind of ends with him, doesn't it? Gets picked off there by multiple members, and Giants are able to start to try and collapse, but they kind of overreach once Ryuzaki shows up, and the damage return starts to come through. VZZ, amazing spell shield to ensure that the chase down can continue, and the ultimate from Ryuzaki hadn't actually been exchanged yet, so blows that one to kill Max Law. Jizuke goes in and very swiftly exits. Once the teleport comes down, you start to feel like once we see Kadui and Jizuke make their wrap around that potential collapse come through, now Jizuke, as we come back out of the replay, is looking for something.
Yeah, he wants a 1v3, had to wild growth to make it happen as VZZ arrives. And Jizuki, mate, that was, you're biting off a lot there, and you can't shoot very much right now. Maxlor, at least we're going to Drake on the other side of the map. But that was ambitious, to say the very least.
What's the saying? I think it's eyes are bigger than your belly. That one, Jizuke.
Yeah.
looking for the play. Yeah. It was a bit troll. But at the end of the day, Giants, they still pick up the Dragon on the bottom side. The death is kind of inconsequential, but it's still gold that you're giving over to the enemy team. A bit unnecessarily. And I mean, Z10 gonna welcome that with open arms, to be fair. Again, Sivir, Azir, scaling is really safe. And honestly, even Aatrox is gonna have a solid case of scaling in this game, right? 3 melee champions, even if one of them is a little bit hard to kill in the Antonio. Short range champs from Kidui and Advian as well. Could find himself with a lot of targets to hit. So this game, despite the gold difference, isn't exactly over yet. And actually, I want to bring our attention to the items because I've been hitting on this point a lot and I'm going to hammer it home until I'm no longer a caster. Gold differences can be so deceiving. We spoke about it earlier. Sure, Giants up 4k right now. Look at the items in the inventories, right? Sebex is the one with the item advantage into Jizuke. It's item parity in the bottom side right now. Okay, never mind. Kidui just bought,
No,
just bought a whole rapid fire cannon. It's okay. It was when I started the point, not anymore. But you can still kind of understand the point. It's the 4k gold lead, but Sebex still, you know, up on Jizuke for now. Iron parry is almost across the board. Black Cleaver's very close to Lummus, even though Antonio just finished up the Hydra outer base. So the fights are still playable for Z10. It's actually just kind of about finding those strong conditions to successfully not allow Giants to win a team fight, which for them right now, Giants, it's just about finding fights and scrapping because they are simply so far ahead with those midi champions in the Sejuani.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree with your point fundamentally there. And also, to back that point up further, you know, Kidui, he's playing Lucian, very short-range champion. If you can get that pick, if you can polymorph him, Ryazaki gets the ultimate off, etc., like, those 3 items no longer exist, right? Your item advantage goes with the player advantage, and that's the opportunity then as Z10 to take control of the game. So plenty of opportunity there if they can find that angle. Black Cleaver now finished for Mummus, getting ready for the team fights, getting ready to shred some armor for his squad. The whole squad of Z10 slowly but surely inching forwards, but they were on a ward the whole time. Will sweep it, will escape with their lives.
I can just imagine from Giants POV, they're just like, what are these guys doing, man? They're just still in the mid lane.
Just having a little dance party, basically.
Have they DC? Like, what's going on?
Wukong impressions as they spam X. Oh dear. But now, Giants moving up to the top side themselves. Kidui wants a pick. Ryazaki's the one to be picked up. Never mind the Lucian. As Wild Growth going to be forced on out. Kidui flashes out to avoid Mummus. Jizuke there. Sebex found the play. They found the Lucian. That's the pick we were looking for. The Antonio, though, on the back line can't find the kills. Mansour in a 2v1. The Antonio 3v1. Mummus falls now as Giants, they've juggled the aggro.
Yeah, exactly. You can kind of see what I was talking about. Once Kidui was immediately removed from the equation, the fight looked like it could have gone either way, even though Mummus was not really adding too much. Once he was in the mix of things, he was kind of just stuck. A bit of chain CC there. Really nice from Z10. The turnaround, despite Giants trying to leverage how strong Kidui is. Almost one-shots this Vi, but again, turnaround with the passive, keeps him alive. The Wild Growth also comes in just in time to keep him up and running. And from this point, again, you know, Sebex on the back line here, great wall, and he's able to just assassinate the Lucian, and now the item advantage is entirely gone for Giants. It's about Antonio trying to find something, but he just isn't able to.
Who says Azir isn't an assassin? TPing behind enemy lines, dive it in, finishing Kidui off. Sebex making it happen, and you can see that in the scoreboard as well. Just finished his 3rd item, 4-1-0 right now, and I feel like he's the one that has to step up for his team. They want to get a win on the board. They want to play spoiler for Giants. They want to qualify Vitality by the looks of things, as maybe they got some mates on that roster because they are here to play. They are not giving up. They want to get that final win on the board.
They're a LFL #1 fan, apparently, right now. As Dragon spawns up in 40 seconds, but Z10, they don't really seem to care about. They're pathing into the top side of the map right now, trying to seize control of the river around the Baron. I feel like right now, Giants don't necessarily have the most threatening lane assignments. You can see it's actually Jizuke up in the bottom side of the map. Antonio doesn't have teleport, so that's why the lane assignment is happening like this. Still able to pick up the tower. You can see that Mummus can't really step up and stop him from doing that. Z10, if they threaten the Baron again, do they want to go towards the Dragon? Looks like it's going to be the latter. And if they can make it in first, honestly, I feel like they have a very solid shot. Right now, Jizuke still in the bottom side of the map. He's basing. Looks like he'll teleport back.
Yeah, TPing in. This would be soul point for Giants, remember, as they're grouped up. They do have a pretty monumental gold lead. It's a 6,000 gold lead in favor of Giants right now. That is not something to be sniffed at. And we got to keep our eyes on Kadui, ultimately. He got caught out in the last fight, and that evened things up. But if he can operate freely, he'll be a monster. Antonio engaged upon. Great riposte. Dashes out of the play as well. Ryazaki now on the front line. Tidal wave across the entire team. Calling is there. Ryazaki low. And they're just shredded. Into the blender they go. And down everyone falls. Mummus left wondering what went wrong. Hoping for his own mummy at this point. As now down the middle.
Oh my god.
Giants get sent.
I think they've got the way for it. So yeah, this is just a clean ace into a random end off of a 4th dragon fight. And what a tidal wave from Athien that was as well. We said the targets had to be Kadoi for Z10, and they just weren't able to find him because Giants tear them apart.
The speed and decision at which Giants have just ended this game is mind-blowing. They are not out of the tournament just yet. They will never say die. They keep the tiebreaker chances alive.
They do indeed. Giants fought for their lives valiantly, and they've still got a chance. It's all going to come down to game number 6 of the day to give us the answer on whether or not we'll have a game number 7. You have to feel a little bit bad for Z10 in that game, though. Definitely had at least half an avenue back in. Unfortunately, it's felt like Giants just ended up slapping them with their wallets come that last team fight, man.
Yeah, it felt a bit painful on that last one, just forced into a full 5v5. I feel like they could have waited. I think you could have allowed the Soul Point over and just gone for the next fight. But I understand the thought process and wanting to try and contest. You were getting to kind of the 3-item mark, so wanting to use that, wanting to use the strength that Sebex had on that Azir. But unfortunately, the second everyone commits onto the Antonio, the rest of the team from Giants can commit to the rest of the fight. And it's not like they didn't have engaged tools to make that happen with.
Yeah, absolutely right. And I feel like the other thing that kind of went a little bit silent there is the fact that Jizuke also kind of pincered them off from the bottom side of the fight, able to just kind of get clean access in, whilst everybody was focused on the Antonio, like you said. It just allows Lucian to dash forward and actually, you know, flash his cash there with that massive gold lead he had. Great stuff from Giants overall, right? I feel like if they do end up going into this tiebreaker scenario, I can feel a lot more confident about them. In that 1v1 against Vitality. We still have to see how Unicorns are going to play, though, because realistically, do you feel like dropping a game? Probably not. It's one of those pride things going 6-0 in groups. So Vitality, we still have a mountain to climb as well if they are to qualify and stop Giants' potential comeback in through the tiebreakers.
All right, well, I believe we do have an interview with one of our winners here, as we'll see who we're going to be chatting with. And a fantastic game here coming on through. Kadui, how are you doing, mate? Great Lucian performance, I have to say. That final team fight, the damage you were dishing out was terrifying.
Thank you. Yeah, wasn't still the cleanest game, but we take the win.
So talk me through some of the moments throughout this game where you're playing on the Lucian. I feel like when you're playing Lucian, you're constantly on a timer, right? And it felt like you were playing on the front foot, trying to find aggressive moments, and then you sort of got caught out in the fight around blue buff. And was that like a scary moment for you guys in the game? Did that feel like you were losing control, or was it just a blip on the radar when it comes to the bigger picture of the game?
Well, to be fair, I think I trolled that really hard. In the first place, I thought we would fall behind very hard there, but we actually end up only trading 1-for-1 in that moment. So I was happy that it didn't go too bad. But yeah, I could have done that way better there. Like the vibe was too tanky. I couldn't one-shot there in time.
Definitely too tanky. It's always the answer when you don't manage to kill. I want to ask you, if you do make it into this tiebreaker, right? What do you feel like you guys have to clean up to actually take down Vitality and sneak into the second spot? Because from a spectator's perspective, it feels like you guys haven't always been on the same page in all of these plays that you've been making. Is that the same kind of vibe and feel that you've been getting in the game? Or do you feel like there's other issues potentially that you want to clean up, hoping that you get into this tiebreaker?
Yeah, for sure. That's one of our biggest issues, being on the same page and knowing what we want to do. There's also a lot of like communication from every single player in the team, and it's kind of too much. And we are struggling very hard with that. But I feel like today, when we played for Vitality the first time, we kind of had very clean mid-jungle 2v2s around mid, and that snowballed the game very hard. And the moment we are like in a winning position, for us it's easier to get out with a win then. but we need to be ahead in the first place.
All right, final question then. I want to ask you about the AD carry meta, because I feel like you're a player that's built a reputation of being a very aggressive AD carry, and I feel like right now in the meta, there's a lot of Zeri, there's a lot of Sivir, there's not necessarily that much agency in the early game. Do you find that this is a meta that when you're a mechanically gifted AD carry, you can thrive in, or do you feel like it's kind of suffocating because you have to wait so long to make things happen?
I think in this kind of meta, it is only based on team fights as an ADC, especially if you play Zeri or Sivir. You're kind of going even in lane every single matchup. So the only thing you can shine is being great at team fights. And I kind of don't like it. I feel like there should be a lot of fighting before as well, in lanes and in 3v3s. So I prefer not playing the Zeri Sivir meta, but yeah, it's kind of OP, so you are forced to play it.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the same page as you there, and I'm ready to see the end of Zeri Sivir at this point. But thank you very much for chatting with us, Kadui. I'm sure you'll be crossing your fingers and your toes, hoping that Unicorns win this final game, and maybe we'll see you later on for a tiebreaker. But thank you very much for the interview.
Hope so too. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
We'll potentially catch him later on. But Jamada, well, we definitely had a performance coming out from Giants. We said they needed to come in, they needed to look strong, they needed a commanding finish to their, standard games, their regulation games here, and they definitely gave us that on the plan.
Yeah, definitely. This is kind of a case study of what can make Giants look like a very strong team, the strong team that we've come to know them from domestically in the LVP. And again, at least to me, to instill confidence that if they go into this tiebreaker, they have a shot, they definitely had to play this game out cleanly. And for the most part, there was definitely that, right? This topside dive, pretty much mostly well executed. I think there was only one play that went awry, and it was the play prior to this. That was kind of a dive where Mumbus was able to turn it around with his mid laner. Beyond that, though, I feel like Giants did everything by the books and ensured that they denied as much from Z10 as they could, whilst also gaining as many resources as they could for their strong side through Kedwe on the bottom lane.
Yeah, the Antonio playing this dive so well as well, right? Great riposte, and then the chase down from him and his squad to finish the kills off. Really, really nicely done. And it felt like once we got to that mid game, Giants just continuously aggressive, which is what we needed to see from them. We needed them to continue this aggression with just a couple of hitches, right? We did see some moments where it didn't quite work out, like Kadui was talking about in the interview, the one fight, which I'll assume is the next replay, where Kadui kind of oversteps just a little bit, gets TP'd on, and we see the Sebex Azir assassin mode. But generally speaking, Giants a fairly smooth win.
Yeah, exactly. And they're going to need to be smooth if it comes to a Vitality B rematch. As Vitality B, they can be a lot more aggressive in response compared to Z10 here. Yeah. And this is the replay we was talking about. Sebex kind of slides in with the assassination, and this is maybe the moment where we start to think to ourselves, maybe Z10 can slide back in here. It's not unthinkable at the end of the day. Giants have a very early aggression-based team composition with a very hard-scaling side laner, realistically, whereas it's all about the team fighting aspects of Z10. But eventually, this tidal wave just breaks the game wide open. Yeah. 4 members hit. VVC actually does spell shoulder, but then it opens himself up for the Vi ult to come through. And at that point, the rundown had already happened, and he was the second to last to drop as Mumus, sad top laner. He's cleaned up.
I mean, there's only so much Mumus can do on the end of that play. At the end, absolutely insane tidal wave there. And, we heard it from Kadui in the interview. He felt that previous play was going to be more of a hindrance than it was. But then we see that final team fight. It's like, okay, that the previous play did not matter at all.
Is that gold graph? Like, it's almost doubled, and they end the game off the back of that one team fight. You can see exactly where the team fight happens. Exciting stuff for Giants, though, I think, right? If you're a Giants fan, I would imagine seeing them clean up Zero Tenacity in such convincing fashion compared to their original performance against them in the first round robin, definitely has to instill you with a little bit of hope, especially after they've already taken down Vitality B, who you expect, should show up against Unicorns. Whether or not Unicorns will take them down, we'll have to obviously get around to it. But Giants, crossing their fingers, crossing their toes, I'm taking your words here, that it will be this tiebreaker scenario.
It's going to be exciting. We have one game left today in regulation play, and we're back to the start of our day with a 50% chance of tiebreakers. We'll see who takes it. It's Unicorns up against Vitality right after this.
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, doing nothing small, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Scenario, win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Amazon EU Masters. I'm Munch, joined by Jamada, heading into potentially our final game, but it depends what Vitality B have to say about it. Our Unicorns want to finish things off in style. They want to go 6-0 in the group, but it might not be that easy, Jamada.
No, Vitality B, no matter how you feel they've been performing in the groups, are still Vitality B. They are still a very strong team. They are still very aggressive. They're very happy to either rely on Jeskler and Jack Troll, coming too hot. A massive amount of experience that these guys have in the bottom lane as a duo, or they can always go towards Agenda, which they tried to do in their original matchup. The issue was Lurox was on a champion which has just been banned, which is Vi, and he completely shut down Jeskler on the Zeri in the bottom side map. It was almost comical, actually. You had to be there to experience it, to be completely honest with you. But this time around,
Was it an inside joke? If you weren't there, just turn it off, right?
If you weren't there,
you wouldn't understand. You weren't there, man.
Yeah, you weren't there, and you know, it was something like 1-7. I think Jeskler finished the game. Like, he was manhandled and bullied. It was pretty unfair. This time around, though, with no Vi, we'll see how Vitality B want to open up. It's just going to be the Ahri, and one thing to know as well, Draven up and available. It's been banned out, I think, in both games that we've seen play out today, and definitely could potentially come in as an answer to an early Sivir pick from Unicorns.
Shiganari goes for that early Sivir, Wukong as well. So a lot of spinning coming out from Unicorns so far. Unicorns? I'm already losing the ability to speak. And do you know what, Jamal? I'm just going to say, I've got a feeling we're going to tiebreak it.
I also
every time I'm casting, we hit the tiebreakers. It happens every single time. Over to Vitality, though. Let's see what they want to go with alongside the Ahri. Looks like Trundle for that jungle pick. Could go for a support, could go for an AD carry.
I feel like you just match AD, right? You don't really have to show your hand here. But also what I really like about this Trundle pick is you could have been dealing with Sejuani plus Wukong topside, and in my opinion, that's one of the strongest top sides in the game. It gives you very solid 2v2, but also then it scales really well into the team fights. Jeskler's gonna give us a Twitch. Okay. So what I expect from Unicorns at this point is probably more that maybe they still pick up something like the Ornn of the Sejuani just to kind of stop Twitch from doing its thing. But also, I feel like Unicorns are kind of in a bit of a catch-22 where they probably wanted an Enchanter, but they might be forced to kind of ban these away so that Twitch doesn't have a very solid platform to build off of.
I mean, that's ultimately it. And I just want to quickly mention Jeskler. He's played Twitch 3 times this split, 100% win rate. We got a Kassadin on the other side. Jamada, what is going on in this draft?
Okay, so my thoughts here is that Unicorns believe that perhaps Trundle plus Ahri can't really punish this very well early on, so that's just the expectation perhaps from Unicorns. I can't really give you any more analysis other than that. They just feel like this is a solid matchup 1-to-1 with Ahri, which is definitely true. And they feel like the jungle 2v2 isn't going to be so horrible that they can't play it out. Let's see what they're going to look to remove away. Now, it's actually not going to be an Enchanter. It's going to be a little more of an engaged one. Honestly, if you're running Kassadin mid, I don't mind seeing that. If you got Sivir, typically you should still be able to have a lot of bottom lane priority there. But sometimes what that can create is a situation where if Twitch isn't being dove because there's no pressure from the mid lane, the support can still just kind of roam up. So I actually still kind of like this idea of removing away engaged supports, and Vitality V are kind of on the opposite side of this now, where they're like, okay, we want an Enchanter, but we also don't want to give over Lulu or Renata to Kassadin plus Sivir. It just doesn't feel like a good idea.
Yeah, this is a really interesting draft. I feel like this is going very differently to your standard draft in EU Masters, especially with these bans. Now our coaches are going to have their 5 heads tested. As Leona taken off the board, could likely see something like an Aulus, no, Renata taken off as well. So removing one of the enchanters themselves. The only other enchanters really available are, you know, things like the Nami, which you only ever really see with Lucian.
Karma, maybe. The other one, but Karma you don't really see too frequently. I wonder if this Renata ban actually
could we see a
Braum? The Nautilus ban. Braum could be kind of interesting. I feel like it'll be a defensive take for Unicorns, but it does kind of shut down the ability to have you know, Twitch kind of open up freely. And I think actually now that the Karma
Kind of
gone,
shuts down either AD carry, right?
yeah, I feel like now that the Karma's gone as well, yeah, that's a good point. It also shuts down the ricochets. I think with Karma gone, a lot of the enchantments that punish Braum blind kind of not on the table. So it could be okay playing with the idea potentially of this Rakan, and we will see that one locked in. And now Rakan also has a pretty okay time into Braum. It's a bit of a like skill matchup where it's like Rakan wants to go in, find multiple targets, but then Braum is very happy to kind of just send his body into that mosh pit with the shield up to deny a lot of the AoE damage coming through. So we'll see what Vitality B actually want to do with this support matchup now. It seems like Sagenda's going to get his Aatrox blind in the top side, whether Scarface will go towards something like that Fiora pick from last game. We'll see. I'm expecting a frontliner nonetheless. I wonder if we'll end up seeing something like the Gangplank though as kind of a carry answer, and then you really have the trifecta of scaling champions in all of your lanes.
We did mention the Gangplank for Scarface earlier on, right? He's got 8 games across the split, 90% win rate, not too shabby. Amumu locked in the bottom side, hard engaged for the support here, setting up that Twitch in the team fights to be able to just be that huge carry. And this is already feeling like an exciting one. This is already feeling like we could have a lot of action for ourselves with the Amumu and the Ahri, kind of very aggressive early tools to set up some plays. Now with Scarface, potentially just going to play something like the Gnar here. Not the greatest win rate on it for him. Only won 1 out of his 3 games this split, but still a solid pickup into any match.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Gnar is always going to be that pick that kind of just does well into almost anything outside of its like really fringe meta counters, like, I don't know, Irelia, Yasuo, and things like that. I'm not sure how sold I am personally on it in this spot. I feel like you would have had more of an option to play through a slightly more aggressive option here because you've got Sivir and Kassadin on the bottom side. I feel like give yourself a shot, because now it's kind of like you've got 3 lanes which aren't necessarily going to want to be doing too much. A lot is now going to be on Scarface to kind of have a winning matchup, so Lurox has something to lean on the bottom side as well. I feel like Vitality B, in my head, should win out on the 3v3 very early on. So I think there's a lot of back and forth here. There's a lot of nuance that we're going to have to cover as we get into the game, because, of course, there's also a Kassadin to talk about. So, yeah, there's a lot to shut down from the side of Vitality B, but I also feel like there's not too much for Unicorns to also work off of in the early game now.
All right, look, I'm loving the draft from Vitality B. This is, hopefully for them, their final game of the day. This is their qualification game, and they are throwing everything except the kitchen sink at it, right? The Twitch coming out. We're seeing a really creative draft, because what do they have to lose? Even if they lose this game, they still get to go on to the tiebreaker. So why not bring out something creative, try and find the upset against Unicorns, who have looked pretty flawless, honestly, throughout the group. We'll see if Vitality B, the play-ins LFL team, can join the quarterfinals with their other LFL representatives. And Unicorns, honestly, just playing for pride at this point, or maybe playing to choose a potential opponent later down the line. But regardless, kind of flexing a little bit, winsome on the Rakan, Ruby on the Kassadin, feeling like they're kind of flexing their muscles just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe just coming in a little more loose, right? Again, to me, it's always going to be about playing a group stage of 6 games, double round robin. It just feels good to not drop a game. Plain and simple, right? It's a pride thing. You see it all the time where teams, sometimes the schedule might end up where it's first place versus last place, and the first place team just goes, you know what, we're going to stomp you for the sake of it. We don't care. This draft, however, somewhere in the middle for me, right? I feel like there is some credit to having a pick like Kassadin. There's not too much shutdown for him, right? It's kind of all on Jack Troll to find the bandage tosses, potentially expend his ultimate just to shut down Kassadin, which, if it's in the late game, honestly, good usage. But we spoke about how, to me, the bottom side of the map was actually a pretty big strength for Vitality B, and it looks like they're going to leverage this with a potential late invade. Winston will spot it out.
Oh, great little stun there. Does force out the grand entrance. But it will just be blue buff taken away here by Skeens. In the meantime, Lurox on his red buff. He'll obviously know this is going on, but what does he do to answer is the question.
Yeah, exactly. I think going from red, does he really want to go straight across the blue side? Will we actually see what I've seen a couple of junglers do as an adaptation? If they know their bottom side is being stolen away, take their red buff, just run at the enemy jungler. This time around, though, Lurox didn't get a leash, he doesn't have smite, so I feel like he's just going to walk in on Skeens as he takes it down, but maybe he can run him down with the help of Shiganari and Winston, but I think they're just a bit too far away.
Yeah, so Skeens just about gets away with it. This is a problem for Lurox, right?
Yeah.
He's moved all the way across the map to try and stop that camp being taken, but it gets taken anyway. He's now a camp down as Skeens just goes into his jungle and has his entire jungle to clear. This feels fantastic for Skeens to start us off.
Yeah, it really does. The tempo of this could really swing an early game heavily into Vitality B, in my opinion, because you look towards the mid lane, priority is always going to be there for Diplex. He just has to expend his mana pool to do it. And up in the top side, I think Sagenda very soon should be able to regain lane priority here. He's looking for a pretty heavy trade. Just because Scarface doesn't have too much HP, he should be able to kind of just slowly force the wave in. And then maybe they can look for something as a duo of Skeens and Sagenda. Really nice stuff. Lurox, you kind of understand the mentality because I've seen it work quite a few times, actually. It's just the issue is no leash from the top side. I think he smited the red buff, didn't have the smite for the Gromp. And then Skeens just kind of walks out.
Bit of aggression on the bottom side as we trade 2v2 here. Lurox just going over to his Crooks, but look at Skeens just sweeping camps up, pings on towards that Scuttle Crab as well as Ruby. Like you say, Diplex will guarantee himself priority in this mid lane. Kassadin, is there a single matchup that he gets priority in? I'm not so sure. Ruby actually forced him to the tower. Doesn't even get to CS, never mind priority.
Yeah, exactly. But, all things considered, Diplex is only up 1 CS on him. Not bad for the first couple of waves, to be honest with you. But yeah, like you say, Kassadin, he's not really winning lane priority in most mid lane matchups, right? So many mages, so many range champs. And this isn't exactly like he's playing into a Sylas or one of these melee champs he can have a lot of fun into. Sagenda.
Sagenda forced the flash wall up to answer though. Lurox is there. Oh, but Scarface is under the tower. It's a 1-for-1. Skeens is here. And oh my days, it couldn't have gone worse for the Unicorns. We've seen some terrible dives today, Jamada.
We really have really nice stuff. And on the bottom side, Winston almost goes down. Shigenari needs to be careful. He was walking forward for Jeskla, who ends up going into the ambush. Very close stuff across the board, but Unicorns win out, or lose out, sorry, so heavily. Great response from Skeens.
And remember, Vitality B, if they win this game, they just qualify for the quarterfinals. No need to go into tiebreakers. Vitality B will be over the moon with the way that this one has started out. The jungler and the top laner ahead. Close skirmishes in the bottom side, but ultimately nobody going down, so it just neutralizes.
Yeah, exactly. And this top side matchup, it's typically one that we'd sort of attribute Nah to win, right, historically. But I feel like since this Comet sort of adaptation inside this lane, it feels a lot nicer for Aatrox to play. Every time I see this one occur, and of course, picking up 1 kill and an assist off of that play, means that he's already got the Dirk. And Scarface recognizes that, picks up the cloth armor straight away, going towards Boots, trying to find a little more extra kite ability inside this lane. Can really go the distance. Sagenda's still going to have a lot of priority, and honestly, I want to see Skeens return back towards the top side and try and punish. We're kind of past the point now where Ruby's about to hit level 6, so I feel like just try and push Sagenda ahead, in my opinion. If you can get this Aatrox super fed, he can certainly take over a game like this before the likes of the Sivir and Kassadin can come online.
Yeah. Honestly, part of me wants Sagenda to get ahead. Part of me wants Vitality to win, just so we get another bang of Sagenda interview. It was just so funny on the broadcast earlier. I want to have another chat with him, but we'll have to see. Winston moving into the mid lane here, but Diplex is level 6 with the Spirit Rush. This Ahri's ungankable.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, Kassadin very close to the exact same thing. It's really hard to lock him down outside of just, you know, full sending 3 members mid, pretty much, and hoping that CC lands. I feel like Unicorns, I don't want to say they're getting away with murder, you know, having a Kassadin and not getting absolutely blasted for it in the early game, but it hasn't exactly been shut down or put very far behind. So I feel like, despite the top side play, they're not too fussed about this. However, Vitality B doing the correct kind of thing when you have so much mid lane priority, just securing this dragon early on. Unfortunately, Jessica and Jacktro also the exact same thing. A lot of priority down there in that bottom side.
Yeah, so Drake will be taken here by Vitality. A great start, 600 gold lead, get the boost. Drake for themselves. Everything looking tasty for the side of Vitality B. And an important game, remember, if they want to make those quarterfinals. And remember that this is a team that didn't make any roster changes since the last EU Masters, right? You know, making it to quarterfinals, I believe, last time around, and now coming back to the tournament with that same roster, which feels rare in EU Masters, honestly. We see a lot of roster changes between tournaments, but Vitality B sticking with their guns, saying, look, this is a team that we want to stick together and we want to improve over time, coming in with the same seed as last EU Masters.
Yeah, and even coming in at the exact same seed as the previous EU Masters, there was still, you know, a lot of hope in spring that they'll do quite well. That's a knock-up, but let's see how the play ensues. The answer is nothing really happens, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, the knock-up onto Jeskler and then the spell shield onto the bandage toss. Only so much that could come of that one. And Skeens, he's playing Trundle. He can't really force the play himself. He kind of needs someone else to get involved. So great little spell shield from Shiganari to stop the play in the end. As you can see, continuously, Diplex just shoving these waves under. I will say, Ruby, we mentioned his experience earlier on. Clearly, this guy knows how to farm on Kassadin because he's doing a great job to stay even there.
Yeah, exactly. It's top side of the map. Looks like Lurox really wants to eye this gank up as well. Then they're immediately popped. Let's see how the CC comes through.
Scarface turning Mega here, slams him into the wall. Sagenda, no flash available. Can he get the lifesteal? There's a sweet spot. There's another one. Sagenda under the tower, and he lives on.
Oh, I thought it was such a, like, pinpoint thing there. The boomerang as it comes back in clipped Sagenda, slowed him down, allowed the initial bit of the chain CC to come through. So I thought, would that really get him killed? But so much healing early on from that Welldender. Like you call out, it's not like there's any anti-heal just yet. He's able to almost turn that one around. You have to feel kind of almost frustrated for the Unicorn side as mid lane now trying to find a little bit of a shove in. Jack Troll's really close to level 6. We saw this adaptation come through, I believe it was last Worlds or perhaps the previous one, where Donald would always send their support through the mid lane, get level 6, and then secure Herald. Seeing a bit of a repeat of that one here, just to ensure that effectively there's no real answer. Winsome doesn't have his ulm available, and if Unicorns decide to try and contest this objective, they'll be down on that very critical part of ulma economy. Now the Herald is in Skeens' back pocket. What will we end up doing with it?
Jessica just getting caught there. Lurox has got a bit too deep on this one. There's the ultimate committed. Bandage toss, though, dodged by Lurox. Nicely done to escape the play there with the clone.
Yeah, Diplex also thought that unfortunately, Lurox had gone over the wall, and he hadn't yet. So he charmed over the wall, expecting the charm to hit, and didn't just chain TC the clone that was being hit by Jack Troll. Sort of unfortunate, but Lurox gets away with his life. Now Vitality B still have the Herald to work with. Hello.
Skeens trying to get aggressive here. I don't think he'll find anything. For the time being, it'll just be Jeskler getting onto this tower on the bottom side, but Jack Troll and Skeens potentially setting up a dive. If someone comes here alone, perhaps some action could happen. Winsome, the man of the moment here as he steps on forward. Scarface, they're pulled in, forced to flash on the bottom side. Herald going to be used. Jeskler's on Twitch, a hyper-scaling AD carry, and this might just be 5 plates.
Honestly, yeah, I'm going to say it's going to be 5 plates, Joe, as here comes the charge, but they're looking for a counterplay at least.
They certainly are. Jeskler has his ultimate available. The burn onto Skeens. Is the ignite enough? I don't think so. Ruby moving in is level 6, but won't make the play. The plates didn't all go down, but you know what? 4 plates on Twitch, I think you'd still be happy with that.
Yeah, I feel like you definitely would be. Take a look at the bottom of the screen. They really did even out a lot of the golden. Twitch, with this build path, right, going towards the Blade During King, such a strong 1-item spike, it doesn't really scale proportionally compared to, you know, going that Kraken Slayer first, where you would kind of look at 2 AD carries and go, oh, this one's got Gale Force, this one's got Kraken Slayer, they both have Kraken Slayer. Twitch is going to be significantly stronger than this Sivir at that 1-item spike, specifically. And of course, Twitch is going to continually get a lot scarier as the items continue to rack in. We'll see how Vitality B try and use this item advantage once that eventually does come through, though. Because right now, Vitality B have done a really good job of kind of just, well, securing a lead pretty much across the board.
Yeah, look at the bottom of the scoreboard, right? Just everybody at least slightly ahead. I just want to quickly mention as well, it's not really relevant in any way, but our players in this game love a bargain. Look how many refillable pots there are. 9 out of 10 players with a refillable pot. This is a full-on bargain bin.
Such a weird thing to point out, Joe, but you know what? You're right.
I love it.
Refillable.
I love it.
It's really high value.
Value for money,
even though pots technically got nerfed a couple of patches ago, still, you know, they're not too bad.
Over time, it's still automatically like
of course. It's still you're still saving on, you know, buying the pots. 50 per pot. Come on, man. Inflation. We need to keep it down.
Look, with the way our economy is going, it's going to be 60 per pot any day now. It's you know, Freno's almost a quid at this stage.
It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much stuff.
Vitality B though, they're still getting value, right? They're still finding ways to invest efficiently, and they're investing their resources into the Drakes. right now as they grab their second one. It will be a Cloud Soul, not ideal, but still, 2 Drakes,
Take it
great
back.
objective control. Ignite comes out from Diplex, does have that spellbook.
Take it back, Joe. Cloud Soul is actually really high value in this game. And for anyone, you might not be privy to this this meme because you've been a bit busy. Cloud Soul, I am the head of the Church of Cloud Soul. I'm not sure if you've actually, I'm not sure if you know this.
No, I didn't.
I'm currently its
I
champion.
didn't know there was a Church of Cloud Soul. Never mind who's the leader.
Well, there is now. And honestly, it's not too bad. If you kind of talk about, especially like Sagenda using the movement speed here, he's going to be one of the core carries. The range of Unicorns is relatively short. If they can get that stacked up and rolling, it's going to feel pretty good. But not only that, I feel like Jeskler's also going to have a pretty good time. There was one particular game where it was super fringe, where there was a Twitch in it. I can't remember what game it was, but there was a Cloud Soul. And honestly, the movement speed saved that team and gave them the win because he was able to actually move forward, get those extra couple of auto attacks in because of the additional movement speed. I will die on this hill, Joe. I swear.
It's all about the space gliding, right? It's all about Al Rattoni. He's got the skin. He's ready to play. We'll see what Jeskler's got up his sleeves on this one. 1,000 gold lead up at the top side so far, and Skeens wants to extend it. Scarface is not running away. He's just going to trade on to Skeens, but Skeens getting a lot of health back with the red buff and his ultimate ticket as well. Scarface forced into Mega Knight, and Sagenda just going to deny so much CS off the back of this.
Yep, really nice. You can see the XP difference. It's pretty much a full level between Sagenda and Scarface. Vitality are such a strong team at utilizing the strength of Sagenda's laning. And of course, after the capitalization from that level 3-4 play, he's pretty much been ahead for a very long time. Ruby!
I thought it was going to be a solo kill for Jack Troll. Just then he goes back in as the Sivir, the next target. Diplex just wide on the charm. It was close. And now has the Spirit Rush back out of the play. Jeskler alongside him here, but spotted on the control ward. I think the Unicorns cannot make the play here. It feels too risky.
Yeah, definitely. And this is kind of my concern now for Unicorns, right? One thing... Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll continue as I was.
Sagenda just smurfing, you know, casual.
Yeah, just usual stuff, really, from our Vitality top laner. But with, you know, this Kassadin plus Sivir, when do you start contesting objectives? Like, sure, it's not Hectech Soul. We'll talk about this replay first. It's just kind of charm, and I guess just not... he's caught shopping. Huh. He walks...
That is the most Giga Chat play I think I've ever seen. Jack Troll take about the dubstep ignite to cancel the recall. My goodness.
Oh
my
god.
Great little knock up there from Sagenda. The thumbs up as well. Man, Vitality are feeling it. Maybe they do just make quarters.
I guess they are just going to make quarters. I mean, the only downside is they're the only team from the LFL going in at 2nd seed. It's a caveat. It's a very...
Look,
they're still going to quarters at the end of this.
Just yet. Can we not take this away from them yet?
Okay, wait. Well, let's also remember, as you say, they've not qualified yet. Bring it back down to earth for a second. There is a Kassadin in this game.
True.
And we've seen what level 16 Kassadins can do.
2 immobile lady carries.
Yes. And also, Sivir, do you remember, I think it was maybe our first or second cast this split on the LPL, and we spoke about Sivir because she just came into meta. And I made the comparison that Sivir is kind of the Kassadin of AD carries. Well, now they have Sivir and Kassadin, right? So, you know, I'm sure chat are pretty much, like, counting up, like, every time Ruby gets a level. We also kind of have to remember, it's almost applicable to Shiganari once he hits Infinity Edge, that 3rd item. He's going to be so strong.
I remember on LPL, we were talking about somebody needs an Infinity Edge emote so people could do the pointy eyes emoji clock on the Infinity Edge for Shiganari as well. Definitely true. All about the late game here. Both 150 CS as well. They're scaling. But let's be honest, in the short term, right now, it's all about Vitality. Regardless
100%.
of the scaling composition, it's definitely a 4,500 gold lead with Drake coming up in 15 seconds and 2 on the board already. This would be sole point for Vitality. And with a Herald, they can pretty much guarantee that they'll grab this trade.
Yeah, and again, right now, Unicorns, the answer really is, when do you get to team fight? right? When do you get to actually contest things? Again, I think they can live happy in the sense of a Hextech Soul, which in my opinion is the best soul in the game, would probably kind of allow
Wait, hang on.
Vitality B to kind of...
I thought you're the head of the Church of Cloud Soul. Surely that's the best soul in the game.
Listen, I'm the head of the Church of the Cloud Soul, but I'm also based, right? I understand that Cloud Soul isn't always going to be, you know, as strong as damage plus slow as a
Charm in the mid lane.
Slowed.
That's a good little combo from Diplex. The clone won't save him. Jack Troll getting himself another kill. Jack Troll 2-0 right now.
Yeah.
Leading the kills for his team on the Amumu.
He's
Very
tied
nice
up with
little
Segenda
pickup.
right now.
Yeah,
Maybe
Drake
Segenda
take it
looks
as
for
well. Sorry, go on. I feel like I keep interrupting you, Jabata. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, bro.
No, it's okay. I feel like this game is kind of one of those games where we're just gonna have fun at this point, aren't we? Let's open up. Let's open up the case. You know, right now Unicorns, they don't really have any agency tools, and they also aren't winning side lane. So right now it's like you said earlier, it's all about Vitality B and how they actually approach this game. And right now the answer is pretty slowly, which is gonna give Unicorn some time, but I think at the end of the day, Vitality B look like they're in a position where they're probably going to just wait for Baron, start up, allow Unicorns to funnel into them, and probably just look for as favorable a team fight as they can get, though. And Ruby was eyeing up a side lane late. Not going to find it here. So.
Yeah, I won't find it just yet. I just love as well that, as you say, we're getting to the point where Vitality B, in the last game that matters, when it's all on the line, whether or not they can make it to quarters, feels like they've just woken up. It feels like maybe the rest of groups, they haven't been trying so hard. And now, when it matters the most, they're just like, all right, boys, time to bring out the big guns, lock in the Twitch, lock in the Amumu, and just turn it on. Because, man, what a performance. 5,000 gold lead, 3.5 minutes until the soul comes up. And like you say, the Unicorns, a long time until they can really fight. I mean, they're casting one item right now. It's a long way to go.
Ruby just bought a tier.
Yeah.
Like 20 minutes into the game, just bought it.
Yeah.
All right.
I have nothing for you here, buddy.
I guess we'll leave it up to chat.
You're the analyst. Such a martyr.
No.
Ruby Sports
I'm not. No, not anymore. I'm the entertainer. That's what I'm.
Oh, we're double play-by-play now?
I mean,
do you want to do the next team fight?
I feel like our producer might be mad at me. No, Jasper's pretty chill. Maybe, yeah. You know what? Do you want to swap it up?
Mate, I'll hit you with some hardcore analysis. We're waiting for the Unicorns. We need more items and levels. We've got a Rakan, though, so they've got Engage. Boom. Wukong spins around. Pretty nice, pretty nice. Over to you, play-by-play. Hit me with some narrative.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm pretty lackluster on that narrative stuff. I ain't even...
Day one of the job. Day one of the job, Jabata.
Day one, and it's already done.
Yeah. Okay, but for real, talk me through what the plan is here for Vitality, because it feels like they're trying to set up a trap around Baron, but they don't necessarily have the whole team on board.
Yeah, I mean, I guess right now the thing is Vitality B don't inherently have like hard force buttons, so if Unicorns don't check in and they don't start up the Baron, then yeah, it's kind of rough to really get a fight going. Who gets it? It's Jeskla. There you go. So, yeah, I feel like, again, playing out the game slowly because they know they have the time right now. And honestly, I think with Ruby itemizing as he is, he's just going to be a whiles away from dealing damage, you know? Being kind of relevant. Still, level 16 Kassadin, items or not, nothing to turn your nose up at. As he is potentially going to pick up this tower. I think it's going to be quite close by. Maybe not. But you can see Unicorns really want to funnel him that.
Yeah, it's Diplex and Jack Troll. They're 2v3 though, so shouldn't actually pull the trigger on anything just yet. But also from Vitality's perspective, you don't want to be making a play on the top side right now. You want to be focused on the Drake that's coming up in a minute's time. You don't want to be caught on the wrong side of the map, but they are caught. It comes Jack Troll to try and save his mid laner, and save him he does, but at what cost? Wait, Jack Troll's still good. Shigenda's going as well. Winsome trying to escape, but Skeens is here to bite him down. Shigenda gets the kill now. Is Jack Troll going back in? Diplex surviving. Scarface turns Mega, but knocks them away the wrong direction. Jeskler's here to pick up some gold as well. Is Jack Troll looking for Lurox? Lurox managed to dodge the bandage toss. Can he get an execute in this situation? It's been a while since he got hit. He might be able to get under the tier 2. Or maybe just go towards the mid lane. Jack Troll trying to chase him down here, but Lurox is just buying time. He's trying to buy every second that he can, but ultimately, if he dies now, the Drake, the Soul, will go the way of Vitality. And in the meantime, they're getting Baron as well. This couldn't be going worse for the Unicorns. If Lurox dies, it's absolutely curtains. But regardless of Lurox, this Baron belongs to Vitality.
Vitality do not want to play this tiebreaker, and I feel like they're on perfect track to do it. Lurox has comically made the great escape.
He's alive.
He's all right. He's out. But now, can Vitality B still do something about this Cloud Dragon? It would be Soul for them if they can somehow sneak this fight in, but they don't really have the numbers for it. Jack Troll and Diplex, though, they're certainly fishing, and Skeens is finally here. No smite, though. That's the crucial thing.
No smite for Skeens right now, but Shinigami in trouble! It's going to be with CC Chain. Diplex dashes out from Winsome. Here is Jack Troll alone. Flashes back to the rest of his team. Scarface trying to survive. There's one! But now the Unicorns have to back away because Jeskler's got the damage. Shigenda on the backside as well. There's an answer. 1-for-1 so far. But Skeens once more. The World Ender is here. And Vitality B, desperate to make the quarters. They want to repeat history and make the top 8 once more.
It's Vitality B of the World Ender, but apparently the only world that's ending is one where Giants are going to be making it in to knockouts. Vitality B right now are on a complete tear, and Unicorns, we've been saying it for about 15 minutes almost, just don't have a leg to stand on in these team fights. It's just about waiting to get to a scaling point, and quite frankly, I think we've hit critical mass for Vitality B. They are way too strong at this moment in time. Jack Troll does his best on the front line, doesn't manage to actually achieve too much, but you can see once Jeskler opens up, it is pretty much lights out, and Shigenda chases down on the bottom side while Scarface gets taken down by Skeens and Diplex.
Yeah, fantastic team fight from Vitality B. Great collapse coming out from them, and just phenomenal punishing. Diplex doing great on the charms as well. It's something we often criticize from Ahri players. If you can't hit those skill shots, you feel useless. But well, Diplex is landing absolutely everything. But really, it's all about Jack Troll, Skeens, Shigenda. These 3 players are just taking over.
Exactly. And on top of all of that, they got, you know, maybe the second best soul in the game.
Now, I'm not even going to dignify it. Not even going to dignify it. Here we go. 8,000 gold lead for Vitality B. And a soul. I won't comment any further. Ruby, at least. He gets himself a consolation prize on the top side.
There's no A soul in this game. What are you talking about?
Incredibly funny. Very good joke. Vitality B pushing in the bottom side. I'm the one that's made to make the terrible jokes, Gerardo. That's my job. I know you were trying to steal my job earlier, but come on, bro. Trying to steal my identity as well.
I mean, you're very handsome, be right. So, you know, yeah, a little bit.
That's true. Vitality. That's true. Can they just end? Can they actually just keep pushing? Ruby has no TP right now. He's not even channeling a recall. This is 1 inhib minimum. If there's a pick for Vitality, they might just brute force something. Baron now down, but they're onto the mid inhib anyway. That's 2 inhibs minimum off the back of this push. It looks like Vitality will back away, but my god, they took so much.
So, caveat on this. There is a bit of a silver lining. The Elder Dragon, which is arguably, you know, the most important objective in the game, actually spawns in 4 minutes. So Unicorns are only gonna have to deal with supers for, you know, realistically the entire time until that Elder spawns up. So they're gonna be getting a bunch of resources, right? Hear me out, right?
Yeah.
Huffing the copium, right? So no, it's okay, it's okay. Now, Unicorns might have to let the Baron go, and that would suck. But, you know, what's more likely to end the game, a Baron or an Elder?
Definitely.
You cannot. Yeah, okay, there you go. So I feel like, okay, well, maybe Vitality B just want to end the game.
We ain't seeing Elder.
Yeah, we're not seeing Elder. I don't think we're seeing Elder.
Scarface route and knocked up, taking down both solo laners, Full and Vitality B. Last time around, they made it out of groups. This time around, they're gonna do it again. Surely they end the game here with a super minion pushing down this mid lane in just a second and bringing out a Twitch in the final game, bringing out the Amumu support. Vitality B not only making it out of groups, but doing it in style. Last chance saloon for the Unicorns to keep themselves in this game, but ultimately they've already got the first seed. This doesn't matter too much to them.
They are a-okay with dropping this game. Looks like they did want to have a little bit of fun with it at the end of the day. Still not able to pull out the result. Vitality B immediately pounce on this opportunity, and now the Nexus is bare. How many kills do they pick up on the back end?
Knockups from Winsome here. Shigari in trouble. Lurox falls though, and it doesn't seem to matter because Jeskla firing on all cylinders. This is going to be game. This is going to be Vitality, and this is going to be the LFL qualifying all their seeds to the quarterfinals.
4 out of 4 for Vitality B. Someone get Jin on the line, because I'm sure he would be particularly happy with the LFL teams. And honestly, it just has to be said, Vitality B looked like the second strongest team in this group. I feel like Giants had too many inconsistencies here throughout this group. It's definitely a very sad way to go out, right? To watch Vitality B kind of walk over the team in first place. But at the end of the day, I feel like Vitality definitely deserved it. And they're going to have to face one of their LFL brethren come the knockouts, because the only LFL team that's not a first seed is them. So going to be very exciting to potentially see some rematches from playoffs there.
Yeah, absolutely. We could well see some rematches, and our groups will be announced on Twitter later on. But let's head over to our interview. It's going to be Realistic that we'll be having a chat with after a phenomenal way to end that series as well. Should be interested to hear some of the perspectives of what we're going to see from Vitality B, especially after that draft, bringing out a Twitch in the final game, throwing everything at the wall, and then it working out, Javada.
Yeah, it was definitely very interesting to see the Twitch. We haven't really seen too much Twitch throughout this group stage. You see it in the final game, and honestly, I feel like when it has shown up, it's done pretty damn well. And again, to me, Unicorns very lackadaisical drafting, right? It was to me as if they were just here saying, "Hey, we're already first seed. Can you punish us with this draft?" Right? Vitality B. That was effectively it. If you can't close out within 30 minutes, we will end the game by 35, pretty much, right? That's how Kassadin drafts probably go. And yeah, they just got to a point, unfortunately, where Vitality B answered that with a very firm yes.
They certainly did. And it's time to talk to their coach as well. Realistic, standing by on the line. So first off, congratulations. You've made it to the quarterfinals. I'm sure it feels fantastic, but also doing it in style. Talk me through this draft, because it felt like you guys are really feeling it in your final game.
Thank you very much in the first place. Secondly, we knew going into this game that they will look to play engaged junglers. That's why the Vauban. We were very happy playing into Wukong. We knew that they will opt in for scaling options. We did not necessarily expect the Kassadin. We were thinking more about like Vladimir, for example, which he showed before, and it was something that he wanted to play into Ahri in the past. We basically went into the game with the idea that we will be matching some of the scaling, but also have more mid-game aggression and more playmaking, which is something that ties more into our style, so that when we find the windows, we can actually reliably punish and get ahead in the game. And that's what we did with the Aatrox. That's what we did with the Amumu. We thought that these two champions will keep the Kassadin in check whenever he wants to find Twitch together with Rakan and Wukong. Obviously, we ended up snowballing earlier than I thought personally. We're gonna manage to do so, but we did it on champions we are very comfortable with, and they also made some mistakes that we took a very good advantage of.
Yeah, definitely very well fought from your side there. I immediately, first question that's on my mind, I want to ask you about the knockouts now, right? Because you are the only LFL team coming into it at second seed. All the other LFL teams are at first seed, so that means you're going to have to play one of your domestic rivals. Is there a team out of any of them? I'm going to ask you kind of two in one here. Is there a team that you'd prefer to get? And is there also a team that you personally would like to get to actually knock them out?
I mean, I think we like going into this tournament and the fact that we are obviously aiming to go as deep as possible and make it into the finals. Like we will eventually have to meet at least one of the LFL teams by the end of it all.
So we were expecting to play them. We were not expecting to play them in the top 8, obviously. But I mean, we ended up being second seed, dropping a game today, and then also like dropping the first game against Unicorns. Which we are not very happy about, but it is what it is. So we need to move forward. Like as in a personal preference, like I would probably want to play BDS based on the fact that I worked with one of their players and I have a close relationship with him. So that would be very, very interesting to play. They also know a lot about our style, and so do we about their style. I think that matchup is going to be something very, very contested, but also I think Game World is someone interesting because to me, like, I mean, I don't want to sound rude, but they ended up being a little baby Vitality in the last month or so. So I think both of those matchups would be very interesting to play. And then I mean, LDLC is just a powerhouse by their own, and we took them to 5 games. And I would obviously want to take the revenge on them. So regardless of which of these teams we would get, I would be happy playing them all. But obviously, like BDS would be my personal preference.
Okay, good to hear that there is a little bit of rivalry going on in the LFL going into those quarterfinals. So, final question, and then I'll let you go because I'm sure you guys want to go celebrate. What are the expectations now for Vitality? Obviously, you're going to be looking towards the quarterfinals, but how far do you feel you guys can go? Is this going all the way to the finals? Are you guys going to be lifting a cup by the end of the weekend?
I mean, in my mind, like the whole idea is we will do our best to go to the finals. You know, like last time we came in short. We ended up losing to K-Corp, and it was painful. You know, it was painful, but at the same time, it was a building experience for us. So we're aiming for finals. You know, that's where we're heading.
All right, hoping for finals. Well, good luck on your journey, and congratulations once again on making it to the quarterfinals. And also, thank you for the interview.
Thank you very much for having me as well, and thanks all the Vitality fans and the people that have been tuning in to watch these games. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Thanks very much. I will catch you later. That was Realistic, the coach of Vitality B. Looking forward to the quarterfinals. Jamada, well, they've qualified in style. We could definitely say that. What a way for Vitality to end our day here, coming out with the Twitch in the draft and making it work beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, it was just good fun, right? This is the kind of game where you kind of hand-wrapped a lot of freedom to do what you want. And it felt like we saw a lot of that, to be entirely honest with you. Jack Troll, I agree. I thought when we came out the replay, because that's what happened in real time, that was just like a random solo kill almost. But, from that point, really, and this also happening in conjunction with the play on the bottom side, the game just fell over, right? There was no real way for Unicorns to come back in. It just, to me, felt as I don't want to say disrespectful, but just, again, to say, hey, Vitality B, skill check us. Can you actually close out this game? And the answer was, thankfully, for all the French fans and Vitality B fans, yes. Just pretty much clean team fights across the board. Unicorns, no real foot in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Unicorns, I think, reasonably not wanting to show anything going into the quarterfinals. So playing this one a little bit, a little bit loose, it's fair to say. But like you say, Vitality, more than enough to punish this kind of drafting and to punish this kind of gameplay. Scarface looked for a little bit more at the end there, but it was already over. And then it was just one final fight for Vitality to finish things off in style. And Jamada, I can't believe that we finished our fourth day. We only had one tiebreaker across the whole of EU Masters groups. I mean, that's unheard of.
I feel, now that you mention it, tiebreaks happen. It's almost synonymous with groups, right? Like, we normally get at least, I want to say 2 out of 4 of the groups, right? Half the time we end up with tiebreakers. And this time, I believe it was only Group B that ended out with a tiebreaker. I'm sure as we run through the close of today, we will get a grander look at all of the standings. But this is how this group ended out. 5-1 for Unicorns, 4-2 for Vitality B. Giants fall just short at 3-3. And Zero Tenacity unfortunately didn't manage to pick up a single game.
Bit of a shame for Giants as well after their final win that we got to see today.
Yeah.
They looked like they were on really good form, but too little too late, unfortunately, and they were just hoping for a different team to get them into the quarterfinals, get them into that tiebreaker so they could prove themselves, which is never the situation you want to find yourself in. But we can take a moment to recap some of what happened across the course of today over our 6 games, starting off with the Unicorns up against Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot to kind of talk about positively for Z10 throughout a lot of this day, right? I feel like especially the way they kicked it off, even though Unicorns, yes, took them down, a lot of us, you know, behind the scenes saying, maybe Z10 have an avenue to give us that 3-way tiebreaker, right? Pick up 2 wins. Never ended up happening for them in that game. Of course, this Giants versus Vitality B game was very, very close fought. And of course, Giants ended up picking up the win in the end. Got themselves one step closer.
Rewatching part of this game as well, I feel like we were robbed. The fact that we don't get this again in the tiebreaker, it was such a fun game to watch.
It really was. It really, really was. And again, you kind of have to feel for Giants, but at the end of the day, that is the nature of tournament play, right? You have winners, you have losers. Despite how great Giants did look, at the end of the day, the inconsistency that we saw from that week 1 performance, unfortunately, drags them back, holds them down, doesn't qualify them in. Vitality B didn't trip up enough today. And that is always kind of the power of a lot of these second round robin situations where everybody plays on the day, right? Unicorn seemed very happy to effectively just kind of walk through the group again. Vitality B definitely seemed like they were very online, and realistically, even that Giants Vitality B game could have gone either way. I think both of those teams, honestly, very happily could have made it into quarters and no one would have had any complaints.
I think that's the big thing, right? Is that for week 2, both Giants and Vitality leveled up their gameplay. We got to see an improved version of both squads, whereas, you know, obviously Unicorns, I feel like were the favorite to get out of the group from the get-go. What we saw in week number 1 was great. What we saw followed up in week number 2, fantastic as well. Until that final game, which I think we can give them a pass on. I think they definitely weren't playing at full capacity for that one. But this game, very, very messy from the side of Giants, trying to punish but overstepping. And then we got to see exactly what we've been talking about, this immaculate punishment coming out from the Unicorns.
Yeah, the Unicorns, they are just such a good team, man. They are, you know, in my head, a top 3 team here in the Amazon European Masters. I feel like they really do have what it takes to go the distance, but it's going to be about how they match up against, you know, realistically, the LFL teams, which they're not going to meet, assuming they make it past quarters, which I think it's a pretty safe assumption they should, until semis. But of course, you can't put any disrespect on some of these second seed teams as well. A lot of very strong opponents, Team Heretics, and of course X7. Oh, there you go. Perfect timing as the B-roll closes out. We spoke about Group A, Group B, LDLC, first seed, X7, second seed. And of course, throughout all of the groups, we have LFL teams, Joe.
Yes, we absolutely do. I mean, just look at the French flags topping every single group except for Group A. And the Unicorns repping that DACH region, wanting to challenge. It's going to be an interesting set of quarterfinals, that is for sure. 1 Spanish representative there, 2 NLC representatives, and 1 Prime League. And we have our quarterfinals. They're already locked in. So an LFL matchup there for BDSA versus Vitality B.
Wow, okay. So I wasn't expecting the bracket. I'm sure it's probably been said to us as flow. Okay, open reactions here. I'm just going to be NLC biased. X7 have a really good route here to make it all the way to finals, to be honest with you. I feel like a lot of these strong opponents on the top side, Heretics, Unicorns, LDLC, all up there, that is a crazy side of the bracket to think about. These are just the matchups, of course. No dates confirmed, but what an insanely stacked bracket.
I feel like I'm watching Worlds with how many LFL teams are on one side of the bracket right here. We've got an NLC team, an LVP team, and a Prime League team, all on the top side of the bracket.
It's gonna happen when not all of your teams qualify to first seed, right?
True.
It's like three out of 4 qualified first seed. They have to go somewhere, unfortunately. But yeah, what a crazy stacked bracket. For me, I'm just gonna say, as biased as it sounds, NLC, X7 representatives looking hot. Dusty, good luck. But a lot of strong matchups across the board. Heretics, Unicorns is definitely going to be one I'm looking at as a really interesting matchup to watch as a quarterfinal. But of course, Vitality B, we had Realistic talk about how he wanted to play BDSA. He got his wish.
Yeah, he certainly did. Realistic, going to be happy with the matchup that he's found himself in. But that wraps us up not only for today, but for groups. But let's take one last look at today with our 1+ play of the day. Drum roll, please, as we see what the play is. Looks like it's Vitality versus Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, I can't remember this play. Which, that's just me having poor memory, but Sebex on the Azir slips away. But look who's following him. It's Diplex.
Diplex goes underneath the tower. Beautiful stuff. Takes one and then manages to flash out of the plate as well.
Akali's a really flashy champion. I like Akali. Akali's very fun to watch. That's it. That's the end of the sentence, by the way.
Okay.
I just like
I agree.
And Diplex is very good.
Diplex also very good on the Akali. Fantastic little kill there coming on out, and very well played to follow after what looked like a really fantastic Emperor's Divide as well, right? To try and deny that play. Diplex managing to make it happen. Phenomenal stuff. And Jamada, you know, we come to the end of our show here, and I have to say, I'm just kind of mind blown that we only got 3 games. I'm a little disappointed we didn't get our rematch. I was so sure we were going into the tiebreaker as we started our final game there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, as we were kind of signing in, we also had like Ashin, and to a point, Doug was going like, the teaser was like, hey, tiebreakers, guys, have fun at the end of the day. And it's like, it just didn't end up happening. It's super surprised, and yeah, definitely, it would have been really nuts to see Giants and Vitality be, you know, knock out one more time. Because I feel like, again, it could have gone either way in their initial meeting today. And I think if a tiebreaker did ensue, it certainly could have been pretty much either way. I feel like Giants started to clean up their act towards the end of the day. But Vitality B, I feel like they always had a little more fang to them.
They certainly did, and they proved it at the end of our day. But that is it from us here, not only today, but for the whole of groups. We'll next join you for our quarterfinals. Check out EU Masters on Twitter if you want all of the dates. They'll be announced later on, but it's all getting very exciting. We're going into best of series, and it's going to be a banger. Make sure you're tuning in for the next broadcast. I've been Munchables. I've been joined by Jamada. Thank you from us, from the other casters earlier, and from production. And we'll see you all for the quarterfinals.
Dostępne tak samo jak i dostępne jest to wombo combo ze strony Agoro.